Remember Joseph? Yeah, the Technicolor Dreamcoat guy? He's one of 12 brothers, but you wouldn't really know it because when he was young, the others threw him in a well and left him for dead. So he kind of struck out on his own. In fact, he made the most of the situation and grew up to become Pharaoh's number two man in Egypt, despite the fact that he was a Jew. Now we find him just after his brothers came to beg him for help during tough economic times. Only they don't recognize their grown up and now powerful brother, and they have no idea that he's actually trying to trick them into leaving his youngest brother, Benjamin, behind. This is where we join the story of Vayigash. Judah pleaded with Joseph. Look, man, you're practically the Pharaoh. You couldn't possibly understand the lives of little people like us. If anything happened to Benjamin, our dad would just die. So please, please let me take his place. Don't make me go home without my youngest brother. Enough! Joseph thundered, and the room went still. Get out! Out! Everyone! Leave me with these men! And with that, the Egyptians fled the scene, and Joseph was left with his terrified brothers, who feared what fiery words or brutal acts might erupt next from this unpredictable man. But further punishment never came. Instead, to Judah's shock, Joseph broke down in sobs. He wailed, I have to tell you something. I am your long-lost brother. I am Joseph. And then, sounding like the vulnerable child his brothers had abandoned so many years ago, he asked, Is my dad still alive? Judah stared at Joseph aghast as the other brothers shook with disbelief. Guys, I swear, Joseph said, it's me. Look, I know I've been a jerk. I wanted to punish you for having sold me out when we were kids. But you should not punish yourselves. I see now that it was not you who sent me here, but God himself, so that I could make a difference in people's lives. And as you can see, God set me up pretty good. Look, times might seem tough right now, but there are another 5 years of famine ahead. Please, go get my father, tell him I'm kind of a big deal over here in Egypt, and I can provide for all of you during the coming hardships. So, the brothers went home to Canaan, packed up Jacob and their families, and returned to Egypt for the big reunion between Joseph and his father. Making good on his promise, Joseph provided for his family during the famine, and they flourished in Egypt. He managed to save the rest of the people of Egypt too. Unfortunately for the Egyptians, he did so by making almost the entire population into indentured servants of Pharaoh. So Joseph did some shady stuff at times in his life in the name of self-preservation. And his own brothers did some pretty awful things to him too. In their defense, nobody's perfect, except maybe God. Even the great heroes of Judaism, like Joseph, were just people like you and me who made difficult choices and sometimes mistakes. But their ancient stories and actions built some of the cornerstones of modern Jewish life and thought today. In the story of Vayigash, for example, the Jewish will to survive and thrive against the odds, and the importance of taking care of your family, even when they make you angry, is foretold by the choices Joseph made way back then.
So, welcome everyone, and welcome, Grum. How are you doing? Hello?
I'm here, doing pretty good.
Oh. Yeah, so
I got some thoughts on
finish-
that one. You can go first.
Oh, no, you go first.
It's just that whole nobody's perfect to excuse bad actions is a trigger phrase for me. Especially when she didn't even mention about the brothers selling Joseph into slavery. It's like, this isn't a case of, Joseph, they did something that made Joseph's angry. It's like, no, they wanted to kill him and they sold him into slavery instead. Joseph's got a very legitimate beef against those brothers. This isn't just a, you took and you destroyed my favorite toy. Know what I'm trying to say there?
Yeah, but at the same time, this is being geared towards kids, which I feel like maybe there's a better way of translating what you're talking about.
Oh,
But
there definitely is a better way, but it's one of those you should get across the message to kids. There are some actions you just should never do, and if you do them, you're just a really bad person.
like, what of the things that Joseph did?
Oh, it wasn't what Joseph did, it's what his brothers did.
Oh, okay. That's why I was so confused.
Oh yeah, no, what I'm saying is she was basically trying to say, Joseph was, kind of, not forgiving of him enough and stuff. It's like, wait a second. They did him actually wrong. This wasn't just getting angry, you know.
Yeah.
No, I was 100% on Joseph's side there. It's more like the brothers. It's. And
Yeah.
again, kids need to learn the lessons. There's just some stuff you just don't do. It's just wrong.
So this should be interesting to kind of splash into it. So this is Sulam Yaakov, or Jacob's Ladder. It's a channel I just found. Shivim Panim LaTorah.
Shalom, Bruchim Abayim, and welcome to Shevi'im Panim LaTorah, to 70 Faces of the Torah, and also Sulam.
Ooh, okay, this is an interesting mix. I almost feel like he's part rapper, part chassid. He's like he's a rapper, but he raps villain.
I was going to sit there and say he's rapid. Bad pun.
Yaakov. This week's Torah portion is Parashat Vayigash, which means and he drew near, which is a reference to Yehuda drawing near to his brother Yosef, whom at this time he did not know was his brother, but he believed it was the second individual in command in all of Mitzrayim, which is Pharaoh's actual right-hand man. And so we know that this Torah portion deals with the consummation of the revelation of Yosef to his brothers. I've subtitled this teaching, Who Am I? It's a very interesting subtitle. In fact, it goes hand in hand with another teaching that I have on this Torah portion that is actually entitled Divine Emanation. Now, this week's Torah portion once again deals with the reconciliation of Yosef and his family. Now, while according to what we call the Peshat, the Peshuto Shamichra, the basic reading of the text, the Torah portion focuses on the historical narrative of Yosef and his family coming back together after many years of separation. However, what we're going to be looking at today is the view from the Sod. The Sod is, in Hebrew, means secret, but also Yesod means foundation, which is quite interesting.
Oh, yeah. So Yesod is Yesod is foundation and Sod is secret. So it's almost like a secret is something which is hidden at the foundation of something. And it's also interesting because the word, do you know what the word for something which is hidden in Hebrew?
No, but I would make the comment that part of the hidden is hidden underneath something, and that would be in the foundation analogy as well. A different way to get there.
So it connects to that. So the word which means to be like, so it's not necessarily hidden under something, but this idea of concealment but basically, so something which is like unknown or like, so it's like, it would be wrong to say I guess you could translate it as mystery, but it would be falsely implying a cognate that I'm not sure is there, but it could be. But basically, the word misater is that which is hidden or that which is mysterious. And what's interesting is misater, mister. Actually, no, you also have nistar, and you also have, it might be mistar. But the point is mistar, mysterion. Like, it's so similar that you almost want it to be the same word. But again, I'm not going to play fast and loose with philology because I don't know that to be the case. It would be awesome if it was, but until then, that's just my headcanon. But the other thing is that, so the name Esther, at least within a Hebrew understanding of the name, could be rendered as I will conceal, or like I will conceal myself. So that's where there's this like Kabbalistic tradition that Esther was a hidden like manifestation of God, because God isn't ever mentioned directly by name in the book of Esther.
Interesting, because part of what I'm picking up there is the whole dialectical monism metaphysics there, where you have the monism that can't reveal itself. It can only be expressed as a duality. And that seems to be capturing the very essence of what you're saying here with Yesod tag.
Almost like this idea of concealed and revealed.
It's sort of like it has to be concealed and it has to reveal itself as a duality. Both of those are has tos, part of the nature of the dialectical monad.
So almost like a drop falling into water, and the drop goes down, but then it creates an impact above, like in all directions.
Yeah, exactly. Sort of, again, from physics, it's that unstable equilibrium at the beginning of time.
Interesting.
Is considered the Yesod, which is one of the emanations of Hashem, and the Sfirot. Like I said, that's another topic I have for this Torah portion. But the Sod interpretation, it reveals to us a deeper meaning, that this is not just a narrative of a family that took place, a narrative about a family that took place thousands of years ago. But more importantly, it's about an allegory. Okay, that the narrative that we have is something deeper, and we should be concerned about learning how to extract the allegorical meaning of the narrative so we can apply it to our own life. And so when we look at the sod of this week's Torah portion, one of the things we're learning about is a balance between bodily desires and also the soul. Let me give you an example. In the very beginning of the parsha, we read that Yehuda approaches Yosef in defense of their younger brother Binyamin, and he insists that Yosef take him instead of Binyamin to live a life of servitude. We read it here in Breshit, Genesis 44, verse 18. Vayigash elav Yehuda vayomer bi Adoni yedaber na avdecha davar be'aznei Adoni va'al yachar apicha va'avdecha ki chamocha kefaro. Judah approached him and said, "If you please, my master, may your servant speak a word in my master's ear, and let not your anger flare up at your servant, for you are like Pharaoh." The language here, Vayigash elav Yehuda, is very interesting, especially if you want to break this down grammatically, which we can do for another time. Okay, specifically when you consider the fact that from last week's Torah portion, Yehuda was already within proximity to Yosef. So it's quite superfluous to have to say Vayigash elav Yehuda. Okay, they can be rendered differently. And also that requires us to actually try to make sense of the Peshat, considering the speaking arrangement. Okay, the proximity of Yehuda was to his brother Yosef, especially if it was in a royal court. There would have been alleged interpreters there or translators, because the house of Mitzrayim doesn't know that Yosef actually is fluent in Hebrew, let alone that he is a Hebrew, a Jew, and things of that nature.
Oh, come on, they know.
But nonetheless, what we're concerned here today is looking at the inner meaning.
What I mean, I guess theoretically they could have just, what is it? You know, it's like, oh, you know that one slave Joseph? Yeah, he just died. Oh, by the way, there's this new vizier. His name's Safna Paneah, and everyone has to follow him except Pharaoh, because he follows Pharaoh. But the point is, this guy, totally not Joseph. Don't mind the resemblance. Joseph had a beard. This guy doesn't.
That's what I was going to say is, them not recognizing the bald, hairless guy with heavy eyeliner in front of them as their brother. Again, I think these days that there's quite a few families that have had that experience where they can't identify their brother with a different hairstyle and heavy eyeliner and different clothes on.
Either that, or I don't know. I feel like there's been quite a few movies or shows that have made fun of the trope of someone working at a strip club and they don't look like they normally do, and then someone they know ends up there. Luckily, this isn't something I know from personal experience. It's just something that I've I forget if I read it or if I watched it in like a show or something. I don't
It
know.
was a scene in Friday Night Lights where one of their, the football team was taken to the strip club, and one of their teachers was one of the strippers.
Oh, dude, see that's the weird thing with the zeitgeist. Like, there's so much that you know, but you don't actually know.
Again, that wouldn't be the first time something like that has happened. Again,
Yeah.
it's those people finding their spouse on dating sites and stuff.
What do you think would be worse, to find your spouse on a dating site or on Ashley Madison? Remember that whole leak? Oh, that was like back in the early 2010s, I think.
Yeah, no, probably the dating site, because the other one, at least it's a little more money involved and higher class. The other one's sort of like, man, I can perhaps understand it if you're getting paid a huge amount of money, but the other one, you're just sort of trolling. Surely I'm better than that.
Anyway.
Tag.
So this language of Vayigash Yehuda indicates that Yehuda was not simply approaching his brother in a manner of diplomacy.
He was
Why
Yigash.
do I say that? Well, the word Vayigash, it comes from the root verb nagash, which literally means to draw close to. When Yosef revealed himself to his brothers, it's very interesting that he told them, Gishu na elai vayigashu, to draw near, to see the essence of the one whom you sold to Mitzrayim, as you see here in Genesis 45, verse 4, Vayomer Yosef el Echav. Then Joseph said to his brothers, Gishu na elai vayigashu, draw close to me if you please. And they drew close. Vayomer ani Yosef achichem, and he says, I am your brother Yosef, asher michartem oti Mitzrayma, whom you have sold to Mitzrayim. Now we see in this verse that Yosef told his brothers to draw near, and we see here that the actual word nagash is being used 2 times. Okay, gishu and Vayigashu. It's being used twice. Why 2 times? Well, it's being told 2 times over because Yosef wanted his brothers to see the essence that is hidden beneath this Egyptian garment. Okay, that there's really a Jew, there's a holy spark that is masquerading as this non-Jew right before them. Likewise, when the Torah, said that Yehuda drew near to Yosef, Vayigash elav Yehuda, it meant that Yehuda wanted to reveal the source of his soul to Yosef. We go back here to that verse, Genesis 44, verse 18.
Again, questioning what determines that someone's a Jew and someone's a Canaanite, because if it's by the mom, they're all Canaanites.
I was picking up on the implication that those who aren't Jews don't have that spark within them. Like I said, that's a distasteful implication that's there. That may not be what he meant, but
so, like, from what I understand, it's this idea that they're like, they have a full human soul. It's just this idea of like an extra divine soul, which it's not like. Again, still, it's weird. I don't necessarily like it, but
again, it carries that elitist, racist superiority sort of taint to it that I'm just personally makes me very uncomfortable.
See, I don't necessarily know that that's the case, because it's possible we're just dealing with a post-monotheistic form of it, because it's entirely acceptable if it's simply the divine soul that Jews have is the divine soul of Yahweh. And then, all these other peoples have divine souls of other, because again, it's only an issue if you're implying that there's only one divinity and there's only one people exclusively or connected in this exclusive way to that divinity. But if that one divinity isn't only the one, then the issue goes out the window. So
I agree 100%. That's why I was, nuancing it the way I was, where I'm uncomfortable with these implications that I'm reading into those words. That may not be what the original people intended or what this person intends, but there are people out there that I've heard say that and far worse. And it's like, again, like back in the Civil War when people were using, the Bible to justify slavery. You can use the Bible to justify all sorts of stuff that it shouldn't be used to justify. And, that's the sort of territory I like to avoid if at all possible. And I think that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
Hey.
It also kind of reads to me, and I mean, I kind of get this from some of the Jewish studies classes I've been in. A lot of this reads to me as mirroring of oppression, like oppressive language. So basically, they were oppressed, and therefore it's their own like internal, like for instance, there's this whole idea of what is it? Actually, let me see if I can find something about that real quick. I think Henry Abramson has a really good, let's see.
No problem. I was going to say, you look that up and I'll just give my quick take on that one. Is some of what you're saying there is what I see as some of the trap, if you apply critical theory too rigidly, is you don't see we shouldn't just trade off which of us is oppressing the other. We should try to resolve our terms and just, get on and live together, live together in peace rather than flipping sides over who's oppressing who.
Definitely. Okay, let's see. I do not know if I can find it. Let's see. Purim Revenge, right? Let's see if I can find it. Let's see. Here, I'll just play a moment. So, this is actually kind of funny, because the one presenting this is actually the cousin of the one rabbi that I like to put on every so often.
Hello, everybody. I'm going to... Oh, sorry. Hold on. Okay. Whoops.
Yeah, this is Dr.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Can everyone hear me? Lisa, can you guys hear me?
Let's see if...
Yeah, you're
Okay.
sound great.
Here, okay. Let's see.
So that
All right, here.
and more. We're committed to fostering critical inquiry as well as the all aspects of Jewish experience, from philosophical and political viewpoints to the study of Judaism. Through undergraduate and graduate courses, research conferences, public lectures, and more, we're committed to fostering critical inquiry as well as disseminating accurate information about Jewish culture and enhance the quality of Jewish life in Phoenix metropolitan area and around the world. I'm Stanley Mervis. I'm the Harold and Jean Grossman Chair of Jewish Studies here at ASU. I specialize in 18th century Jewish history, so we're going to spend a lot more time in the 18th century than is probably warranted for that reason, in case you're wondering. And tonight we'll be talking a little bit about revenge fantasy in the Megillat Esther, in the Esther scroll, and in the practice of Purim through an historical lens. Okay, and let's... So a trigger warning here. We're going to look at some pretty violent imagery. So if that bothers anybody, just to be aware of that. Let's see if this is... Here we go. Okay. So first of all, just a little bit of context if we're not sure about what Purim is or what the Megillat Esther is. The Megillat Esther is a story that is set in the Achaemenid Persian era, but partially against the backdrop of the Achaemenid expansion into various provinces in the Near East, including the restoration of the satrapy of Yehud, where these in the story of Esther, there is a wicked man called Haman, who is able to influence a very kind of stupid and blustering king who doesn't have a lot of convictions but is easily malleable to issue a decree to kill the Jews. The Jewish hero Mordecai uses his probably his niece. It's not clear from the text, and there are different textual midrashic traditions about what the relationship is. His niece Esther to enter into the palace and use her sexual charms to effect a rescue of the Jewish people. In the end of the story, the original decree that had been issued throughout Persia to kill the Jews was reversed, and instead the Jews are given the right and to kill the Persians instead. So because of that, there is this sense of revenge fantasy and vindictive violence that permeates the Megillah. Now, this text is possibly Hasmonean in origin, so written in the Hellenistic period, which like the Book of Daniel or maybe Ecclesiastes. So therefore, reflecting a more of a political situation that's more relevant to the Maccabean War, possibly. And one really important theme of the Megillat Esther is that Haman, the wicked antagonist, is a descendant of the Amalekites who had attacked the Bnei Yisrael, the children of Israel, in the desert of Sinai at the Battle of Rephidim.
Oh dear.
They had sneak attacked them and attacked them from behind.
Some people are going to take Purim to an insane level this year, and that is not going to be good. I mean, in general, I hope the war's over by then, but like, I really hope the war's over by then. Otherwise, you're going to have some religious nutjobs who are going to, I don't even want to know.
It's going to be like Halloween, and people are going to let their ids run free.
No. I think you're thinking of Friday the 13th, and honestly, I've never been that much into Halloween horror movies, but it's a whole genre. I wasn't aware.
I was talking the holiday and the thinning of the veil and people going out, dressing up and doing things that they wouldn't normally do just because it's an excuse. And that's kind of what I see the possibility happening with Purim, is people are going to do stuff that they shouldn't do since they use Purim as their excuse.
Right, so they are in Jewish tradition. They are both an ethnic descendant people, the Amalekites, but also they later on, especially in modernity, the term Amalek takes on more of a cultural meaning to mean just any kind of embodiment of evil. So the Book of Esther is very much connected to the 5 books of Moses and Deuteronomy, wherein the children of Israel are given the mitzvah, the commandment, to kill and eradicate the Amalekites from the planet. So the Book of Esther is only, in a way, a fulfillment of that original decree in Deuteronomy. So that is some of the main themes here. It's really important when we're talking about revenge fantasies of any minority group. Really, revenge fantasy is a tool used by any disaffected or dispossessed or subaltern group in order to imagine a world in which they are not the persecuted but are the persecutors. So revenge fantasy isn't something that is specific to the Jews, but it is something that is pervasive throughout any kind of subaltern group or colonized group. The idea of Amalek is very interesting because it takes on the context of just evil, completely disconnected from any of the descendants of the Agagites or the descendants of Amalekites. So a good example of this in our own context in the United States is the great founder, one of the founders of Reform Judaism in America, David Einhorn, who had taken a stance against slavery during the Civil War, one of the very few Jewish abolitionists. And it's not because Jews were against the idea of abolition, but really were repelled by abolitionism because of its anti-Semitic rhetoric. And so one of the very few rabbis that did ascribe to abolitionism, who was run out of his home.
Wait, what was he saying?
And it's not because Jews were against the idea of abolition, but really were repelled by abolitionism because of its anti-Semitic rhetoric. And so one of the very few rabbis that did ascribe to abolitionism, who was run out of his home in Baltimore.
Do you know anything about that, Ariel?
Against slavery.
Anti-Semitic
Philadelphia.
rhetoric in the anti-Semitic rhetoric in the abolitionist movement? Because this is the first I've ever heard of that.
Well, part of it could be because some of the people who were abolitionists were, and again, it's kind of the thing where it can be kind of sus, but there are people who, they weren't doing it simply because they thought it was wrong to own slaves, but because they thought that it was what their faith required of them. And again, I do think there's people who were both, where it wasn't just that, oh, they were only like, they thought that they had to, but that they also were strongly, willed against slavery. But
no, I get what you're saying there. I'm not seeing where them, anti-Semitic rhetoric fits in there. I'm perfectly willing to accept that there were anti-Semites involved in the abolitionist movement. I think anytime you had a group of 20 people, you probably had a couple of anti-Semites involved.
Yeah, I think part of it also could have been that, so basically I am aware that there was slandering going on in the north of Jews in the south of slave owners. Again, it wasn't at a disproportionate rate, but again, Jews just being such a low proportion.
And again, that's one of those, I didn't hear a lot of complaints about the Jews specifically being slave owners because they own such a small percentage of the slaves.
No, but so people in the north used, I forget that, I'm sure he'll probably go into it, but that basically they used it as a wedge. Like they viewed Southerners, these rich folk who are getting, they're getting rich off the backs of, and again, it's also important to keep in mind that it wasn't, even though, slaves definitely had it worse. I don't think that, it should be forgotten that there were other people who were basically sold into indentured servitude from Europe for various reasons.
No, I was just curious what the origins of the idea that there was anti-Semitic rhetoric in the abolitionist movement, because, I can understand where, rabbis wouldn't want to get involved in such a third rail topic as, slavery versus abolitionism in America, because it's bad enough you're Jewish. You don't want to be taking this big public stand on that issue because like half the country is going to be coming after you at that point, and you didn't need to set yourself up for that. And I can also see some rabbis doing more of a, hey, we're in their country, this is their rules, we need to take a hands-off approach if we want them to be hands-off on us.
Yeah.
I can see that I can see both of those justifying it. But I'm just curious what they were saying there. And the other one, again, this needs to be said, it's an ugly one, is I could see some people being anti-Semitic by accusing the Jews of being the ones behind the slave trade. I can see that where rhetoric could slide in too. I was just curious because this is the first time I'd heard about that in the actual abolitionist movement, as opposed to the overall slavery. So that's why I wanted to explore it a little more, see if you knew more. Because again, I'm out of date and hadn't looked at the subject in a while.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, honestly. Maybe we'll go into it.
Abolitionism because of its anti-Semitic rhetoric. And so one of the very few rabbis that did ascribe to abolitionism, who was run out of his home in Baltimore for the very reason of his hard stance against slavery, who found himself in Philadelphia, and in 1864 delivered a sermon in a synagogue in Philadelphia where he called the slaveholding Confederates the Amalekites. So in that sense, the term Amalek, this becomes this, whatever is the embodiment of evil in the world that you live in. But in the Esther story, of course, it's Haman and his sons and his wife. Okay, so but not so much the king Ahasuerus, who I think is kind of almost a comedic foil in the text. Now, some of the major themes of the text that are important to Bible scholars and others is the idea of femininity as a powerful force. This is both true of Esther, but maybe even more so for Vashti, the queen of the original queen of Ahasuerus, who has a lot to teach about consent and who defies the king. So a lot of feminist scholarship has centered around that character in the book of Esther. The idea of an olam hafuch, of an upside down world. The Jews the decree was to kill the Jews, and in turn the Jews have a decree to kill the Persians. In the end, the world is reversed. The idea of this is a nascent start, that God has no role in this text. God is not mentioned in it.
Oh, okay, that's really eerie, especially in the light. I mean, given it's not Purim, but just in light of everything that's happened, like that Hamas had these plans to massacre, and I mean they did. They massacred over 1,400 people, but like now it's also been turned on Gaza. And again, it's like one of those things where, I mean, it's so fucking difficult, and I can't even imagine what it was like for people who, were there on October 7th, or for people who are still going through it right now in Gaza. But what was it that just this idea that, like, with the Saudi the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, which again was bad because they were inhospitable, not because they were gay. That's not canon. That's only Christian canon, and even then, it's a really, really spurious translation. But the point being, though, is that Abraham, even though he tried to save that, even if there, again, the message in the story was that there weren't even 10 righteous people. But the thing is, there's always going to be at least 10 righteous people in one place. I mean, unless it's a very small place, then it's always possible there might not be. But the point being is, like, it's just,
And God even spotted Abraham 3 with Lot and 4 with Lot, his wife, and 2 daughters.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, in any case, it's like I feel like people, they either want the answer to be, one, violence, or two, peace. But in reality, it's not as like the fact that neither one is just a quick fix doesn't mean that. I mean, like, if neither one's the answer, then that means something else is. And I mean, again, obviously peace is the answer, but like it's realistically, it's not the answer, it's actually the solution. There still needs to be an answer to the solution.
The answer is compromise. And the problem is neither side wants to compromise.
Yeah, basically it's like, it's almost like, oh god, this is a horrible comparison, but imagine you have 2 slices of bread and you have a dog turd, and someone's going to get the 2 slices and someone's going to get the dog turd. And so realistically, if it all has to be eaten, as disgusting as it is, the only fair thing is to split it halfway. And again, that doesn't mean like necessarily exactly halfway, but like, especially when you're dealing with things that are so complicated like land or, power. But
exactly, you need to go for solutions that are either win-win or a minimal lose-lose. You should try to avoid situations where one side wins and the other side loses, because 1, that's narcissistic abuse, and 2, that leads to this resentment and this blood feud, because it's like, well, the Palestinians killed 1,500 people, and in retaliation, the Israelis have now killed, 10,000. So now the Palestinians have to do more than 10,000 back. It's like, that cycle just doesn't end well, and it has to end eventually, because sooner or later somebody isn't going to be up to doing any more killing. Tag.
Whether because they won't be up to it or because there won't be anyone left on either side. I mean, see, that's the thing. Like, at the end of the day, like, there needs to be a solution, regardless of what it is, and like a fair one, before something ends up making it where there can't be for anyone.
Exactly, and the problem is, that's why I say compromise, because that's the only way you can get that sort of solution, is both sides have to sign off and say, yeah, this sucks, but the alternative of war is even worse, so we're going to accept this instead.
Yeah.
This text, a completely human drama. And nakama, vengeance, is a big deal, obviously, in the Purim story. So the idea of hiddenness is something that we might not have a chance to return to, but just think about how important that is for some groups of Jews throughout history. For instance, the conversos paid special attention to the role of Esther in the Bible and her hiddenness. After all, Esther hid her identity, and she went into the palace of the king, and in doing that, in that action of hiding her identity, she is able to redeem the Jewish people. And if that's not a powerful message to conversos who had hidden their identity, those that had remained as crypto Jews, then what would be? And in fact, this is very well documented in Inquisition records. One of quite common aspects of crypto Jewish practice was to keep the fast of Esther. Sometimes the fast of Esther for 3 days, as it's described in the book of Esther, as opposed to the one-day fast as it's done in Jewish diasporas in the early modern period and today. So Esther becomes a very critical, central figure. It's someone that the conversos had access to. And similarly, Sabbatians later on put special emphasis on Esther, again, because of her hiddenness as a redemption of the world. Okay, so that's some of the ways that the Megillat Esther has permeated historically throughout Jewish history. Now, if you're unfamiliar with Purim as a holiday, so Purim derives its name from the lots that were thrown to determine the day on which the Jews would be slaughtered in the Persian Empire. So Purim becomes quite a central holiday for the Jews for this reason, where the central feature really is reading the book of Esther, and later on, you'll see that there's some debates about whether or not Purim should exist at all, especially among the Reform movements, if Purim was too raucous or too full of vindictiveness to be a fitting Jewish holiday, or if it should be reformed. Those are some of the debates that happen later on. But let's say Purim is not a holiday without its controversies within the Jewish cycle of the year. But some of the traditional practices of Purim include fasting on the day before, preceding the Megillah reading, a 12-hour fast, reading Esther scroll, usually twice, gift giving, that's a mishloach manot, gift giving of 2 edible items, alms givings, matanot le'evyonim, eating a festive meal, and reciting Dalam Yisim prayer for holidays. And some of the cultural practices, so not really rooted in particular law, but things that are that have permeated Jewish cultural life are things like the Purim spiel, which is very important, one of the very few avenues and outlets that Jews had for dramatic expression before the 18th century, really, in especially in Central Europe. So Purim spiel, the kind of raucous and hilarious satirical comedies that are part of the practice of Purim are deeply embedded in Jewish culture. Drinking alcohol is a big part of it. After all, this is kind of a Jewish carnival. And in fact, that's how it was described by non-Jews in Italy in the early modern period, particularly because it usually falls during Lent. So it is not only a carnival, but it is an offensive carnival from the Christian perspective. But drinking is obviously a big part of that. Burning effigies to Haman or other kinds, sometimes associated with desecration of Christian symbols as well. And because sometimes in Jewish diasporic life, Christianity becomes associated with the Amalekites as well. And of course, rioting, noise making, and just otherwise raucous behavior. All of these are part of Purim. And in fact, there's been some really interesting research about Purim celebrations in the West Indies in the 18th century. And according to one scholar, in Purim
I can
in
actually
Suriname in the 18th
understand
century,
why a
the
community
carnival
might
became
get
an
upset
Afro-Creole
about that
festival
happening.
where
Sorry, what?
I can actually understand how a Christian community might get a little upset about, this group that's having a festival that's intentionally designed to be disrespectful to them.
I mean, to be fair,
I'm using what the guy said here. He's basically saying they were desecrating Christian symbols in the middle of Lent. You got to understand why a Christian might take issue with it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but again, it's mirroring behavior that was already being practiced upon them. So it's one of those things where
so you're saying don't be the bigger person. Just do it back even worse to them, which is exactly what we're talking about being the problem.
Yeah. Again, I'm not justifying it, but I do think it is important to understand why they did it in the first place. It's not as simple as they just decided to do this for fun.
I'm just saying a negative reaction to that to me isn't anti-Semitism. It's anti-asshole. And that's my test on it, is if it's anti-asshole, it's not anti-Semitism. And to me, any group, regardless of the name, having some sort of disrespectful party in the middle of your solemn period, and they're desecrating your religious symbols, I don't care what reason they have for doing that. They're just assholes. You know what I'm saying?
Again, I agree, but everyone's an asshole in that situation.
No, not everybody. Not everybody.
Everyone who's participating.
Everybody who's sitting there, and again, it's a question of, are you the asshole?
But the thing that I really think needs to be taken into context, though, is that this type of behavior happened towards Jews as well. Again, it's one of those things where I'm not saying it's right, but a lot of behavior.
And darn well, I'm throwing those same people into the furnace too.
Maybe don't use that analogy here.
Okay. Pit of hell, I don't know what you want to call it, but I'm basically tarring and feathering all of them. How's that?
Just throw them in a pit of herring.
And gefilte fish.
Well, unless they're Scandinavian, they might like it, or Russian.
But no, that's sort of my point here is, the way he was describing Purim, I hadn't heard it described as intentionally disrespectful to Christians and actually doing the desecration of Christian religious symbols. And to me, it's, that's just going overboard, and that shouldn't be happening. And you should, and to me, you have to expect a negative blowback if you're doing that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but again, I think it's important to look at the theology of this. Why were Christians being associated with Amalek? They'd already been associated with Edom. There is no need to further associate them with Amalek, especially because Edom isn't even seen as, bad. That's only like an extremist view of it. Because, I mean, for one, the Edomites have ended up actually, marrying into the Israelites. But beyond that, you also have the fact that the Edomites were, seen as brothers. That's the reason why it was originally ascribed to Christianity, and then later, after the enmity grew, it was viewed that way because, oh, Esau and Jacob, look at the enmity between them. But it goes a lot deeper than that. But what I do think is important to keep in mind is that the reason why Christians really starting around, I think this is the after Constantine, when you start to have persecution of Jews by Roman Christians, that's when you start to have this association of Christianity with Amalek. At least to the best of my knowledge, I might be wrong, but I'm almost certain on that. And because of that association with Amalek, it was due to the persecution that Jews had been facing at the hands of Christians. Again, it's there was intersectarian or intrasectarian conflict between different Jewish sects as well as the Christians, but I think it would be reductionist to view it as the Jews were persecuting the Christians, because that would be like saying that it would be like the imagine saying that the Americans are persecuting, say, some religious minority, but really it's not the Americans. It might be like the FBI or the CIA or some shit like that. But at the end of the day, it's like, anyway, where was I going with that? That basically it really emerges out of this extreme violence that gets leveled at Jews already, which had been by Rome. And it's important to keep in mind that so this, I have a feeling that actually the origins of associating Rome, so at least with Rome, not specifically Christianity, associating Rome with Edom goes all the way back to I think the Maccabean era, in which they were trying to establish a fictive kinship in which to basically legitimize a alliance between them, and I think this would have been don't tell me what was his name. Oh my god, it is escaping me. Who is Caesar's primary? Wait.
No, what I'm pretty sure I know who you're thinking of. If you're talking the Maccabean era, you're talking about the Seleucid emperor, and that would have been one of the Antigonuses, right?
No. So I should have said Hasmonean, or basically this is after the Maccabean revolt. So this is, but who is Caesar's primary rival that he fought the civil war primarily against?
Pompey, who had actually been through
Yeah.
Judea. He was the one who brought Judea into the Roman sphere of influence. That was the ones that the Hasmoneans, they basically brought Pompey in against the Seleucids.
Also, I forget, is there any connection between Pompey and like the city of Pompeii?
No, not as far as I know of. Sorry.
Damn. Oh, wait, was he? Wait, what was his, like Pomponius or something?
No, that was just it's the way I've seen the spelling. The Romanization has an I for the city and a Y for the general.
Interesting. Let's see.
But I was going to sit there and say about the Jewish persecutions, I'd be interested to see how much of that was actually going on in the early years after Constantine, because it seemed like the Christians were far more interested in persecuting each others for heresies than they were in going after Jews up until about the time of 1000 AD and about the time of the Great Schism. That's when you started to see all the issues with all the edicts coming down against Jews in the countries and stuff. At least from my memory of the history, there wasn't a lot for the first 300 years, after Constantine.
I mean, it could also be that really, because a lot of these motifs really only go back to the medieval era. And so I think that's the context which this needs to be viewed in. Like, that, I mean, you had entire Jewish communities rounded up and killed. Like, basically a Holocaust. Like, it doesn't surprise, like, it, like, just, especially in the context of the Holocaust, Jews tended to view the Nazis as Amalek. So it's like it really doesn't surprise me. The mistake would be to, like, it's almost like the mistake that I think some people end up making with how Christianity was viewed in a way that wasn't viewed necessarily. I mean, there was a point where like where the whole thing of Amalek, it wasn't necessarily just described to the Nazis. That's really a post-war thing. But like during the whole war, like, you know, during the war, I think it was just like they just saw it as Germany. But again, there was really like no distinction that was made between Germany and not the Nazis, because it was Nazi Germany. So again, I think it's hard to draw lines when, like, of course, not all Germans were Nazis, but it's like all Germans were by definition citizens of the Nazi government, except for the people who weren't viewed as German, despite being German. Anyway, to get back on track, I think that it's important to view things in context, and especially in a time before mass media, and not even mass media, but just media as we understand it, or not even we, but as our grandparents would have, or as Graham's parents would have understood it. But just this idea of like,
Yeah, my father was delivering the mass media the day. He was a paper boy during World War II.
Nice. But just this idea of like, oh, you know, a traveler from this village, you know, he comes through town, he tells you, oh, you know, this other Jewish village, and you know, 100 or like 5 days walk, it just got destroyed by a bunch of Christians. It's like you're not going to distinguish between crusaders and the average Christian who, you know, maybe never. And again, actually, no. I mean, plenty of Christians might have met a Jew or at least seen one, even if it wasn't like, you know, a common interaction. Again, it depends on region. But I just think that it's kind of a mistake to view this without looking at the cultural context that, you know, now we can see, oh, like, you know, when we find out, you know, there's people who don't make this distinction, even though they can.
I agree 100%. You know, and part of it is we need to not try to put our modern sensibilities back there either. And we also need to not, you know, just because they made mistakes in the past and they're analyzing things doesn't mean we need to repeat it. And using your Crusader example, I think that, you know, you had a difference between your standard farmer who goes to church and your knight crusader. And I don't think your Jewish person confused those two and lumped them into the same generic sort of Christianity. Now, when you hit about the year, you know, again, you're talking again. I was questioning about the early centuries after Constantine, because that's part of putting it into context, is saying that this wasn't an inherent part of Christianity. It came on at a later date. And there was a reason for it coming on that I think is worth exploring, the reasons why it might happen. You know, and like I said, I don't think that the Jewish people are going to confuse that group of crusaders on horses and the retinue with the standard sorts of farmers or you know, merchants in the town.
Yeah, there's the people you deal with, and then the people who are trying to kill you.
Yeah, exactly. And like I sat there and said, they weren't anti-Christian, they were anti-asshole. Those knights are the assholes and the farmers aren't. And one of the things I want, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, and then their dumbass descendants can't distinguish between one group and the other.
Exactly. They were thinking it's like, well, those, you know, those farmers, they were 100% behind what those knights doing. And I guarantee you, 99% of those farmers didn't have a freaking clue what those knights were doing.
Not to mention, I mean, the knights were probably raiding Christian farms as well.
Absolutely. Well, you want to know how Constantinople fell? the way it fell was the Crusaders sacked it first before the
Wait,
Muslims.
so because I remember hearing that like part of like the like prophecy of the, I think Dajjal in Islam or something requires like Constantinople to be conquered. But the only problem is, well, technically Constantinople already fell, but it fell to other Christians. Well, I mean, it like, wait, no, because it fell to the to the Ottomans, didn't it?
Yeah, it fell twice. It fell.
Oh.
It was sacked for the first time by the. I want to say it was the Fourth Crusade or something like that. Where what happened was the emperor in Constantinople had hired the Crusaders as mercenaries, and
But he forgot to pay them.
And he couldn't pay them. And that's the biggest rule in ancient warfare. Again, that's what got Carthage into all sorts of trouble, was not being able to pay the mercenaries. Always be able to pay your mercenaries.
Either that or make sure you have a prosperous land for them to go pillage.
Yeah, because if you don't have the superior army and you're buying it, your money only goes so far.
Imagine if that's how the Sea People started, that they were just mercenaries, and then it's like all of a sudden they didn't get paid, and so they had to find a new place.
Again, the Sea Peoples, that's a whole interesting time period that we'll be interested in exploring. I nibble away at it as I get the chance.
Yeah, well, we'll definitely cover some of it in Exodus. All right, here, let's...
where African descended people, both slaved and freed people of color, would very much participate in the Purim parades, where alterity becomes a major feature, Jews dressing up as slaves or Jews dressing up as Indians and or sailors, things like that. And so costume wearing, a way of identifying the hiddenness of the theme of hiddenness in the Megillat Esther is, and part of a carnival masquerade is a very important part. Here you see a 16th century image, originally from Venice and then reprinted in the 17th century in Amsterdam, of just how important the costume culture is on Purim. Okay, now, oh dear, let's see. Make sure you can see all this. Now, oops, I can go back here. Computer. There we go. So let's, I want to talk about some of the moments when, and historically speaking, when Jewish noise-making and rioting really got out of hand, and the way, some of the historical implications of Purim celebrations throughout time. Now, this is not an exhaustive list, but it's a kind of quick list of certain examples. So in Catalonia, and this is being blocked here. I can't stop it. But in Catalonia, oh my gosh, that's not good. Having some problems here with everyone with me here? Stand by.
Yeah,
okay, in the late 13th century, oh my gosh, here we go. In the 1290s, there was a major event in Catalonia. So that's really the region that we would think of as Aragon in the Middle Ages. And charges were brought against the Jews for excessive disruptions during Purim. So that tells you that even in the late 13th century, sometimes the Purim celebrations became so boisterous that they had ramifications among their non-Jewish neighbors that they lived under. In 1306 in Provence, this is an interesting case, because in this case, the Jews of this particular town waited till the holiday of Purim in order to flog a man who had been caught having relations with a non-Jewish woman, and he was flogged on Purim and then paraded naked through the Jewish quarter. So this is interesting because this event didn't take place, the actual offense didn't take place on Purim, but the fact that they waited to Purim in order to do this tells you something about the expectations of what you can get away with on Purim, which on a normal day you might not be able to. So here's a little more long-term thing.
Why isn't it okay for me?
In 1640, and then really every decade subsequent to that in Amsterdam in the communal minutes, you find the communal board, the Ma'amad, consistently issuing a takana, an ordinance against excessive hammering and noise making. It was first of all, they were damaging the property of the synagogue, and especially after 1675, when they built a really beautiful synagogue, they didn't want to have to repair the synagogue after every Purim, but also it had become a point of offense to the non-Jews. So this was an attempt of the Ma'amad, of the communal board, to ensure that the Jews were practicing a certain standard of decorum so as not to offend the non-Jews under which they lived. In 1715,
or destroy their own synagogue.
There was a case when Jews were sanctioned for excessive noise making on Purim. Again, in 1751, the same time, by the way, that Frederick the Great also issued some ordinances against excessive noise making that seemed to be targeted against Purim celebrations. But again, in Piedmont, Jewish and actors in a Purim spiel were arrested because they were being satirical and having a good time wearing costumes during Lent. In 1756, in Sugenheim in Bavaria, Jews were prohibited from wearing masks and the clown suits. But interestingly, the ordinance states that they're also prohibited from carrying their torches at night. So you could derive from that what you will.
Oh
but,
shit! I'm carrying my torch at night.
Part of the Purim celebrations and parades. And then probably the most famous of all these incidents, in 1783, the London Communal Board of Bevis Marks, the Portuguese community in London, issued an ordinance that forbade noise making in the synagogue. And about 14 of the different congregants at Bevis Marks refused to adhere to these noise making standards. So they made excessive noise in defiance of the law. So the Ma'amad had no recourse but to call the police, or the precursors to the modern police. And so the law keepers showed up at the synagogue and arrested these men, some of whom were very important, like Joshua Montefiore, who's, by the way, someone I've written a lot about. Just parenthetically, that he was the uncle of Moses Montefiore, was arrested, and they had to later issue public apologies. But this was the closest thing to a Purim riot that you've ever seen. It spilled out into the street, and there are some similar accounts happening in places like Suriname when Purim celebrations became so out of hand that local law officials had to become involved. Now, I want to spend some time also talking about the idea of a Purim Sheni, or a Purim Katan, of the local Purim.
Okay, I think
so. There is the Purim.
Thank you, Professor. I don't know. I never call him Professor. Dr. Mervis. That sounds much more natural. He's really a great teacher. I've taken I think almost every class that he offers for Jewish studies. Great teacher.
No, he sounds like a great teacher. I just happen to disagree with him here. I just don't see Purim as a legitimate excuse to have license to do whatever you want, and if your neighbors complain about it, that's the problem.
That's not what he's saying. He's just giving historical context. I think trust me, he is not the type of person to justify this. We only listen to part of it, but it's one of those things where me saying I understand what it's extremely fucked up, and I recognize that, but I do understand why there's so I'm going to it's not acceptable in any case, but I have some understanding, even if it's not acceptance, for the fact that there are Palestinians who don't mind what Hamas did. I mean, there's a good amount of them are also scared because it's going to end up impacting everybody. But more than that, I think it's important to note that even though nobody's justified in hurting another human being ever, I think it is important to understand why people do hurt other people, because
you see that's where we're in disagreement. Is sometimes hurting that other person is necessary. It's like self-defense. You're put into situations where you have to do that simply to continue to survive.
Yeah, but there's a difference between self-defense and attack.
Oh, I agree. But and this is where, again, it's the math training and my autism and everything. It's that what I look for is, where is that inflection point? Where's that continental divide where everything rolls down one way on one side and the other way on the other? Here is when is it justified? Because it's easy to identify situations like self-defense where it is justified and easy to identify situations where it's not justified. It's in the middle. And how do you decide in the middle? And that's where I find the key is.
I think the
And
mistake. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, and that's what I'm trying to listen for. And what he's saying is, what is it that what would count as the Jewish people going too far and is legitimate for their, like for their larger community to have issue with it and sit there and say, hey, you're out of line. You
He
need to
does have
do
issue.
that.
Trust me, I know him. He does have issue with it.
Oh, no, I'm just saying is that's what I'm listening for, and that's what I haven't heard yet.
I think the problem is maybe you're listening for something that just simply isn't going to be there. Like, for instance, say a house burns down. The house burning down, obviously it's bad. But if you look at why the house burnt down, maybe someone left a stove on. Of course, that doesn't mean that it's okay that it burnt down. It's simply understanding why it did.
Well, it depends. Was that a house that the fire department burnt down intentionally as a training exercise?
Obviously, context matters, but assume that. But like, you see what I'm saying? I don't think there's any morality being ascribed here in this case. Like, obviously, he is saying that it's wrong, but the
and that's what I'm questioning is it wrong?
Is it wrong? I mean, what
You
you're
know,
saying?
like the one example where they said the community board came down on the people because they were basically disrupting the common peace and damaging their own synagogue. To me, that sounds like a pretty reasonable thing those people are doing.
Wait, you mean that they're cracking down on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're in agreement. But the thing that's important, I think what's important to keep in mind is who's cracking down on it. Is it the community themselves out of this, fear of how they'll be perceived, or just out of fear of what it'll even do to their own community, versus is it being imposed upon? And again, it's like one of those.
Does it really matter if it's the right decision?
No, actually, I think it does matter, because say you have this, like, these raucous religious events are banned, but really it's only being enforced against one community. Really, it's a Purim ban, or like it's a Purim cell. Like, the thing is,
well, you're reading hypotheticals into it.
No, because again, these were real situations. They were in a lot of cases mirroring riots that had been enacted against them by, and notably, all these events really only start after the 1100s, kind of connecting with what you're saying. But I really think that humans aren't as creative as we like to think. We just copy each other, ourselves, and even our own enemies.
Well, I'm not saying that doesn't happen. I'm saying it's wrong when people do that instead of finding a different solution instead.
Agreed, but just so we can move on from this, all I'm saying, all he's saying, is the reason why these emerge. It's no different than if say you what's the word, if you eat some bad food and then you have a bad reaction to that. What it is it's a reaction, but in the case of something like this, it is something that can be controlled, and the fact that it wasn't is obviously a mistake. But what I'm trying to stress here is that, I mean, think of it like, I mean, I guess at the end of the day, I just don't think you're going to get an answer that you like. And I think that's also part of the problem that humanity has, been in conflict for so long, because it's easier to just continue the cycle than to be like, you know what, we're going to stop. And again, it's one of those things where I don't know that, of course, what they didn't end up stopping it. But at the same note, it wouldn't have stopped if they had turned the other cheek, just like Jesus did, or whatever. So it's one of those things where I think that, I don't know, it's not right, but I think that we'd be doing a huge disservice in not at least trying to understand the context in which it emerged in. Again, not meaning that it's right, but just meaning that like it's the type of thing that wouldn't happen nowadays. I mean, you might see it in certain communities. So actually, this is an interesting.
I was going to sit there and say, here's where I'm going to have to throw a flag on there. Is I think we're seeing it constantly. We're just seeing it in different forms today.
What do you mean? Did I say? Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Like, I guess what I'm saying is it's not manifested that way anymore. And like going on that note, in the ultra religious communities in Jerusalem and also in Bnei Brak in Tel Aviv, or like it's a Tel Aviv outskirt, the the effigies of Haman that they're hanging up are actually similar to the effigies that might be hung up in Gaza, and that's because the ultra Orthodox. I mean, I don't know how they are now after everything that happened. I can't imagine they really have changed because they don't see. Anyway, to get to the point is they make effigies of Haman in the image of IDF soldiers. These are Jews. These are Israelis. Like, you can't make this crap up. So
No, and again, I'm throwing flags on both sides in there. And that's why what I'm trying to explore is the idea of where does legitimate use of power slide into abuse of power? Because that if you solve that issue, then you can avoid situations like this and you can diffuse them better. You know what I'm saying?
I think maybe it's the cooperation of the two. It's when you have communities working with authorities to come to a solution, rather than just having one impose it solely. So it's because if you have it done that way, then it just ends up dividing the community. You have it the other way, it ends up polarizing the community.
Well, the other issue is you need the community to own that they can be wrong sometimes. And you need to own that, sometimes, if that other person got upset with you, you were in the wrong and they were actually right to be upset with you. And I think that's part of the problem is too many of them are promoting 100% of their position and they're not willing to admit where they're wrong. And I see that on the advocates on both sides and that being part of the logjam tag.
Yeah. Anyway, here, let's continue.
Vayigash 𤅅𤤂𤐤𝐷, and we see Vayomer bi Adoni. Very, very interesting language here. This phrase bi Adoni can actually be interpreted as Hashem is in me. Now, Adoni or Adonai is usually master in Hebrew, the word Adon, right? Now, we also use it colloquially for Hashem, just like Hashem means the name, but obviously it's a substitution for the Shem Havaya, the sacred title of God that we don't pronounce. And so we see here that this B, which can mean in, and Adoni is also a reference to Adonai, is that Yehuda is saying to his brother, Hashem is in me. In other words, the light of the Rabbona Shalom dwells within me. So in the sense of them having this diplomatic negotiation regarding what has transpired in the previous Torah portion, in which Yosef engineered this entire event to see if his brothers have learned a lesson that they failed many, many years ago, in which they betrayed him and sold him down to Mitzrayim. He wanted to see if they were going to do a tikkun of that when it came to the youngest of the Bnei Rachel, which was Binyamin, Yosef's younger brother. And we do know that that is the case. Yosef does a tikkun. And so in a sense, while Yosef is perceived as this royal dignitary of the house of Pharaoh, someone who is great and powered and revered, in a sense, when Yosef draws near to him and says, Bi Adoni, he's saying, listen, I know that you represent the power of this great empire, but dwelling within me is the light of the creator of the world, and therefore that which is in me is greater. Now, in a previous teaching I have on this Torah portion, I mentioned that Yosef was able to recognize his brothers, but they were not able to recognize him. And we go back to last week's Torah portion, Parashat Miketz, Genesis 42, verse 7 through 8. And we see there, the Torah says, Vayar Yosef et Echav. And Yosef saw his brothers and he recognized them. right? He knew who they were. However, Vayigash, but he acted like a stranger alehem toward them, Vayidaber itam, and spoke to them kashot, very harshly. Vayomer alehem, and he said to them, Ma'ayin batem, where do you come from? Vayomeru, and they responded, Me'eretz Canaan, we're from the land of Canaan, lishbar ochel, to buy some food. Interesting what we see in this passage here. And so the Torah goes on to say, again, Vayacher Yosef et Echav. Yosef recognized his brothers, Vehem lo hikiruhu, but they did not recognize him. Now, when you think about these two verses from last week's Torah portion, why is it that the Torah need to repeat that Yosef recognized his brothers? Why is that, right? And clearly they didn't recognize him. Now, we do know the reason why the brothers didn't recognize him from the Peshat is that when they sold him, all the Mefarshim say he didn't have a beard. He was still basically a little chutzpanech, right? He's a teenager, and 13 years go past, and obviously he develops, he matures, he grows out a beard, and he's much more different. Also, probably wearing the cosmetics of the day, how the Egyptians dress, things of that nature. But he's able to recognize them, but they can't recognize him. Yes, that's what the Peshat says, but there's something deeper over here. When the Torah mentions that Yosef recognized his brothers, we need to pay attention that a specific word stands out. The Torah uses a word over here, vayachirim. The word vayachirim comes from the root verb nachar, which means to recognize, to discern, or to distinguish. Now, strangely, in Hebrew, which has always kind of been mind-boggling to me, is that the word nachar is also related to another word that is called nochri, which refers to a pagan, okay? It's actually a separate classification of a non-Jew. You usually have the term goy or goyim in the plural, which can sometimes be used as a negative connotation, but it's a general term that's used throughout the Torah, even to describe Israel, when Hashem told them, you are mamlechet chonim v'goy chodesh, okay, a holy nation unto me. And goy is based from the Hebrew word giviyah, and giviyah really describes the physiognomy of an individual. And so that term is what goy means. However, when you deal with goyim, different nations outside of Israel, you had two classifications of non-Jews. You had what was called zarim, or a zar, which means a stranger or strangers. And these are individuals who had no connection or affiliation with the society of Israel. Jews may have had some type of dealings with them, business, merchants, things of that nature, but that's about it. They are a stranger when it comes to all of the customs and the traditions of the Jewish people. The other classification of a non-Jew was considered a nochrim, okay, a necher, and that refers to a paganized non-Jew, an individual who was probably uncivilized or barbaric in that sense, and that refers to a pagan. So it's very, very interesting that we have one word, nachar, in Hebrew, which once again, that word actually refers to being able to discern, recognize, or distinguish, but yet we see it's related to the word nochri, which refers to a pagan. What is the contradistinction between these two terms? When the Torah says Yosef recognized his brothers, he acted like a stranger. He acted like a pagan towards them. Vayar Yosef et Echav, the Torah says. Joseph saw his brothers. He was vayachirim. He recognized. But then vayit nacher alehem. But then he acted strange toward them. He acted like a pagan towards them. And this is interesting when you start to break down the Hebrew, because the verbs hiker, which means to recognize, and hitnaker, which means to act like a stranger, both stem from the same root, nachar. So how did one root come up with apparently opposite meanings? Because the original meaning of nachar would have been to regard as something as strange, to regard intently. When the Torah mentions that Yosef was able to recognize his brothers, but they were not able to recognize him, it teaches that they lacked the spiritual discernment to distinguish that hidden beneath the pagan garments of this alleged Mitzrit, or this Mitzri, I should say, was the soul of a kosher Jew. Now, on a deeper level, the Torah is teaching us in this week's Torah portion that our souls were sent into the lower regions of creation called Mitzrayim. Now, Mitzrayim is not limited to a geographical location in the Middle East and North Africa. And I explained this a dozen times, and I'll explain it here again. In Hebrew, the word Mitzrayim has nothing to do with its Arabic counterpart, or what we call in English Egypt. That's not.
It's Arabic counter. That's kind of a stupid statement, because the Arabic name is, I think it's Masr or Misra. I don't know exactly what it is, but like if you're from Egypt, you're Misri or Mitsri. Like it depends on what region, but the point is that it's the same etymology. But anyway, have you ever heard this interpretation that Mitzrayim, that Egypt isn't like? And it's interesting because you definitely see elements of that get picked up on by like within African American folk religion, like the traditions around like Exodus narratives within the Black community, especially like para and post, like during and after slavery. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, no, you can definitely see why the Black people gravitated to that once they were forced into the Christian paradigm. That the whole Exodus and slavery period is what they were gravitating to.
Oh. Hey, Zero. Nice profile picture. Can you hear us? Zero. Here, let me try this. What about now? Well, hopefully you're there.
He may be working out his mic situation.
Not the concern. In Hebrew, there's a spiritual root to these places. And so the word Mitzrayim comes from the root word mitzar, which means restriction or narrowness.
Right.
And mitzar comes from the two-letter root sar, sari resh, which means troubles or difficulties. And so the reason why many of us cannot recognize, cannot discern, cannot distinguish the essence of our purpose in this world is because we are living in a world of restriction. We are living in a Mitzrayim. The desires of the body consciousness are the primary source of our troubles in this world. And this is also why, when you take a look at it, and I shared during my teaching of Pesach at the Seder, one of the things I like to point out is pay attention to how the word Mitzrayim is spelled in Hebrew. It's spelled Mem Sadi Resh Yud Mem Sofif. We see that the word Mitzrayim begins with a Mem, right? And it ends with a Mem Sofif.
Oh,
a normal Mem has a slight opening into it, just a little hair spread to get in there.
It's like a
but we see
river
the Mem
versus
Sofif is completely closed.
See, I
what does this
forget.
teach us? It's easy to enter Mitzrayim, but it's not easy to break free from Mitzrayim. It's not easy to
I like
escape
that.
from Mitzrayim.
I mean,
Okay?
I don't
Which
like
is
it, but
why
I like
God could take the
interpretation.
Jewish people from out of Mitzrayim, but he could have taken Mitzrayim from out of the Jewish people. And I know we have that same saying in our modern day vernacular as well. You could take the kid out of Brooklyn, but you can't take Brooklyn out the kid, or you could take the gal out of Texas, but you can't take Texas out the gal, right? It's the same concept. It deals with culture, it deals with attitude. You could take the kid out. We have that same saying in our modern day vernacular as well. You could take the kid out of Brooklyn, but you can't take Brooklyn out the kid, or you could take the gal out of Texas, but you can't take Texas out the gal, right? It's the same concept. It deals with culture, it deals with attitude, it deals with certain programs and beliefs. And so Mitzrayim is all about dwelling in a place of limitation. And this is why the Torah, by the time you get to the Chumash Shemot, the book of Exodus, and Parshat Shemot, it mentions that Yaakov's family was descending to Mitzrayim. It's in the present tense. Why is it in the present tense? Because every day somebody is entering into a place of restriction. It's not easy to break free from certain forms of thinking or certain programs that a person has actually been programmed with since their childhood. Now, when Joseph's brothers did not recognize him, It's fascinating that he accused them of spying out the nakedness of the land. Interesting language we find here in Bereshit, Genesis 42, verse 9. And it says over here that Vayizchor Yosef et hachalomot. Joseph is now recalling all the dreams Asher chalam lahem that he dreamt about them. Now this is going back to Parashat Vayeshev, 13 years in the past. Zavayomer alehem. And he says to them, Meraglim atem, you are meraglim, you are spies. What are you doing here? Le'ot et haravat haaretz batem. You come to actually see the nakedness of the land. That's the reason why you're here. Now, this is a very interesting accusation that Yosef is laying against his brothers, because the phrase that I have highlighted in yellow here,
Oh, because they stripped him.
haaretz, it actually refers to the immorality of Mitzrayim. Okay? It's the
Your take is
grotesque
100%
culture,
spot on.
the liberal culture of Mitzrayim, that anything goes under the sun. It is Las Vegas on steroids time 100. Yosef was accusing his brothers of being spiritually blinded. They were only focused on the physical aspect of creation. Now, when Yosef originally asked his brothers where they were from, they responded by telling him that they came from Canaan to buy food. Let's go back here to Genesis 42, verse 7. And then once again, it says, he saw his brothers and he recognized them. However, vayidnacher alehem, but he acted like a stranger towards them. Vayidaber itam kashot, and he spoke very harshly to them. Vayomer, saying alehem to them, me'ain batem. Interesting. From where do you come? Interesting.
And
even how that's phrased, and we'll get to that in a minute. Me'ain batem, vayomeru. They respond, me'eretz Canaan, and it says, Lishbar ochel, to buy some ochel, to buy some food. Now, what you don't see here in the translation is what you see in the original language. Here we see that Yosef's brothers expose their spiritual immaturity. First, Yosef did not ask them what brought them to Mitzrayim. He never asked them that, okay? Rather, he asked them, where are they from? Me'ain batem. The question Me'ain batem is interesting because Yosef is not simply asking about, hey, which city they were from, which borough they were from. Rather,
or which city
he wanted to know where they were coming from spiritually.
Oh.
Batem. So when the brothers responded they came to buy food, this is where Yosef accused them of failing to distinguish their purpose in this world. When the brothers claim to come to purchase food, I want you to pay attention to what the Hebrew says.
So it's almost like they didn't realize that they were there, like, in order to, like, rectify, like, the wrong that they'd done. But on top of that, in order... There's also some of this idea that I think you're not too fond of, this idea of, like, the descent in order to ascend.
No, I understand that. That's, monomyth, hero's journey sort of stuff. You have to descend to the belly of the beast before you can return.
It's more so... So it is interesting. It's almost like Joseph realized that, but what they ended up seeing that as their idea of, like, going down in order to go up is maybe more like that of, like, what the Sabbateans were, like, they got lost in Egypt, but not just like that they got lost in a physical sense, but spiritually.
And I was going to say the other one is here we see where I've watched too many videos with you, because part of what is I half expect the answer to the response of, where are you from is, we come from the land of Canaan, where a milk flowing and honey wonder.
Huh?
Q men at work. I was, we come from the land down under. We come from the land of Canaan. It was a hit song back in the day.
So, it's actually interesting because, so obviously, you're referring to Canaan, but there was also, the whole wedding of Cana, but, let's see, Cana.
You're talking about the Jesus one, right?
Yeah, it's just because, like, with me, the way that my brain hears, oh, interesting. Cana, or literally Kana, reedy, or brook of reeds, literally canes, or Kana, literally Cain, or Kana. Yeah, it would just be. I guess technically it would just be reed or cane, or if you view it as hemp, could just be cannabis. Is a stream referred to in the Hebrew Bible forming the boundary between Ephraim and Manasseh, from the Mediterranean Sea eastward to Tapuach. Interesting. So look, so in Arabic it's Tafuch, but in Hebrew it's Tapuach, means apple. It has been identified with the Sedji streams that constitute the Wadi Talaik, which enters the sea between Joppa or. Oh wait, huh? Who calls it Joppa? Joppa in English, Joppo, Joppa. Who on earth calls it Joppa? Interesting. Wait, what? The town was mentioned in Egyptian sources and the Marna letters as Yapu. Egyptian mythology says that it is named for Japheth, one of the sons of Noah, the one who built it after the flood. The Hellenist tradition links the name to Iopeia or Cassiopeia, mother of Andromeda. An outcropping of rocks near the harbor is reputed to have been the place where Andromeda was rescued by Perseus. Pliny the Elder associated the name with Iopa, daughter of Aeolus, god of the wind. The medieval Arab geographer Al-Muqaddasi referred to it as Jaffa. Interesting. I think they would have tried to Jaffa. It means like beautiful. Anyway, y'all there?
Mm-hmm. Yep, I'm here.
All right, so let's see. What was so?
Good to hear you got the mic going, Zero.
Yeah. Ooh, interesting. The book of Joshua also refers to a town named Kana in the north of the territory of the tribe of Asher, where they're probably the ones who would have grown it. It has been identified with Ain Kana, a village on the brow of a valley of some 7 miles southeast of Tyre. About a mile north of this place are many colossal ruins strewn about, and in the side of a neighboring ravine are figures of men, women, and children cut in the face of the rock and supposed to be of Phoenician origin. Interesting.
Yeah, did they use hemp for the sails and the ships and all?
Almost certainly. I mean, I want to say 100% sure yes, but like realistically, we can never know 100% sure except if we find, I mean, I'm pretty sure they found.
We do find remains and stuff. I don't know what they tested it as.
It's like in the United States, all that stuff was buried. They removed it from the Smithsonian and stuff. That George Washington grew hemp and all that.
Yeah. Anyway, let's see. Where were we? Here, we'll start reading in a moment, and then we'll power through this.
They also try to hide those World War II signs about, hemp for victory and such.
Oh, yeah.
They came to 𤤅𤤂𤐤𝐿, okay, to buy food, but what does that actually mean? It actually has a deeper meaning.
They wanted to store up.
Shavar that's used over here.
Store,
it literally means to break or to shatter. And the word ochel, which we also use as food, it literally means to consume, like obviously to eat. Now, what's interesting is that the word shavar is a reminiscence to what's called the shivrat hakelim, the shattering of the vessels, which is a Kabbalistic concept to the creation scheme of the entire world, this world and the worlds above and things of nature. And I actually talked about that a little bit in my Parsha Toledot teaching on the clip of Esav. So the Torah tells us when Yosef arose to power in Mitzrayim, it mentioned that he invested in gathering all of the holy sparks.
What's the context of the term recreational use? Obviously there's, you have recreational part. Was it recreational center? Plenty of context for recreational, but actually think about what that means. especially in the context of psychedelics. Like this, it means to like recreate. And like it's kind of interesting that, you know, within our society, I don't know, like, you know, there's this idea that there's, you know, medical drug use, there's like psychedelic drug use, and then there's recreational drug use. But like at the end of the day, I feel like the way we use the term recreational versus what it actually means is like two different things. And like,
Don't
also,
forget spiritual drug use.
Born again.
basically, yeah. I mean, like, especially because there are some things that can, you know, basically make you feel like, you know, you're at the beginning of creation. And so it's like, well, obviously you're not, because you never will be.
You
But, like,
become you become the most high.
So is that what Elyon means?
In
But-
the Enuma Elish, the Sumerian epic, went on high.
And again, then you have the other side of looking at it. Isn't every moment the moment of creation?
Yeah. It's like, oof. It's the type of thing that could give someone existential nightmares.
It was a nightmare when the one was only one.
So if that's the case, why do people do why do people do drugs that make them feel that way then?
Well, it's the truth. It's a reminder, and then you go through the process again anew.
Enu ma elish. See what I did there?
Sparks. Okay, from these shattered vessels. What do I mean? What holy sparks? Take a look here in Genesis 41, verse 9. It says, Vayitzbor Yosef. Yosef collected bar. Okay, bar. Now, translations will say grain, right? Collected grain. Bar kechol hayam, like the sand of the sea. Harbe me'od, in great abundance. Okay? Aki chadal lispor ki ein mispar. Until he ceased counting, for there was no number. So he, once again, bar deals with something shattered, deals with a fractal. And so what we see is that Yosef is not just collecting physical grain, he's also collecting holy sparks. So Yosef was very displeased with his brothers.
It's like a video game
when he
collecting
approached
the holy
them.
sparks.
Why? Well, instead of actually focusing and gathering the holy sparks from the Shivrat HaKelim, they were busy consuming the sparks. Lish baruchel, we come to consume it. So this indicated Yosef's brothers were still trapped in a klipa, okay? Still in a klipa. And that's why he says, no. Atem lirot et ravat haaretz batem. You fools, you've come to actually look at the nakedness of the land. You came to indulge. You came to be excited by what the Yetzer Hara, the taiva, the pleasures can offer you here. You came here for entertainment. That's what you came here for. Yeah, you came.
Yeah, you came here because you wanted to see girls from the lower Nile, huh? Where they don't wear pants on the sunny side of... shoot. I did not think this went through. Sunny side of... Wait.
There's a town in France where the naked ladies dance.
No, but it has to be
The boys
Egypt.
don't care because they wear no underwear.
It's got to be Egypt, my dude.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's ruined. It's got to be Egypt for the analogy.
Perry and Pharaoh.
You're trying to look under ISIS's veil to see what's down there in Lower Egypt.
Blavatsky has a solution for you, and it's in her book, ISIS Unveiled. Ugh. Seriously, that lady, I mean, given it could have just been that, like, someone would have done it. She might have just ultimately been a pawn in the whole thing, but she's responsible for so much hatred, yet some people are convinced she's responsible for so much enlightenment, which was really just her restating other spiritual traditions.
But they were traditions that people hadn't been exposed to. So, again, it's one of those double-edged swords. It's kind of both of those are true. She is responsible for a lot of hatred, and she is responsible for a lot of enlightenment.
Why is she responsible for a lot of hatred?
How do I say it? Basically, I mean, I don't want to get into this because we're already, kind of far off from. But basically, she was very anti-Semitic, had a lot of racist opinions, and apparently, because she was enlightened, and a lot of enlightened people now are against hatred and that stuff, people kind of just imagine her to be a kind lady when in reality she was. And again, nothing wrong with. There's plenty of nice people who chain smoke, but for context, she was basically she from what I understand, she never put down. She never stopped smoking. Which I mean, I guess this might be a bit hypocritical. The difference is, this is cannabis, but it also doesn't linger like the smell. I don't know. Anyway,
I see it as like people ignoring Margaret Sanger, the founder of Planned Parenthood's inherent racism. Very stated, very recorded.
So you're talking about some other figure, not the goddess Isis.
Right. Ariel's talking about the book Isis Unveiled, which was by Helena Blavatsky.
The interesting thing with Sanger is there's some people so I mean a lot of people who just don't know better, but then there's also some anti-Semites who try to spread it. Basically, they try to claim that Margaret Sanger was Jewish, and she most certainly was not. The reason she has a Jewish sounding last name is because she happened to marry a Jew, but she wasn't Jewish herself.
Yeah.
But even that,
she's an example of somebody who's resulted in good and and bad as well, and had racist opinions and all that.
Yeah, it's almost like the way. I mean, I think the way we can view mothers and fathers of different movements who are actually kind of pretty terrible people on their own right, but then were responsible for something good. It's almost like that was their child, and there's plenty of people who are absolutely wonderful people, and their parents are some of the worst people imaginable. It's you're not determined. Your parents don't define you.
Exactly. And they have some good ideas. You just needed another generation to toss the bath water and keep the baby.
Wait, you mean no? Toss the eugenics and keep the family planning.
Exactly. The women's health.
Yeah, it's also interesting that there's about the it's so off topic, but about the whole role that what was it? I think it was Julian Huxley. He was part of the eugenicist movement.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, puts a whole new spin on Brave New World.
At least it wasn't Aldous.
It's so strange. It's anyway. Let's see. So let's get back to this.
I think we need to get back to Joseph.
Came for food to keep your body in survival mode, but other for night you came here for something else. That's what it is. And this is why the Torah tells us that Yosef acted like a stranger, like a pagan. They couldn't discern, they couldn't distinguish. So what do we learn from this? What's the application? When we lose focus of our spiritual origins, we will lose focus on our purpose in this world. The reason why we lose focus on our mission in this world and our spiritual origins is that we allow ourselves to be governed by body consciousness instead of the soul. Now, a few years ago, I remember I was listening to a story of a Baal Shuva. For those who don't know, a Baal Shuva is someone who is secular, a chiloni as they call it, and they did Shuva, repented for lack of better terms, to return to Hashem. And this individual Baal Shuva mentioned the time that they were serving in the IAF, the Israeli Air Force. And so the Baal Shuva mentioned that one day he went out for training and he was learning what's called ACM, which means air combat maneuvering for those who are in the Air Force. And so on this one particular maneuver, this Baal Shuva mentioned that he started to experience a very strong case of a vertigo effect. Now, when a pilot experiences the vertigo effect, they may feel like while they're in the plane that they're gaining altitude, but really they're losing altitude. And so on this one specific maneuver that the Baal Teshuva was performing, he felt like he was really gaining altitude. But as he looked down at his altimeter, okay, he started to realize that he was at risk of crashing the aircraft. And so within a split second, the Baal Teshuva overcame any vertigo that he was feeling, and he was able to pull the plane back up. And so once he landed on the ground, his commander came and yelled at him and said that, hey, listen, you were one click away from dying. In military terms, a click is about 1 kilometer. Okay, 1 kilometer away from dying. So when sharing this story, the Baal Teshuva mentioned that what he experienced is very similar to how we struggle with the desires of the body. In other words, we may feel that we are gaining altitude in life by chasing after a certain taiva, a certain desire, whether that's money, fame, a business. And it doesn't have to be so flamboyant, like, I'm chasing big 𝐤𝐉. Words. We may feel that we are gaining altitude in life by chasing after a certain taiva, a certain desire, whether that's money, fame, a business. And it doesn't have to be so flamboyant, whether that's by chasing after a certain taiva, a certain desire, whether that's money, fame, a business. And it doesn't have to be so flamboyant, like, I'm chasing big 𝐤𝐉, big money around. It could be anything that a person's yetzer hara has duped them into thinking that that is the derech they need to be on, or this is the derech they need to be on. And while they're pursuing those specific interests, they may think that they're gaining altitude. But when they look at their spiritual altimeter, they notice that they're on the verge of crashing. Now, in last week's Torah portion in Parashat 𐤅𐤉𝐤𝐿, when Yosef staged to have his cup of divination stashed in Binyamin's bag, we see something interesting over there. We read that the brothers responded in fear that they and their chamorim, their donkeys, were going to be imprisoned as slaves by Yosef. Look here at Genesis chapter 43, verse 18. And it says, the men became very, very afraid when they were brought back to Yosef's house. Not his house. I don't think he was watering the garden. Excuse the typo, but back to Beit Yosef. Vayomeru al devar hakesef hashav. Why? They said, because the money has been replaced, has actually returned to our sacks. Okay? So that a charge can be fabricated against us, that it crashed down on us. And then look what it says here, that we will be V'lachachat otanu, be taken la'avadim, as slaves, as servants, ve'et chamorenu, as well as our donkeys. Okay, let's think about this. Okay, why was Yosef's brothers so concerned about their donkeys? Like, Yosef is not only going to take us as servants, but for collateral damage, he's going to repo my donkey. Like, now, in the ancient world, donkeys were the equivalent of a pickup truck, right? You would schlep all your material around from point Aleph to point B. No problem. I get it. Okay, so maybe Yosef was in the business of selling some used donkeys, like a car salesman, right? On the lot here today, we have Bilam's donkey, priced at maybe about 500 shekels, whatever it was worth back in the day before today's inflation, probably be 5 million shekels, right? But back to the point at hand. Why would Yosef's brother, or Yosef enslave his brother's donkeys? I mean, like, if I enslave you, right, and you come to my country and I falsely accuse you of doing the things Yosef was claiming to his brothers, and you come there, and let's say in today's modern age, you're driving a Rolls Royce, a Lamborghini, a Jaguar, or whatever, right? You're driving around. And I say, hey, you know what? I'm going to take you as my Evet, but also I'm going to take your car. What's that to an actual person of royal power like Yosef? I mean, why? I'm sure he has plenty of donkeys. So why does the Torah have to actually add donkeys? What does that mean? Well, the Torah is always trying to convey to us something deeper. Now, once again, we can read the English and read donkey, but that doesn't mean anything. It's only when we look at the
Chamar. Wait.
Your ass is mine.
What?
Your ass is mine.
No, so I think Homer Chomer means like substance, I think.
The Hebrew that we actually draw a deeper meaning. In Hebrew, the word chamor, which is donkey, is the word on your list.
What is it? Oh my god, I think I'm wrong. I'm not sure. Wait, what did I say I thought it was? I thought it was substance or... Oh my god, I am not sure.
Left there. It's related to the Hebrew word chomer. They're spelled exactly the same, but obviously with the nikudot, the vowel points, they're different. In fact,
No,
you
they're
see
not
that
spelled the
the
same.
mem and vav are
They're switched.
changed within each other's position.
Wait,
Chamor, the mem and vav, the vowel points, they're different. Actually the same. But it's related to the Hebrew word chomer. They're spelled exactly the same.
No, they're not.
But obviously with the
They have the
nikudot, the
same
vowel
letters,
points,
not spelled
they're
the same.
different. In fact, you see that the mem and vav are changed within each other's position. Chamor, chomer.
No, they have different vowels as well.
Okay. So chomer in Hebrew, it refers to, how can I explain this in English equivalents? It refers to physical things, but it refers
Substance.
to coarse physical nature. A lot of times, chomer is used to describe mortar and brick. Okay.
I think, like, substance, is that a good word? Do you think I caught it, more or less?
Material, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say so.
But I feel like this idea, it's like on a spiritual level, what does it mean?
Inside of the Torah, when you look at building material. So it describes the coarse material that makes up the solid compound of objects such as blocks or concrete and things of that nature. And obviously a chamor is a vehicle that transports that physical material. So what we learn from this is that Yosef's brothers were trapped in a klipa, materialism. That's why he accused them of spying out the ahavat haaretz. You are only enticed by the physical nature of this reality that your soul came down into. You're in a restricted.
Anyway, that's a good place to start at because we need to start. Let's see. Barechu et Adonai HaMevorach. Baruch Adonai HaMevorach Haolam Va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu Elohei haolam, Eloheinu melech haolam, asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim, ונתן לנו את תורתו. Baruch atah Adonai נותן התורה. So technically it starts here. So Vayomer Yisrael Rav Od Yosef beni chaya elecha Verenu beterem amut. And Israel said, enough. Joseph, my son, still lives. I will go and I will see him before I die. So here we are at starting chapter 46:1. Well, technically continuing 46:1. Vayisa Yisrael v'chol asher lo vayavo beras shava vayisbach zachim lelohei aviv Yitzchak. And Israel like Esau traveled with all that was his, and he came to Beersheba. Oh, and he went from Beersheba? No, he came to Beersheba, and he sacrificed sacrifices. Or I guess you could say offered sacrifices. He slaughtered sacrifices to Elohei Aviav, to the father, to the God, literally to the gods of his father, or God of his father, Isaac. Vayomer Elohim leIsrael b'marot halayla Vayomer Yaakov Vayomer Hineni. And Elohim said to Israel at Marat Halayla, in a bimerot, in a vision, in a night vision or in a dream. No, but literally a vision, a night, in a vision at a vision of the night. And he said Jacob, and Jacob said, "Here I am." Wait. No, he said, Jacob, Jacob, and he said, here. That doesn't make sense. I think what it is, and he said Jacob, and Jacob said, here am I. I feel like it's almost this idea of mirroring. Also, look at this. Mir'ah can also be a mirror. So it could be the mirror of night. In the mirror of night, I wonder if there's any interpretation on this. I'm going to look that up real quick. Any thoughts?
Psychic vision, distance viewing.
Let's see. Vayomer Yaakov. The reason this call to Jacob is repeated is to illustrate that for how many years Jacob had not been favored with a communication from God. By repeating his name at this point, Jacob was alerted to the fact that he would receive such a prophetic insight. I still feel like it's saying that because he's saying Jacob, and Jacob's saying, I'm here. Also, just that word, it's kind of interesting because the first time I'd ever actually, I mean, I probably heard it before, but like the first time it really registered, that word hineni, was actually in a Leonard Cohen song. Let's see. Question.
I was gonna say, and here I wouldn't think you would know Leonard Cohen song references.
Seriously? Do you have any idea if you play a video, like is it the video itself that will a video get you tagged for copyright, or is it just the music?
I think the music can too.
Actually, let me see.
No, I was just gonna say, because I know it's like I've always been a Leonard Cohen fan, and I was always in the minority on that. So, us in the different age groups, I would have thought that he would have escaped been under your radar, but cool.
He's not as obscure as he once was.
I
remember people not be understanding when I was so hyped for when I'm Your Man came out. So.
Damn, I can't use the video. Whatever. Doesn't matter. All right, so let's see lyrics for You Want It Darker lyrics. You know that song?
Oh yeah.
I think this song was like the last one he released. It was a week or two before he died.
No, he was one of those people. He left it all on the road.
Oh shoot, no, don't want to actually play it. If you were the dealer, I'm out of the game. If you were the healer, it means I'm broken and lame. Shoot, you know what? Reading this, I want to find if there's a Hebrew version of this, and if not, I want to make it.
No, that would be cool.
Yeah, I just have to find someone who actually can, play an instrument. Though honestly, I feel like the way that my voice gets sometimes at night like this, especially after a stream, like it's definitely the perfect voice for this, like to do. But especially because it's not like it's really relying on the music of the actual, not so much singing. It's literally just like reading it to the music. But
Well, that's Leonard's voice too. So.
yeah, true.
There was a term that the guy was using in the video about the pilot. Wouldn't it like 𝐤�𐤉𤂂𐤔?
Vertigo.
Well, he seemed to be using it for the pilot. Are you saying that's what the term vertigo is?
No, you're saying Baal Teshuvah?
Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah.
He seemed to be referring to him in a role rather than who he was.
Oh, but yeah, it's just like it would. Right. It would be like, I mean, it's obviously different context, but it would be kind of like referring to someone as a convert. Except the difference is that, like, how do I explain it? Like, even though from Jewish tradition, like converts are seen as very like they're not looked down upon at all. They're actually looked up upon, but not in so far as that we should go out and convert people. It's just people who end up converting, like they're viewed as being just as Jewish because their soul is Jewish, and at the end of the day, it's the soul that matters, not the body. And at the end of the day, this idea that the soul can overtake the body to the point where it's like, even if you weren't born to a Jewish family, if you're a Jewish in spirit, again, it's kind of like, what does that even really mean? I mean, it's a discussion for another time, but basically, to say someone's a Baal Teshuvah is like saying someone didn't grow up religious and then they became religious. So it's like, oh, they weren't taught about God, but they found God. It's like it's seen as very, very special.
But yeah, and it doesn't relate over to that 𝐤�𐤂𤂃 that was also just mentioned.
No, not at all. Baal, you have Baal and Be'er. Be'er means well, Baal means Lord or master. It means someone who is mastered. And then Teshuvah is repentance, or it's a bad translation. It's not repentance. It's literally returning. So it's someone who's mastered returning. This idea of like returning to God. But I suspect that it's probably in its original like rabbinic context, it probably referred to something much more mystical. But anyway, on that note,
like returning to the well.
No, not the well. Like, where are you getting the connection between the two?
Just the kind of I guess I'm.
I mean,
it's a certain similar
actually,
structure.
Technically speaking, you might not be wrong because there is a connection. Like, for instance, you have the Mazalot, but they were also called the Mazarot. And so if you are, yeah, because Be'er is Bet, Ayin, Resh, and that, wait, no, is it? No, I don't know.
But the latter part, the Shavuot, Shabbat.
No, it's not. It's no, because so the root of Teshuvah is actually Shuv, and the root of what was the other one you were saying?
Is it 𝐤�𐤂𤂃?
Oh, Sheva is Shava. So one means 7, and the other means means return. It's I really think I don't see a connection there personally. But anyway, here I just want to read this before we get back on track. But if you are the dealer, I'm out of the game. If you are the healer, it means I'm broken and lame. If thine is the glory, then mine must be the shame. You on it darker, we kill the flame. Magnified, sanctified, be thy holy frame. Vilified, crucified in the human frame. It's interesting because I feel like there's people who they look at this. I mean, like, obviously there is a way you could view this if you're Christian as Jesus, and people are going to view this as, crucified. Oh yeah, who's that? But literally, that's how the Romans punished all their enemies, or at least if they really wanted to make them suffer. I mean, I'm sure there were other ways to make them suffer, but like that's really if you wanted to make someone languish. But I mean, here's what I always read from this: vilified, crucified in the human frame, a million candles burning for the help that never came. Like that. I mean, I read that previously in the context of the Holocaust, but like now with everything going on, separate from the politics, I mean, it's fucked up that someone would even have to say. I mean, I don't look at it within how, like, that's not how I view it. It's fucked up that so many people view it that way. But basically, that whether it's the people in Gaza who just want the bombardment to stop, or the basically they just want it to stop, and then you have the hostages who are still trapped there. But just this idea of a million candles burning, like this idea of people put candles there in their memory afterwards, but ultimately that like the people that are there, like the candles are there because the help never came.
Seems pretty kind of Gnostic, being trapped in the physical form.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I took him as, is basically his soul was nailed to the physical form sort of concept.
Yeah. You want it darker? Hineni. And that's really, this part always gave me chills, that because Hineni, and even saying it twice, like that's biblical. But the part where it's "I'm ready, my Lord," I'm not actually aware of any. I don't know that from any Hebrew. So what that makes me think is, like, in some way he was almost like saying that he was ready to to move on.
Definitely.
And like that, whenever I hear it, always gives me chills. This is interesting. There's a lover in the story, but the story's still the same. There's a paradox. There's a lullaby for suffering and a paradox to blame. But it's written in the scriptures, and it's not some idle claim. You want a darker weak whole thing. But like, what's there's a lullaby for what, that people write like songs about suffering, and it's almost like, maybe it's like people write lullabies for the suffering, and inevitably is about the suffering, and so in some ways that's taught to the next generation. And despite the fact that it's about this, it's almost like in trying to remember it, you also end up passing it on to the next generation. And this idea that it's a lullaby, but it's also like, is it for suffering or is it because of suffering? I don't know. What is this? They're lining up the prisoners and the guards are taking aim. I struggled with some demons. They were middle class and tame. I didn't know I had permission to murder and to maim. You want it darker? Hineni. I'm ready, my Lord. Magnified, sanctified be thy holy name. Vilified, crucified in the whole human frame. So there's another reference to this. I mean, you definitely picked up on it with the whole idea of with the Gnostic overtones, but this idea that especially within like mystical Judaism, that like God basically conceals sparks, or like like different ways of viewing, either like sparks or like scintillas made up of like basically sparks of himself, if that makes, or sparks of itself, or whatever. But then there's also this idea of like they're like, in the same way that what is it? Basically, like at the moment of the emission of seed from a man, there's this belief that there's this angel that takes this holy seed from the tree of life in heaven, or like in the Garden of Eden, takes the seed and puts it into the physical seed, and like has this conversation with the like the spirit or the spark or like the soul, the soul, which is the seed of the tree of life, and basically, says, hey, you're going to go through all, just this idea of, it's not big G God, but it's like almost this idea of, little G gods, or basically this, like, and also because there's this one I think it's in Exodus, I forgot where, but where, let's see. Here, I just want to get this thought off. Oh, what was I saying? That, this idea of like, what was this? I think it's like, for know that you are gods or something, but it's like, it's not, at least within tradition, it's not supposed to be understood literally, but there is kind of this like, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, because there's also this understanding that Elohim can refer to powerful people, but it's like, so what actually distinguishes human from God at that point? And it's kind of clear that it's at that end of the, especially it gets difficult if you start going back far enough, because this idea of, oh, well, humans have bodies and gods are, spiritual, they don't have physical existence. Well, that's not necessarily true in some cases. So it's like, it's hard to really just, try and make it fit exactly. But
the children of God.
Yeah. Let's see. So Carrie said, I'm off to sleep. I saw you were alive and wanted to say hello. Reincarnation. Innocent people vilified and cut down and oppressed for Christian to be savior. Now I lay me down to sleep. Adam said, God bless. And then Carrie said, I say it's about bastardization of spirituality through religious teachings. Honestly, I mean, the thing that I just keep coming back to is that people can't translate like pure spiritual experiences into things that are, I mean, and I guess you could argue there's cases where they can, but like if it's purely like, if there's enough of that spiritual like connection, regardless of whether you view it as like, like entheogenic or just something that is like literally like endogenous, like it's whether it's something that you imbibe or something that's just the result of circumstance, whatever that be. I definitely think that if it's spiritual enough, regardless of what's causing it, it's going to be to the point where even if you have like a set of like images or like, basically like a video playing in your mind, there's only so much you can actually get from that, because the way that your mind works when you're in like a different brain state, like, I mean, you can talk about mind states, but at the end of the day, it's also like, it's something that it's detectable in your brain. Like the thing is, for better or for worse, I mean, I'd say for better, because, is it really good if, I mean, would we want our brains to be constantly being scanned? But like, imagine that if you could just have like a snapshot at any moment and you're like, oh, wow, I just had a really enlightening experience. Just like it definitely would be detectable. It's just a question of like, okay, but what I think there's a lot of people who they could go with that and be like, okay, X equals what, like, no, I'm not going to make any claims, because I don't, honestly, I don't know that much about that. But what I do know is that they like, people don't just feel different all of a sudden for no reason. Like, I don't know what the reason is, but like, it's quantifiable. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they're different. It's different for a reason. You may not know the reason, and you may not know the reason for a long time, if ever, but there's definitely a reason. Okay.
Yeah. I think this is true. Carrie said, if your spirituality depends on anything from the hands of humans, So I mean, I think that's I wouldn't say it depends on it. Like basically, if you rely on it for authority, that I think that might be what you're saying. Like at the end of the day, there's nothing wrong with taking bits and pieces, but at the end of the day, you shouldn't just be taking what someone else said and try to recreate that. But let's see. Adam said, "Soon it'll be the blessed month of Janus or Aeon." Interesting. How do you connect Aeon to that? Is it just the idea of like the end and the beginning? And then Carrie said Christians, Muslims, Islamic, Muslim, etc. It's kind of it's kind of interesting. Like, I mean, so that term Islamic Muslim, like I'm guessing you mean like Islamicist, but like because I mean, think about that. They're like, what is a Judaicist Jew or a Christianist Christian? Like, it's something that really only, at the end of the day, I guess we just refer to it as like fundamentalist. But it is kind of interesting that for whatever reason, like when what are your thoughts? What are y'all's thoughts on that? Why is it that when you have someone who's Muslim and they happen to be extremist, that they're referred to Islamicist? Why aren't they just referred to as extremist Muslim, just like extremist Christian or like fundamentalist or whatever?
Well, in my opinion, when you add the ist, you're making them an extremist. If it's just they're either a Muslim or a like they're a follower of Islam or an Islamist. It's basically like they're a supremacist for Islam.
But I get that, but like we don't what about Buddhist or Taoist? Or is it not because it's not Taoist?
Yeah, I was going to say I see your point, but I think you understand the difference in meaning and as to why it became Islamicist was used. It's what term do you suggest instead? Because you're suggesting two terms.
So, I mean, Carrie said most Jewish practices are philosophical in nature and not holding your spirituality as blackmail. I mean, I do agree in some ways. At the same time, internally within communities, it definitely happens. Like I would be really remiss not to mention that. It in all honesty, it happens in all communities. Like, but it tends to be worse in like the more insular ones, just by nature. And I think that's just a human thing. The more insular you are, the more ability there is for people to take advantage or to even like I don't even think it's as simple as to be taken advantage of, but also the more insular communities are, the more easy it. So this is one of the things that increased trust within insular communities. It's a positive, but it could also be a negative. I mean, you have affinity fraud. You have people who pretend to. I mean, generally, if it's insular enough, it's kind of hard to fake it. But the point is, you could be a legitimate part of the community and then just happen to be a real shitty person. And I mean, look at what Madoff did. So, a lot of people, they don't realize that Madoff, some of the, I mean, again, not to mention everyone else, but one of the organizations and like a lot of like beneficiaries of grants from this organization, Hadassah, actually had to stop funding a lot of charitable organizations because of the fact that they had invested so much with Madoff. And Hadassah is a historical I forget if it goes before America, but a historical Jewish women's organization, and he scammed the shit out of them. Like that's the thing. Affinity fraud, like when people scam other people, if they unless it's, I mean, nowadays you have, electronic scams, so it's different, but generally scams in the same way as abuse tends to be against people that are within your own community, people that or rather, I mean, hopefully you wouldn't, this proverbial you wouldn't be the abuser, but the point is people that it's easier for them to be scammed by someone that they trust than someone that they don't. It's just, that's natural because you're not going to trust a stranger the way you would someone that you know, which is kind of why there's nothing wrong with always being skeptical, but at the same time, you shouldn't always have, like, basically, you should always, and see, this is the thing, you shouldn't always feel like you have to defend yourself. Like, you know, you shouldn't always feel like there's a threat, but realistically, there always potentially is. So it's kind of just, you know, be aware of your surroundings, but not to the point that you're like, you see everyone as a threat, because then you can never relax.
Yeah, some of what you're talking about, Ariel, I sort of use my definitions. I go with spiritual as being the individual's relationship with God, and religion is the group activity. And the two come into conflict, and it's that conflict that can be a problem. It's not that your spirituality is wrong or the religion is inherently wrong. It's a bad fit between the two, if that makes sense. Hey.
Yeah. So Adam said Aeon is supposed to be born on January 6th. In what was then Alexandria, some believers celebrated the birth of Aeon, or the Orphic Phanes. So this is interesting, because January... Oh, that's weird. That's weird in light of what happened on January 6th a few years ago.
Oh yeah, that was their Christmas, as in the Eastern Orthodox.
Yeah. Well, I was talking about the capital shit, but yeah, no, that was the first thing.
I mean. Trump must.
But you know, Trump isn't an Orthodox Christian. He's not an Orthodox anything.
He's the Messiah to them.
Not to them. The Orthodox Christians, their Messiah's Putin.
I thought Trump was an Orthodox narcissist.
Yeah.
No, because he can't even do that correctly.
He sure keeps trying.
All right, let's see. Are there any more lines I didn't read? No, it's just repeating again. And then at the very end, Hineni, 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 I'm ready, my lord. Hineni, 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 Hineni. I mean, in some ways, almost... Let's see, what's to say? The title track to Leonard Cohen's most recent album, announced on his 82nd birthday, delves into an unflinching exploration of the religious mind, according to a press release. The artist's son, Adam Cohen, produced the track to haunting effect, juxtaposing his father's minimalist vocal delivery with the sublime sounds of Montreal's cantor Gideon Zalmayer and the Shar Hashemayim synagogue choir. The song's length, 444, may reflect the connotation of number 4 as the throne of God in Hebrew symbolism. It's the number associated with mercy. This would align with the idea that Cohen, feeling his death imminent, was preparing to be received in paradise with the song. In fact, Cohen did die on November 7th, 2016, less than 2 months after the song was released. Wow. Let's see. Wow.
And as in earlier, what the guy was saying, you know, where you from? What set you climbing? And they claim Canaan, the land of the wild weed, where the wild weed grows, when they should have been saying, I don't know, what was it, Bethel or...
Wait, what?
Where are you from? And like, you know, they're from Canaan rather than land of Israel. Well, yeah. Jacob becoming Israel.
Oh, like you're saying that they didn't say from Israel?
Yeah, you know, he was talking about, you know, he was calling them out. Where are you from? Spiritual, kind of spiritually. You know,
oh, okay, I see what you mean.
I came from the dirt, made from clay.
Now let's see where are we. Vayomer Hanochi Ha'el Elohei Avicha Al Tira Merda Mi Mitzrayma Ki Lagoy Gadol Hashimcha Sham ואנוכי ארד עמך מצרימה, ואנוכי אעלך גמולה, ויוסף ישית ידו על עיניך. ויקם יעקב מבאר שבע, וייסעו בני ישראל את יעקב אביהם, ואת טפם ואת נשיהם בגלות אשר שלח פרעה לשאת אותו. And he said, I am the God. I am the God, Elohei Avicha, the God or gods of your father. Al tira, do not fear. Mirda, marada, yarad, rada. Do not fear descending to Egypt. Because I will place you, or I will set you up to be a goy gadol, a great nation. And again, here it's to emphasize goy. Nothing bad about goy. Israel is referred to as a goy. It's just the context of like hagoy shalanu, like our nation, or hagoyim, like contextually, like the nations. And again, there can get this like inside outside element that develops, but again, it's something that on some element is kind of natural to any persecuted group. Again, some people can take it in nasty directions, but it's not inherently nasty.
And those that can overcome it are better than those who can't.
Yeah. So yeah, here goy means community, nation, people. From what is this? Goyaich. Interesting. Do you think Tidal, king of Goyim? Maybe it's not Goisha. Maybe it's Goyimsha. I'm joking. Okay, let's see. So, okay, so I'm the do not fear. Wait, where was I? Oh, all right. Moving on. I will go down with you to Egypt, and I will bring you up. I will bring you up also. I will bring you up and also Joseph? Wait. I will and I will bring you and also up? And I myself will also bring you up? Oh, okay, that makes more sense. So I will go down with you. I will also bring you up. Oh, because it's literally bring up you up. But you could just read it as bring you up is bring. The up is contextual because the up is where you're bringing them, but you're bringing them to up. So it's like you're bringing them up to up, if that makes any sense. And so you just reduce it to bring up. Language is fascinating. So, and I will also bring him up. And Joseph, Yashit, Yado, will place his hand, al einecha, upon your eyes. Like, to cover your eyes? I don't know what the context of this is. I guess it's saying to cover your eyes. I wonder, what is this understanding it as? Y'all have any thoughts while I'm trying to find?
I got nothing. How about you, Zero?
What is this phrase again?
Oh, that and Joseph's hand shall close your eyes, or shall be over your eyes. So the gam, here this says the word gam also, which appears superfluous, means that not only would his bones be buried in the cave of Machpelah, but that all the bones of his children would also find their eternal resting place in the Holy Land. He also assured him that Joseph would be present when it came time for him to die. And Joseph will place his hand on your eyes and close them forever. This was an accepted custom in those days. It implied that Joseph would also be instrumental in his remains being transferred to the cave of Machpelah. A different interpretation of this verse, the words Alenecha are not to be understood literally, but are to be derived from the word ayin, being used to refer to something as someone's fountain essence, as in Ayin Yaakov, like the fountain of Jacob, where it refers to the personification of Jacob. Oh, like the fount, like the source. The personification of what Yaakov stood for. According to this interpretation, God assured Yaakov that in Joseph he will have a suitable successor. He will take care ably of all his needs. Interesting. Oh, interesting. Let's see, what is this? So, Dot's Kanim said, I, God speaking, will go down with you to Egypt, and I will also go back up with you for you to be buried in the land of Canaan. The wording, when examined closely, implies that whereas God personally will accompany him on his way down to Egypt, an agent of his will supervise the return of the land to Canaan. An agent of his... Interesting. Where God will personally accompany him on the way down to Egypt, an agent of his will supervise the return to the land of Canaan of his body when the time came. Proof for this interpretation is the fact that although 70 of his descendants have been mentioned as coming to Egypt, only 69 names have been listed, i.e. God himself is considered as making up the 70. What? 70th. Compare Deuteronomy 10:22. When the Israelites eventually would leave Egypt, there was also one missing to make up the number 600,000, this one being God. This is why no precise number was quoted in Exodus 12:37 for the number of males that left Egypt, although on several counts in the desert, each time a precise number of the adult males is given. Another interpretation, the words Anochi, A'elecha, Gamala, are a correction by God for when Yaakov had thought of as a descent to Egypt. God tells him that far from it being a descent, it will be seen as an ascent by the time his descendants will leave Egypt. What do you think do you think it almost seems like it's saying they have to be Egyptianized? Like they have to be Egyptianized in order to be de-Canaanized. It's almost like they have to be I wonder if this has anything to do with the idea of the belief in one God that was sparked in Egypt.
It could be a reference to that. Again, it could be sort of, you guys just need a good delousing with all those thick beards and hair all over you.
Dude, really bad echoes of really bad times.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking it more like, again, a flea infection sort of thing, know, with the Egyptians doing all their shaving. You guys, you need to shave sometime.
Don't forget circumcision. I'm sure they never forgot it.
I was going to say that they at least they share that with the Jews. They can understand that.
Yeah. Okay. So, what connections do you see between Genesis and the biblical God? I mean, just the idea of the beginning and the end, like the basic stuff. But I mean, not necessarily. I definitely see a connection between the image of Janus on the doorpost and the idea of a mezuzah, of like God watching over versus Janus watching over. But yeah, like I definitely see a connection between the mezuzah and the Janus on the doorway, where it's like, on one going in, on the other going out, but also that is like the image where it's on both sides. So it's almost like, I forget if it was on both sides of the doorpost, but it was where it would be facing both sides or both ways. Let's see, Carrie said, crooks find easy prey in systems that hold your spirituality too. Agreed. Let's see. Carrie agrees with you, Graham. Okay, I really should have gone to bed a half hour ago, but you're talking interesting stuff. Well, glad to know it's interesting. Good to see you all. Have beautiful days indeed. You as well. So let's continue here. Where are we? Oh yeah, so I will. Let's see. I want to see if I could find any other commentary on this. Ooh, okay, this looks good. You have to realize that the manifestation of God's presence, Shekhinah, occurs in a variety of forms and degrees. We are taught in Avot 3:6 that when 10 people sit together and are preoccupied with Torah, the Shekhinah rests amongst them. Jesus is like, well, wherever two or more are gathered, I'm there. But honestly, I think he's referring to the Shekhinah. I think he's like, for lack of a better term, kind of channeling it. But the Shekhinah rests amongst them. The rabbis in the Mishnah, there are at pains to prove from scriptural quotations that even a single individual studying Torah is accompanied by the Shekhinah. Whoa, so you don't even need two people. On the other hand, we find that the Shekhinah did not descend from heaven to take up residence amongst the Jewish people until the latter had established the tabernacle. Compare Exodus 40:35, and had made numerous preparations to qualify for hosting the Shekhinah. How is it possible that no such preparations appear to be required for an individual who studies Torah and qualifies for God's presence, as stated in Avot? Clearly, when one speaks of the presence of the Shekhinah, one must distinguish between different levels of such a divine presence. The amount of enlightenment one experiences depends on the level of divine presence one is privileged to experience. If we were to describe such different levels of a divine presence, we should categorize the revelation at Mount Sinai as the highest level of such divine presence. The next level may be the divine presence in the Holy of Holies in the temple. A slightly lesser level of God's presence may be experienced by the average prophet at the time he receives a message from God. Progressively lower levels of such a divine presence may be found in synagogues or houses of study. A group of 10 people discussing matters related to Torah study may qualify for an even lesser degree of such a divine presence, etc. When we keep this in mind, we can better understand the statement of our sages that the divine presence, i.e. the enlightenment provided to a prophet, never descended to certain levels. As a result, Moses had to leave the city in order to qualify for the degree of divine presence that could respond to his prayer. The degree of divine presence found amongst a group of people studying Torah is of a lower level, however, and it was that of the Shekhinah, which descended to Egypt with Jacob and remained there until the Exodus. Interesting. While it may sound presumptuous, is this the same text? Let's see. Orach Chaim. Yeah, same text. Orach Chaim, is it also on this? While it may while it may sound presumptuous to differentiate between different degrees of divine light, this is true as long as we speak of God himself. Light which radiates from God, however, is subject to different filters in order to ensure that the recipients receive the amount which is beneficial to them and does not harm him through overexposure. The same principle applies even to different souls, all of which may be received as parts of God's light emanating from God's throne of glory. Interesting. The considerations we have just referred to may explain why God referred to himself twice as Anochi when telling Jacob that he would descend with him to Egypt, and he would go up with him again when Jacob would be buried. God meant that the level of Shekhinah that would accompany him on his return would be a higher level than that which accompanied him at the time he journeyed to Egypt. It was the latter level of Anochi which the Jewish people experienced at Mount Sinai, and it was that level of Anochi which is experienced at the end of the 49 years of the Jubilee cycle. This is the mystical dimension of the fact that the Exodus from Egypt is mentioned in the Torah a total of 49 times. Shoot, okay, this just gave me existential anxiety. When was the Jubilee year? Because I feel like it was last year, but then someone told me it wasn't, so I'm not really sure. Let's see, Jubilee year. And it only happens once
Isn't
every
that where they can argue, it's really the 49th year? No, it's 49 years and then the Jubilee, so it's the 50th year. I thought that was one that they argue back and forth on.
Let's see. Let's see. A list of Jewish Jubilee years. What? 20. Wait, what? No, okay, that wasn't. Let's see. Here. I think I might have found one. Let's see. Chabad says the next Jubilee year is. Wait, what? Wait, is it not celebrate? It's not currently observed. So that means I'm going to have to find the calculations from, and that's why it's contested. Let's see.
Yeah, no, I remember it. It was calculated as 49, and the last one of the 49 was the Jubilee year, and then other ones it was started saying it was 49 years, and then you have the Jubilee year.
All right, let's see. It was okay. This is eerie. So it was like 2021 to 2022. That was definitely an interesting year. Well, anyway, let's see. Repetition by God of the word Anochi, Anochi may be an allusion to that the redemption, when it would occur, would be orchestrated by God. That it wouldn't be would be orchestrated by God personally, not merely by one of his agents. Okay. Let's see. Dang it. Okay, there's so much, but I want to read it. I will go down to Egypt with you according to the plain meaning of the text. This verse contains an assurance by God that he will be with Yaakov on the descent. Oh, wait, here, I'm just going to skip. If not for this lesson, the latter form would have been more appropriate, as God uses it when describing Yaakov's return to the land of Canaan as a corpse, which is described in the transitive form alecha instead of the intransitive form we have here. And I will bring you up. Oh, shoot, where did I... dang it. Wait, it must have been here. Where? Dang it. Wait. Let's see. Where is it? I feel like dang it. All right, here. It should be here. All right. The verse contains a promise that the descendants would be redeemed in due course. Right, let's see. Kabbalistic approach to the verse, the words "I will go down with you" are an allusion to the presence of God. The Shekhinah, which would go down to Egypt with the Israelites, are sages. Physical. Ana achot. Our sages in Shabbat 89 and elsewhere say that God's presence descended with the Israelites. In order to hint at this, Onkelos translates the words ana achot as physical as opposed to a merely spiritual descent in anthropomorphic terms instead of ana atgali, which is the usual translation for the word yarad, such as in Exodus 19:11. Okay, so it needs to go down. All right, was this the reason the Torah writes Mitzrayim instead of Le Mitzrayim, concluded with the letter Hey, and also writing the word Allah in a form ending with the letter Hey is to provide tangible proof that God's presence, i.e., Hey, his Shekhinah or his Asherah, will accompany the Israelites to Egypt. The letter Hey, or Asherah, the last name and the ineffable name is the attribute which provided sustenance for Egypt. Holy crap, you see what it's saying? Asherah provided sustenance for Egypt during the years of famine. Joseph already hinted at the attribute when he told the Egyptians in 47:23, Helechem zera, here is seed for you. In the following verse, Joseph speaks of the chamishit, or a fifth or a hand, which God used to enact retribution from the Egyptians for abusing the Israelites during their exile there. This hand of God was in evidence when the livestock of the Egyptians were struck, and it was the attribute the Israelites witnessed at the sea. It was also the attribute when Ezekiel mentioned that he described God's anger during the destruction of Jerusalem and the Holy Temple. We also find the words lo echmol, I shall not display pity, 5 times in connection with that destruction. After having described such scenes as parents eating the flesh of their children and children eating the flesh of their parents to illustrate this lack of God's pity for the state his people were in at that time. Okay, well, that's dark. But what do you think about the hay? Because I found elsewhere where it says that the hay is the Asherah, and so.
No, I was going to say that sounds reasonable. That the Asherah providing for them, you know, since, if you're going to say that she's the imminent aspect of God, then, who else would have provided for him but Asherah?
Yeah. All right. So, Vayakam Yaakov mi Beersheba, and Jacob rose from Beersheba, and he went up. And the children of Israel lifted up Jacob their father, and Tapam and his children, and and the children and their children and their wives. They loaded them up or lifted them into the agalot, the wagons. I don't know. I was going to say, was it carriages? I don't even know. Wagon carriages, same thing. That were sent by Pharaoh to carry them to him, or to carry them. ויקחו את מקניהם ואת רכושם אשר רכשו בארץ כנען, ויבואו מצרימה יעקב וכל זרעו איתו. בניו ובני בניו, איתו בנותיו ובנות בניו, וכל זרעו הביא איתו מצרימה. ואלה שמות בני ישראל הבאים מצרימה, יעקב ובניו, בכור יעקב ראובן. And he took his acquisitions, or his holdings, and his rechusham, his property. So his his livestock and his holdings or property his holdings that he acquired in the land of Canaan. And so he took it out of the land. The border guards might not have liked that, and there were no border guards then. I mean, maybe some, but like very rough. Vayavo, the raiders were the border guards. Vayavo, and he brought them Mitzrayma to Egypt. Yaakov v'chol zaro ito, Jacob and all his seed, or all his offspring with him. Banav u'bnei banav, his sons and the sons of his sons. I like saying that better than just saying his sons and his grandsons. And his daughters and the daughters of his sons. Interesting. So it says the sons of his sons and the daughters of his daughters and the daughters of his sons, not the daughters of his daughters. I mean, for obvious reason, because of the way that they counted it. But
I thought that's because they were the same thing.
What do you mean?
Well, the daughters of the daughters are the same as the daughters of the sons.
I mean, technically, yes, but also you could just interpret banot, banav, like the daughters of his children.
That's true. He only had the one daughter, so that's only true in the one case.
Yeah. V'chol zaro, and all his seed, or all his offspring, hevi ito, he brought with him Mitzrayim to Egypt. I thought I already read that, something about Mitzrayim. Oh, thus Jacob and all his offspring came with him to Egypt. And here it says he brought them. Hevi. So here it says Hevi. Vayavo'u Mitzrayim. Oh. No, so here it's so they went with him versus so they came versus he brought them. It's interesting that it changes. I wonder why it changes the way it says it. But in both cases, it says v'chol zaro ito. Here it says v'chol zaro ito. It's the same formula, but it changes. It's like from it's from attraction to pulling, if that makes any sense. Like they go with him versus he brings them. Let's see. Yeah, so here it says Vanotav, his daughters. The plural mode is used because although Yaakov had only one daughter, this is a customary way of the Torah referring to descendants, and we find a parallel in referring to male descendants in verse 23 of our chapter. Ubnei Dan Hushim. Dan's sons were called Hushim, as well as in the children of Palu are called Eliav, even though each of the fathers had only one son. His daughters and the daughters of his sons. Okay, wait. Rashi explains this refers to Serach, daughter of Asher, and Yocheved, daughter of Levi. This sounds peculiar as it does not explain who Yaakov's daughters were. We've only been told about one daughter, Dinah, born for him by Leah. She was the only daughter listed as descending to Egypt. The twin daughters born to him had all died before that time. What? Leah's descendants number 33 as stated explicitly. Is possible to include daughters-in-law. Interesting. Okay, so they don't pick up on the heavy at all. I guess it's not that important. All right. The Elishmot, and these are the names of Bnei Israel, the Israelites, or the children of Israel. Habayim Mitzrayma, that came to Egypt. Yaakov, Ubanav, Jacob and his sons. Jacob and his descendants. Bechor Yaakov, the firstborn of Jacob, was Reuven. Ubnei Reuven, Chanoch, Falul, Chetzron, Ubnei Reuven, Chanoch, Ufalu, Vechetron, Vecharmi. So, Chanoch means like educated or like dedicated. Falu means fala, distinguished. Interesting. Chetzron from Chatzor. I think it's like, here, let's see. It means like fortress, castle. So like castly, or like, I guess you could say like sturdy, maybe enclosed, stalwart. I don't really know. To cut harvest, chatzar. Interesting. Apparently, there's a context for chatzar because katzir means to harvest, but apparently so can chatzar. Fascinating. Can also mean grass or leek. Chetzer, yard. Oh, it's because the yard encompasses the house. Fascinating. So the chetzer is the yard, and the chatzor could almost be like the wall that surrounds. I think there might be. Yeah, so it can be like a courtyard, but it can also be like the actual like surrounding of the courtyard. Let's see. Enclosure, court, yeah. And karmi means my vineyard, my karam. Yeah, my vineyard. My Hebrew roots are getting good. Let's see. Any thoughts so far, Graham?
No, it's just sort of following along. When you're talking there, it almost sounds like you have like the interior of the house and then the exterior of the house to the edge of the property as being the difference in between.
Yeah. Also, oh wait, I don't think I said so. Yeah, I'll just do this again. Wait. Yeah, I honestly wait. Oh wait, no, I read that. That's the last one I read. So, I translated ahead. So, Uvenei Reuven Chanoch Ufalu וחצרון וכרמי ובני שמעון ימואל וימין ואוהד ויכין וצוחר ושאול בן הכנענית ובני לוי גרשון קחת ומררי ובני יהודה ער ואונן ושלח ופרץ וזרח וימטר ואונן בארץ כנען ויהיו בני פרץ חצרון וחמול ובני יששכר תולה ופובה ויוב ושמרון ובני זבולון סרד ולון ויכלל אלה בני לאה אשר יחלדה ויעקב ופדן ארם ודינה ויתוקו נפש פניו ובנותיו 33. So yeah, Reuben's sons were Hanoch, or Enoch, Palu, Chetzron, and Carmi. The sons of Shimon were Yemuel or Jemuel, Yamin or Jamin. Honestly, I'm not even going to say it. You guys can read it if you really want to hear the weird translation. Fine, I'll do it. So Yamin or Jamin, Ohad, and Ohad, and Yachin or Jachin, and Sohar or Tzohar, or I guess it translates here as, or it translates as Zohar, but Zohar is a different word. This is Tzohar. So what does it mean? If it has any similar to shining, tawny. So no, it means something else. Tzahar. Vishol and Saul, the son of the Canaanite woman. So that's interesting. So Saul, this is the first Saul that we're aware of, I think. Uvne, the son of the Canaanite woman. Yeah, Cananite. Actually, let's see if we can find anything on this real quick, because that is fascinating. Commentary. Cananite, the son of a Canaanite woman. This verse testifies to the fact that the respective wives of Yaakov's son were of Egyptian, Edomitic, and Midianite descent. The reason that this particular son of Shimon has been singled out as having been born of a Canaanite mother is as his father is criticized for having married a Canaanite woman, something that had not been a concern. But they all did it. This is why the premature death of Aaron and Onan, sons of Yehuda, had been mentioned. According to another interpretation, the reason why Aaron and Onan have been mentioned here altogether, although they died before this family descended to Egypt, is that if Yehuda had objected to Joseph's sale, his brothers would have listened to him. This leaves open the question of what happened to Yehuda's third son, Shelach, who, though apparently not having descended to Egypt, is not listed here by name, though he had two parents as Aaron. He had the same two parents as Aaron and Onan. God's reasoning had been you, Yehuda, have not taken into account that you caused your father terrible grief by depriving him of Joseph. I will cause you grief at the time when he will rejoice by depriving you of two of your sons, and they're depriving, and mentioning this here is in order to rekindle your pain. So basically, all because Daddy screwed over, all because Dad screwed over Uncle Joseph or Uncle Joe, that means that we had to be cursed to spill seed. So that's what Aaron and Onan were thinking. It's like, dang it, Dad. So it kind of raises the question. Well, so wait, no. So I forget why Er died, but Onan. So it almost raises the question: is it saying that Onan had no choice in the matter? It's kind of weird. Oh,
Yeah, they kind of play both sides on it during this time period. It's like with the Exodus, with hardening Pharaoh's heart, yet holding it against him.
interesting. Okay, let's see. Where are we? If you tab. To prove that Jacob's sons married Aramean, Egyptian, Edomite, and Midianite women, Shaul's mother's nationality singled out in order to indicate that Simeon did nothing wrong in marrying a Canaanite woman. It is for this reason that Scripture records the death of Aaron and Onan. Scripture records their demise in order to indicate that they died because they were the sons of a Canaanite. What? This is some really fucked up shit.
It sounds a little bit on the racist side against Canaanites, in my opinion.
It's like,
Canaanite woman, stay away from me.
wait, what's the original song that sounds so familiar?
American woman.
Oh, right, yeah.
The Guess Who.
Fascinating. So this is so interesting. I like, geez, I really don't like that. I really do not like Ibn Ezra's take on this. Alright, so and the sons of Levi are Gershon and Kohat and Merari. So wait, what? So then who was I feel like I'm totally missing something then. So 𐤅𐤉𤒃. I'm also going to need to get some water. I will be right back. 𐤅𤒉𝒃 is 𝐤�𤒉𝒃. She was the. Oh God. Wait. So. Ugh. What? So okay. According to tradition, 𤤅𤒉𝒃 was the daughter of Levi, and she married Amram, the son of Kohat. So you know what that means?
Is that another cousin marriage?
No, I would argue it's worse.
Okay, I'm listening.
He married, Amram married his aunt.
I'm trying to think. I think that's technically legal under Jewish law.
I mean, yeah, like, but to be fair, I think it's just as messed up if it's like.
Oh, I wasn't defending it as not messed up, dude. I was just trying to say it was legal.
It's like, don't worry, it's legal.
One of the oldest excuses in the book.
Yeah, and if it's not legal, fucked up people will make it so that they don't do anything illegal. It's like, that's the thing. It's like the moment that you realize that just because something is legal doesn't mean that it's right, it's like, it's kind of wild that there's people who don't really realize that. That there can be things that are wrong that are legal and things that are right that are illegal.
So what about this missing brother?
What?
What about this missing brother?
What do you mean?
Chill out.
What?
You were reading and talking about the one brother wasn't with him.
I feel like I'm missing something.
Selah said the one brother wasn't with him when you were.
Oh, Shelach. Yeah, I don't know about what happened.
I have two leading theories. Either one, he got left behind to keep track of the farms, basically man the homestead, or two, maybe they sold him off to, like somebody from, Sumer or something, shipped him off the other direction.
Well,
He
definitely
needed cash,
Or
so
he was
off
the
another
gay
road.
one.
What?
Maybe he was the gay one.
No, that was Joseph. Well, he was at least bi.
Non-binary, yeah.
No, bi. Like he was probably bisexual. At least if Jews are coming, have anything to say about it.
Well, that's why he was wearing the rainbow coat, right?
Da 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 da. Oh, wait, who's the?
Why
Is
he
that
never left Egypt?
Wait, is that? Wait a second. I think. Let's see. That's the way. Wait, who sings? Is that Ricky Martin? No.
No. If I had to say, that's probably Casey and the Sunshine
Yeah,
Band.
you're right. Is that like a song that's associated with like gay men or something, or like what's the reason? Is it just like?
All disco.
It's disco, which is all about sex. So most disco songs are, a beat you can, have fun with.
I get
Studio
that.
50, Studio 54G.
So let's see. Oh yeah, so what do these names mean? So Gershon, so means. So this is interesting. Whoa! How did I never connect it? So this guy is named Gershon, and then Moses names his son Gershom, and Gershon means like garash. What garash means? I forget. Let's see. Garash means crushing grain, grits, or groats. Interesting. So this is fascinating. I'm actually going to look this up. So grits, I wonder where that term comes from, because if you were to render the shin as a taf, which it could be, that would be gret or gert, which is so similar to grit. Let's see, grits etymology. Fascinating. Anyway, so like gritty, like yield. Let's see what it says it is for Gershon. What does Gershon mean? Exile, I guess, is what it says. Oh, like expelled, like cast out. Kahat. Oh, like wait, kahat. I know kahal is like a council. Kahal. I forget about kahat. And then marar, marar, bitter. Interesting.
What does Shelach mean? The missing brother.
Sent, I think, or like messenger. And the sons of Yehuda were Aaron, Onan, and Shelah. Oh no, this is Shelah, not Shelach. It's Shala? A petition? I don't know. Or it's like of something. So like request of and ferrets, or literally parrots, and Zerach. So this is interesting. Parrots means to break through, like a seed, breaching the hole. And you have Zarach, which means like sprout, or I think Zarach, dawning, shining, rising, but it can also be like Zerach, like within a vegetative sense. Vayamat Er, and Er died. Ve'onan, and Onan. Vayamat erva Onan, and Er and Onan died in the land of Canaan. Vayihiu b'nei Peretz. And so were the sons of Peretz and Chetzron Chamul. What? Oh no. And so the sons of Peretz were Chetzron and Chamul. I thought we already read Chetzron somewhere else. We did. That's interesting. I guess Chetzron was a popular name back then.
You're saying every Tom, Dick, and Harry was named Ketron?
The best Anglicization would be Hetzron or Hetzron. Interesting.
What does it mean?
Courtier or janitor. Basically, like someone who is in charge of the court, whether in or like someone who is of the court. So a courtier, or someone who is in charge of maintaining the court. So the janitor.
Yeah, like custodian.
Yeah. So
sounds so much better than latrine digger.
Yeah. The chamol, like mercy, I think. Spared. Yes, similar connotation. So Chetzron and Chamul were the sons of Peretz. Interesting. So does this imply that Zerach had no fascinating? So Zerah means seed. Zerach means rising, but does he have? He doesn't have any. Okay, this is fascinating. So for whatever reason, it seems like, despite the fact that Judah only actually has one son that ends up having any children. Okay, so it's almost like this is strange. So how come Zerach doesn't have any? I'm going to see if there's any mention of that. Like isn't this weird? You have a son that just has no children, despite the fact that it's like these are the two that replaced the three that didn't come with. So it's like these were all he had.
So there's the gay one.
Honestly, maybe. Aaron on Shelach.
That one uncle who never married.
Let's see. A son has been born to. Okay, wait, what is this? Rabbeinu Baya.
He had lots of roommates, though.
Lots of sleepovers with lots of friends
for years and years.
It kind of reminds me because, like, I forget how old I was at this point, but I was hanging out with my family at my uncle's place. He like has really nice. I forget if he still. Yeah, I think he still lives in the house, but really nice house. It's like one of my favorite places to visit. It was like so magical because it was like up in the mountains, and sometimes it would snow, and with like lots of pine. So I always love going up there. But it was funny. I was sitting upstairs, just kind of, I don't know, I must have been like playing a video game or something, but just kind of hanging out. And then my uncle's friend was downstairs and talking to one of his friends and talking about like one encounter where, like, when he called my uncle's office, because my uncle's a urologist, and he called the office, and I guess the person working at the front desk was kind of giving him a hard time and like not putting him through to my uncle because she was like, well, like I don't know who this is. And then I forget exactly what my uncle's friend said, but it basically like kind of, I mean, I was aware of gay people at this point. Like it was just, I don't know, very like, I mean, I was, very young at this point. I hadn't really been exposed to anyone. Actually, I mean, yeah, I don't think I'd ever, at least well, I definitely had, like, looking back, I definitely had met gay people before, but it was kind of, I hadn't been exposed to that before, and so I'm pretty sure it was something like my uncle's my uncle's boyfriend said, like, I'm his partner, honey. Put me on with it. And it was like, and so I asked my mom, and she was like, oh yeah, and she was just very nonchalant about it. And it was just, I don't know, it's funny because you said that, it reminded me of that. But let's see. But honestly, it would be interesting. Stuff like that doesn't really get mentioned. They also don't mention the women, so you never know. Let's see. So what was his name? Peretz and Zerach. Excuse me. All right. And the Bnei Yisachar, the sons of Yisachar, were Tola, Fuva, Veyov, Vishimron. So Tola is worm, so connected to the red worm, to the scarlet. Ufuva, Pava, I have no clue. Splendid, Fuva, not sure. Veyov, and Job. Persecuted. Interesting. Oh, wow. So apparently this is saying that the third son of Issachar is also called Yashuv. So if you put a shin here, it changes from Yov to Yashuv. I wonder if there was maybe originally a translation that this was the Job of the book of Job. I have no clue.
I go, usually when the name's the same, I think it's at least worth considering as a connection.
Yeah. And then Shimron means guardian, I think. Or Shimron. Oh, here, I'm going to have to highlight specifically this part. Conservative? I'm sorry, that is too funny. So by that logic, it should, so if to conserve means to protect, by that logic, liberal would be Chofshon. Interesting. Actually, I wonder. I'm looking this up now. I might be onto something. I mean, it's not like some huge revelation.
The political wings of the time.
Basically. Let's see. Chofshan.
He was a dove.
Okay, what is it? Chofshan. Meaning. What the? I'm sorry. Why did this come up? And why? I now know a word that I never thought I would need to know. Do you know what a shvizut is? A shvizut?
Something not mentioned in polite company.
No, I haven't heard it before, but I think I want to know.
Shvizut, a state of being depressed, dispirited, and fed up with everything. Literally, broken penis. What?
Well, that'll kind of do it for you.
Yeah, talk about a buzzkill.
Such is the power of expression in Yiddish.
Supposedly, that the admissions to the hospital for that increase around the Christmas.
Wait, what?
Literally, like a penile rupture apparently happens a lot under a Christmas tree.
I mean, maybe something to do with Saturnalia. The whole idea of being
The lady having big expectations, so maybe he pops the Viagra when he really should put it to rest.
Wait, what was I looking for? Oh, right. Translate. Chafshan. Let's see.
hopped up on eggnog and chocolate.
Wait one second. Oh my god, I sent that to a friend and he already responded. Let's see what. All right, anyway. Oh, right. That's what I was looking for. So, Chofshan. One second. One moment. Sorry.
No worries. I do get the lesson of happiness is not having a broken penis. I can certainly agree with that etymology of the word.
Eloi, Eloi, sabachthani.
Sorry, what?
Eloi, Eloi, sabachthani. Instead of sabachthani, the Lord, why hast thou forsaken my penis?
All right, anyway. Let's see. Chofshan. Oh, that's why I wasn't finding anything. Chofshan, free. I mean, I guess free, liberal, it's the same word, so more or less. We'll say that's what it is. Yeah. Oh my god! My friend thought I accidentally sent him porn because of the link where it has the word in Hebrew for. Oh, what's this? What is this? Let's see. Is this live or is this new?
In the land of Israel. In this week's parasha, Parashat Vayigash,
I'm getting a bit ahead of
we read the
ourselves.
beautiful story of the death of Jacob, how he's transported to the land of Israel, buried in the cave of the Machpelah, together with his fathers in the patriarchal and matriarchal tomb.
Patriarchal and matriarchal.
With the death of Joseph. Joseph the viceroy, the man who had saved
I like
Egypt.
Vizier better.
Surely, if he had declared that he too wishes to be buried in the land of Israel, Pharaoh would have allowed him too to fulfill that wish. But why not? Why does Joseph not be buried in Israel, but remains in Egypt until the beginning of the Exodus?
Because how else are they going to do divination? They have to use his bones. Of course. Okay, let's see here. So, in Shimron. Uvnei Zvulun, and the sons of Zvulun were Sarad, Sarid, I do not know. Fear? Interesting, Sarad. It's almost like Phobos. The Elon and Elon. Ugh. As long as he wasn't musky. Terebinth, mighty. Hittite, father-in-law of Esau, second son of Zebulun, Zebulunite, judge of Israel, town and Dan. Like Elon, it means like oak or terebinth, yeah. Vayigash, Yachal. Let's see. Yachal. Yachalel means no, Yachal, not halal. Let's see. Yachal means to hover around or to rest on, to wait, to hover around or to wait, to cause to rest upon. Like, this isn't God waits or wait. Wait, how's it translating this? God waits? Yachal? Okay, let's see. Jachleel. Shoot, don't stop selecting. Wait, Jachleel? What's it say? God waits. No, it should be God hovers, which is clearly then a reference to the idea of Shekhinah.
Sort of the hovering over the waters, yeah.
Yeah, I forget what's I'm blanking on. There's a word for it in Greek. I forget though.
I'm gonna say there is the one goddess hovered over the water that connected with the dove.
Also, it's kind of interesting. I was doing a bit of research into some of the deities in Baldur's Gate lore, or like in Dungeons and Dragons, and apparently there's a lot of similarities with some of these gods. I think it's Mistra, like a lot of connections with the idea of like the Holy Spirit.
No, definitely. You've heard me say it several times. That there's probably more occult knowledge in Dungeons and Dragons than there are in all those medieval grimoires. Part of it is there weren't that many medieval grimoires, and there's a whole lot of Dungeons and Dragons books.
Yeah, so let's see. So Yachal, I want to get this where it says to hover, to wait, to rest upon, to hover around, to rest upon. Perfect. Literally what we're trying to get on. So it's almost a cognate with Shachan. I mean, not actually, but just kind of in meaning.
Well, that one title of Atirat, the other of Asherah, as she walks upon the waters, could be hover, above the water.
No, two different words. It's the idea of treading upon. It's this idea of causing weight to be put upon, that like you have dominance over. Hovering is not dominance. Hovering is it's gentle.
And it's also worth noting that this is about the 18th dynasty, which is when you had the Egyptian version of Ashra being worshipped. Tag.
Interesting.
But traveling over the water, but yeah.
Yeah, I honestly I think that's a reference to sea merchandising. And it's also reflected in 𝐤𝐤��� in Proverbs 31, where it talks about she's like a she's like a fleet, or like she's like ships of she's like merchant ships that travel from afar or travel to afar. I forget exactly.
And the sun goddess setting on the ocean.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I was going to say basically a Phoenician goddess.
Yeah. Ele b'nei Leah. These were the sons of Leah, or the children of Leah. Asher yalda leYaakov, that were born to Jacob. Bepadan Aram, in Padan Aram. Ve'et Dinah, and also Dinah, Bito, his daughter. Kol nefesh banav, all the lives of his sons, uvenotav, and his daughters, shloshim v'shalosh. So like the number of the lives of the number of souls of his sons and his daughters were 33. Well, that doesn't feel Gnostic at all, especially because don't you have
also, the one guy had said that Joseph had been there for 13 years. The other guy had said hadn't seen you for 22 years in the other episode. But
no. Remember he was 17 when he was sold off, and it was 30
plus 13 would be 30. Yeah.
Wait. No, it ended up being 39 total. It was 22 plus 13. Wait.
Well, the
No.
one guy had referred to it.
No,
as having
17.
been
So
22
set
years.
17 plus 22.
Yeah, the one guy in the video had said 22 years, but the guy today kept saying 13 years.
I'm not sure.
Which would fit with the Christ period of ministry.
Let's see. Interesting. Ele b'nei Leah, Chizkuni. These were the sons of Leah. Rashi comments on this that from here we learn that when a woman orgasms first, she will give birth to a male child. The rationale is that the woman's seed in such a situation has already started to disperse, whereas the man's seed ejaculated later is still in its original strength. The reverse is true when the man ejaculates earlier, i.e., that the woman's seed being last is still in its original strength, resulting in its immediate conception. Compare Talmud Tractate Nida. So basically, you know what that's saying?
You got to make her come to have a male child.
It's basically saying that if you only have daughters, it's your own fault.
You're a minute man.
Which is kind of funny because I'm pretty sure Rashi, one of the most famous rabbis, only had daughters.
Does that mean you have a broken penis and you're all depressed and all?
What was the word? I already forgot it. Shlivutz? I don't know. Shvizut.
Shvizut.
Oh my God. So.
That's the only word he ever says. Hey, what's going on today? Shvizut.
Oh my God. When I was younger, when I was in high school, I would mess with some of my friends. I would tell them, say that, like, I would tell them it would mean something in Hebrew, and then it would actually mean something really vulgar. But imagine this, it's like imagine you go up to someone, it's their first time in Israel, and they're asking, how do I order a coffee? And you're like, oh, just say, I'm trying to think, what would it be? Tzarachti rofe leshvizoti, which means I need a doctor for my shvizut. I mean, that would be. I mean,
what I'm picturing is you trying to coach your buddy into hitting on an Israeli chick in a bar, and you feeding him lines like that.
I would love to, but I'm shvizut.
Honestly, I just, for all you know, that might be a winning line. It's like, oh, funny American.
Would you like to help fix my shvizut?
Oh, you go.
Colloquial for sausage.
What?
It could be colloquial for sausage.
Oh, I thought you meant it actually was. Let's see. So the see anything else they derive here. All the people, his sons and daughters, numbered 33. Yaakov himself is not included in the count of 70. The count of it almost seems like here it's implying, well, okay, so if Yaakov's not included, but Hashem is, what's that saying?
Well, it clearly can't imply that Yaakov would be Hashem. I mean, come on.
Oh no, never mind. But that's still weird because it's Jacob and his 70 sons who went into. So it's like El and his 70 sons, but in any case, you have like El or Hashem being counted as amongst them. It's interesting. Oh, when you count from Reuven to Dinah, you obtain a total of 32. The missing person is accounted for by 𝐤�𐤉𤒃, who was born between the entrance gates to Egypt, as mentioned in Baba Batra 1, 2, 3. Baba Batra 1, 2, 3.
Who's the missing?
What? Sorry, what? What do you say?
Who is the missing person?
𐤅𐤉𤒃, the mother of Joseph. I mean, the mother of Moses. Oh, interesting. The total of 70 is divided here into 4 segments in accordance with the 4 wives of Yaakov. The Torah mentions the word nephesh each time, repeating the word nephesh in the singular when summing up the total number of Yaakov's family. This teaches the indivisibility of the Jewish people. All the Jews are members of the same whole. The 4 times nephesh preceding the final word nephesh may allude to the 4 camps in the celestial spheres presided over by the 4 archangels. Compared commentary on verse 27. Let's see. See anything else?
Wouldn't line up with the tetragrammaton, would it? Names of those 4.
What?
The names of the 4 wouldn't line up with the
potentially, yeah. Wait, let's see. So, ובני גד ציפיון וחגי סוני ואצבון ערי וערודי וערלי ובני אשר ימנע וישבה וישבי ובריאה וסרח אחותם ובני בירה חבר ומלאכיאל אלה בני זלפה אשר נתן לבן ללאה וביתו ותלד אלה ליעקב 16 נפש. And the sons of God were Tziphion from Tzafa, I think. Wait, Tzafi? I honestly do not know where it's going to go with that. Tziphion. Lookout. Yeah, guard. I thought it was like Tzafa. The Chagi and like my holiday or festive. The Sunni, I do not know. Fortunate. The Etzbon, like finger. Hastening to discern, I will be enlargement. What? Etzev. I forget. No, I was thinking Etzev with a different. Anyway, Eri, awakened or watchful. Erodi, Arad, I will go down. Is it? Or no, Arad. I shall subdue. I shall roam. Interesting, to subdue, to put something down. Whereas Yarad is to go down. Arad, I will down. Versus Yarad, like he will down. I don't know. Maybe I'm just the RLE and RL. And interesting. Apparently this gets translated as line of God. That's fascinating. Even though this is, because it's not, this is like Arai. No, it doesn't make sense that there should be it's not Ariel. So I don't Areli. It doesn't make sense. Wait, Areli. This would have to be like my God is a lion. It doesn't seem like it would be line of God, but I don't know. Uvenei Asher and the sons of Asher were Yimna, Yaman, right? Yeah, right hand. Vayishva, Yashava. He will resemble, I guess it's saying. Vayishvi, and he resembles me. Dang it. They named his kid Yishva and Yishvi. Jeshva and Jeshvi. Ishva and Ishvi. And Beria in trouble. No, Beria. Oh, with a friend? Oh, I'm thinking of Berua. Viserach, and the prince breathed. What? Sarach. Wait. Sarach. Daughter of Asher, also Sarah, but it's not Sarah, it's Sarach. Achotam. Wait, Achotam. Oh, Viberia, Viserach Achotam, and Serach her sister. Wait, Achotam, the sister of the. Oh, she was the sister of the sons of Beria, Chaver, and Malkiel. So she was like adopted by Asher as a daughter. Ele b'nei Zilpah. These are the children of Zilpah that were that was given by Lavan to Leah, his daughter, and who bore for Jacob 6. Wait. Bore for Jacob 16 souls. B'nei Rachel, Eshet, Yaakov, Yosef, Binyamin. And the sons of Rachel, the wife of Jacob, were Joseph and Benjamin. So Yosef means like he will gather, or he will accumulate, or Hashem has accumulated or gathered or added. Binyamin, and that means son of the right, or Ben-Oni, son of my iniquity. Vayivaled, LeYosef be'eretz Mitzrayim, and born to Joseph in the land of Egypt. Oh, I didn't read this yet. I also didn't read that either. Dang. Wait. Wait, no, I read that. B'nei Rachel, Eshet Yaakov, Yosef uBinyamin, Vayivaled leYosef be'eretz Mitzrayim, Asher yalda lo Asnath, bat Putifera, Kohen On, et Menashe ve'et Ephraim. And born to Joseph in the land of Egypt was that were born to him. Asnat, the wait, what? That were born to him by Osnat, the daughter of Potiphera. What's it say here? The priest of On, Menashe and Ephraim. Uvnei Binyamin belavu abacher vashbel gera v'naaman ha'echi v'rosh mupim v'chupim v'ard. And the sons of Benjamin were Bala, like swallow up, V'becher, Bachar, like firstborn or chosen. No, am I wrong? This says young camel, I guess. V'eshbel, a man of Baal, or it says a man in God, a man of Baal, fire of Bel. I'll make a path. Oh, like Ashaval. Because Shaval means, I guess, to make a path. Let's see. This is the cool thing about Safari. You can just see what it. Dang it! I didn't mean to click that whole. Okay, Shaval. Flowing skirt or train, to hang down. Oh, this is the word for train that's used like to refer to the phallus of God. The flowing trains, train of a robe, a hapax legomenon, the wake of a ship, tab of a stamp. Interesting. It literally means that which hangs down. Does your shval hang low? Does it wobble? Your shovel. Gara means grain. Interesting. V'na'aman, aman. What is this? Na'aman, pleasantness. Oh, from like na'am. No.
Now that's where swing low, sweet chariot comes from, right?
Vechi, and my brother. Verosh, and head. Mupim. And serpent, I guess it means serpent. V'chupim, and protected. Ve'ard, and I shall subdue. You have like arda or arod. Arodi, and then you have Va'arad and Arad. All right, let's see. אלה בני רחל אשר יולד ליעקב כל נפש 14. These were the children of Rachel that were born to Jacob. All the souls were Arba'a Asar. 14. ובני דן חושים, ובני נפתלי יחצל, וגוני ויצר ושילם, אלה בני בלחה, אשר נתן לבן לרחל בתו ותלדת ליעקב. כל נפש 7. And the sons of Dan was Hushim and Chash, like Chasha, one who makes haste, like Hush. Was this Uvnei Naphtali, and the children of Naphtali were Yachzeel, Yachatz. God divides Yachatzu, yeah. Because chetz means half, so to divide is to half, or not necessarily half, but to divvy up. Viguni gana, and my garden. I might be wrong. Guni. I do not know what this is supposed to be. This is woman apparently, but that's it's deriving that from like Guinea. Like from the Greek. Fascinating. Imagine he named his son woman. Vayetzer, an inclination and form, framing, purpose, framework. Vishilam, and fulfillment or recompense, requital. Ela b'nei Bilha. These were the children of Bilha that were that was given by Lavan to Rachel, his daughter, and who bore all these lives 7 to Jacob. Kol hanefesh haba leYaakov Mitzrayma yotze yerchechu milvad neshem bnei Yaakov kol nefesh 66 ובני יוסף אשר יולד לו במצרים נפש שנים כל הנפש בבית יעקב הבר מצרימה 70 ואת יהודה שלח לפניו אל יוסף להורות לפניו גושנה ויבוא ארצה גושן ויאסוף יוסף מרחבתו ויעל לקראת ישראל ויפגש עונה וירא אליו ויפול על צוואריו ויבך צוואריו עוד ויאמר ישראל אל יוסף עמותה הפעם אחרי ראה אותי את בנך כי עודך חי. All the souls that came to Joseph, that came with Joseph to Egypt, left Yericho. Left from his thighs or from his loins, milvad nashe, except for the wives of except for the wives of the sons of Jacob. All the souls were 66. So first you have 33, now you have 66. It's very clearly supposed to be symbolic, right?
Well, except the one, Dinah married one of the sons. So, that one, he counted for one of the wives.
Well, no, not Dinah. Her daughter.
Oh, you're right. My bad. Yeah, it was the niece marriage rather than a sister marriage. Totally different.
Let's see. We must assume that they died, because otherwise, why were they not counted amongst the other children? Thus, it says, "Not counting the wives of Jacob's son," to convey that they had died. And these wives mentioned here were of foreign origin and did not come out of Jacob's line. Oh my God! So it's implying that his wives, like the wives that weren't. Oh, that's strange.
Well, if you didn't marry a relative, that wife doesn't count, right? Sorry, go ahead, Zero.
Yeah, so they're uprooting the lot except for the Canaanite women.
What? No, it's just a tradition to explain that.
They didn't count as like human beings in the count of like, people.
No.
They didn't have souls, so they didn't count as the number of souls being taken.
Not souls. It's like bodies. It's it's saying that aside his because no, it's talking that came out of his loins. It's not talking about the souls. It's specifically referring to that which came out of Jacob.
Genetically related.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh my gosh. 6. Here we on 4. Yeah, we're okay. Sweet. Oh, okay. We're wait. Please tell me it's not oh no, is it an extra?
But it is that everyone is uprooted and gone to Egypt except some of the women.
No, they went along as well. They just didn't get mentioned in the Bible, and they didn't get counted in that number of 33 or 66.
Or may have.
No, they definitely didn't, because they list the names of everybody who did.
All right, so let's see. Okay, so I think that's a good place to take a quick break, because I need to use the restroom. I also need to take care of something real quick. But yeah, feel free to talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
So was that Bethel?
It is what?
Was that Bethel where they were dwelling and left from?
No, they're in Beersheba.
They're doing the roll call of the people who came down with Jacob. The whole relocation crew.
Mm-hmm. But that would mean, where they left being whether anybody's still there. If not, like, do they take the stones?
Well, that's why I was speculating as to why the one son wasn't mentioned. Why the one person wasn't mentioned as going is maybe he stayed behind to man the farm.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's like, "Okay, it's been a while. Why aren't they coming back?"
They were supposed to bring me some food. I'm getting really hungry.
Yeah, he's like, I got this all to myself. Someday, son, all this will be yours.
Maybe his name was Shella McAllister.
I forget what did his name
No, I
mean?
didn't get it, Ariel.
Kevin McAllister.
Oh, okay.
Now you get it?
Yeah.
Oh shit! What was it?
So what did his name mean again, Sheila?
Shella. One second. I'm trying to find. Where did I put something? Okay, there it is. Shella means like just literally of. It's like it doesn't translate that well.
Of, as an OF?
What? Yeah, just like OF.
Mm-hmm.
Though I feel like that word has a new context to this generation. Let's see, what am I looking for? Oh yeah. Give me one moment to just take care of something. Let me put something on real quick. Let's see.
Over from Beersheba.
What?
Of or from Beersheba. If he's the one that stays behind to mind the stones or the markers.
Well, what the one interpretation is basically saying, anybody who wasn't mentioned, we're just assuming they died, or they were a Canaanite woman, one of the two.
Or just the one so ugly nobody wanted to look at him. So why don't you stay here?
Maybe that one was having too many dreams like Joseph.
That would seem to be the tribe of Shelah, the ones that never left.
Let's see.
Multiplies.
Oh, okay, perfect. Here, let's see where. Wait, Vayigash.
The Shelachites. The Shelachites.
Let's see videos.
Founded a secular city-state that got squashed.
Oh, here. This should be good. Here, I'm just going to put this on for a moment.
Will affect every living person on Earth.
Shalom, Bruchim Abayim. Welcome to Shipping Panim LaTorah to the 70 Faces of the Torah and also Sulam Yaakov. This week's Torah portion is Parashat Vayigash, which means, and he drew near. I have subtitled this teaching, Divine Emanation. This teaching actually builds off of a previous teaching which I did for this Torah portion, which is subtitled, Who Am I? So if you paid attention to that teaching, listened to it, watched the video, then some of the things I'll be talking about in this week's teaching will also build upon that. If you have not taken a chance to take a look at the other teaching, I recommend you do so. You can still follow me in this teaching. However, to get a greater understanding of the topics at hand, it is highly recommended to take a look at the other teaching as well. In this week's Torah portion, we know that the primary focus is the reconciliation of Yosef with his family. And a part of that process begins with the two brothers, Yehuda and Yosef, having a face-to-face dialogue. Thus, Vayigash is the concept of drawing near. It's just Yehuda drawing near to his brother to be able to convince him, to persuade him to release Benjamin, back to their father Yaakov, and to take him as a substitution. In a way, Yehuda is forming a tikkun, a rectification for the original damage that he caused back 13 years ago with the actual Michirat Yosef, the sale of Joseph to Mitzrayim.
And he's going with 13 years rather than
Joseph
22.
is examining his brothers as he's seeing that, yes, they are doing a tikkun of the damage that they previously done. Yosef can no longer conceal his identity, and he reveals himself. He tells all of the Egyptians to go forth from their presence, and finally he yells out to reveal himself. And what's interesting is that when he reveals himself, we see that basically he wants to know, is his father Yaakov still alive? It's very interesting considering that in his previous correspondence with his brothers, I would say the game or the lesson that he was trying to teach them, they obviously went back to Eretz Israel. They did communicate with their father. They did bring Benjamin back. And so maybe Yosef didn't believe them. Maybe he wanted the raw truth. Is Yaakov still alive? But I believe the Torah is conveying something a little bit deeper over here. Let's take a look at the verse in Bereshit, Genesis 45, verse 3-4. It says, after Yosef revealed himself, Vayomer Yosef el Achav, Yosef said to his brothers, Ani Yosef ha'od avichai. I'm Joseph. Is my father still alive? And it says afterwards, his brothers velo yachilu achav la'anot oto, they cannot answer him. Why is that? Because they had a great fear of him. Okay, there was a great fear. Vayomer Yosef el achav. And so Joseph then said to his brothers, Gishuna Eli, please draw near to me. And Vayigashu, and they drew near, Vayomer. And then he says, Ani Yosef, I am Joseph, Achichem asher michartem uti Mitzrayma, whom you sold to Mitzrayim. I am your flesh and blood brother. It's very interesting. However, to understand the meaning of Joseph's words, we need to understand about the essence of Joseph. And this is why I have subtitled this teaching, Divine Emanation. What does that mean? Well, with God's help, we're going to learn that through this shiur. Now, according to Jewish thought, what we call hashkafa, outlook, etc., Hashem governs this world through what is known as the lower sfirot. And the lower sfirot, the lower 7 sfirot specifically, they are known in Aramaic as arich ampin, which is based off the Hebrew arich apayim, okay, which we translate as long suffering, okay, but it means the long face that's Kabbalistically known. And here is a rough depiction of a sketch and artwork that is contained in many, many Kabbalistic works, and it depicts the face of a man, okay? Now, one of the things you have to understand that these are all metaphorical in nature, these illustrations, and we see in Aramaic at the very top, there's the depiction of the head, referring to the moach, which is the brain, but in Aramaic it has a term called atik yomin, which is a term that refers to Yotikas, Ancient of Days, as it's known, Yoman in Aramaic, as it's referred to in the book of Daniel. But then we have down below that, Arich Anpin, which refers to the countenance of the face. And I'm not going to get into all the complexities. However, I've talked about this in previous shiurim before, specifically dealing with the klipa of Esav. So for those of you who may be new and have not watched all my teachings, I recommend you to get a beginner's lesson into some Kabbalistic expressions and things of that nature. Go take a look at that teaching. But we see here that this is an illustration, and it's all basically metaphorical. Nothing is to be taken literal whatsoever. Okay, so what we see here is that Hashem governs the world through, in Kabbalistic thought, through what we know as the lower 7 sfirot, which are called Arich Rampin, okay? And once again, in Aramaic or Hebrew, it's called Erech Apayim. I'll get to that a little bit later. Now, the 10 sfirot in total, they are the medium that God uses to control the hidden and revealed parts of creation. The sfirot limit the infinite quality of God's light and express a contained aspect of his power. The sfirot are the what we consider divine emanations, which God reveals himself to man. And there are 2 different schools of thought in the Kabbalah. Okay, we have basically the Arizal, Lorianic Kabbalah, okay? That's one school of thought as well. And then we also have the Ramak, okay, who's also preceded the Arizal. These are 2 different schools. And they're somewhat the same, but however different, okay? And time does not allow me to get into that right now. It's not that it's very complicated. I think people make it more complicated than what it is, possibly because they are not familiar with a lot of the jargon that's used in these Kabbalistic texts. And a lot of them over-mysticize these texts, okay? Pretty much the sfirot are a psychological tool in understanding man's relationship with Hashem, which is based upon the conscious and subconscious mind. And yes, it's also plugged into the actual construct of how this world is created from a physics or quantum mechanics level. All these are integrated as one, and therefore an individual who has a proper understanding of science and mysticism, spirituality, they're able to properly explain these things with the help of God. Now, the Sfirot are not entities that are distinct from their emanator, which would imply a duality or plurality in God, chassis chalilas, like what is taught in parts of Christianity. Rather, they are various phases and levels of God revealing himself to man. And so they constitute the inner structure of each of the higher spiritual worlds emanating or concretizing in this lower physical world down here. And they also account for the dynamic interactions that take place in each of the worlds. So this would, in physics, when you talk about hyperstrings and things of that nature, things that are not always detectable by our physical eye or ear, our five senses, but are beyond that. Things can be detected with, let's say, technological devices and things of that nature, but they correspond to other spiritual dimensions. Now, the need for the Sfirot is based on the premise that God desired a relationship with man. Were God to create the world by means of his infinite light, okay, his orhagonis, as it's called, man would have no conception of his creator since he has no grasp of the infinite. And so by forming the world through the Sfirot, mankind can have a glimpse of the hand of God, which is vitalized in creation. Now, when you take a look at the word Sfirot in Hebrew, it's very interesting because Sfirot comes from the word sapphire, which means sapphire, and that alludes to the concept of luminosity. So also it's interesting is Sfirot comes from the word lesaper. Lesaper, it means to tell a sipor, to literally tell a story, to tell a narrative. And this is why on a very, very deep level, the narratives of the Chumash that we read, while scholars debate the authenticity, if there physically existed a Moshe Rabbeinu or David HaMelech in the Tanakh, things of that nature, we're not just concerned about the historical narrative. We also understand that these contain deep allegories for which the Creator reveals himself through the different personalities that are contained within inside those parshiyot. And so the Sfirot also correspond those personalities, as we'll see with God's help in this teaching. The Sfirot are vehicles through which God reveals his light and luminosity to the world in a manner that they can relate to. Now, once again, the seven Sfirot, the lower seven, that is in Aramaic called the Ari Champim, they correspond to the seven Tzaddikim, who are none other than Avraham, Yitzhak, Yaakov, Yosef, Aharon, Moshe Rabbeinu, and also David HaMelech. Each tzaddik embodied a specific midah or attribute of Hashem. Now, a midah we call attribute in English, but that's not what it means in Hebrew. A midah literally means a container, like a vessel that holds something. Okay, they contain some spark of godliness that revealed an emanation of Hashem into this world. And so due to their discipline and their commitment, the seven Tzaddikim are considered a part of what we call the divine chariot, or in Hebrew it's called the Merkava. And we read in the Midrash, this concept is talked about in Bereshit Rabbah 47:6. Amar Reish Lakish says, Ha'avot hein ha-Merkava, that the fathers, alluding to Avraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov, they serve as a chariot for Hashem. So what this indicates is that the Shekhinah, or the divine presence of God, it only rests upon us to the extent that we permit it to. In other words, if our observance of the mitzvot do not conflict with a certain taiva, a passion, a desire, whether that's for money, for fame, for food, or a certain lust, then whatever extent that weakens that conflict with our dedication to the will of Hashem, the Shekhinah cannot dwell upon us. And this is also a deeper reason behind the different prophets having specific revelations. Some revelations that they saw were greater than others. Why is that? As the Rambam tells us, that depending upon the actual individual consecration of that specific Navi would determine the actual revelation they receive from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So it's the same thing when it comes to a person experiencing divine presence. It all is contingent upon an individual. It's their condition, okay, how they use their free will. okay, how they consecrate themselves to Hashem. Now, nothing is automatically given to say that if a person fasts a specific amount of days, that they're going to be the next Moshe Rabbeinu, even though should be a target goal for individuals wanting to be on the same dargah or level with God. However, we see that every individual has a case-by-case basis. For example, 𝐤�𐤉𤒄𐤂𤐔 ben Buzi, the prophet Ezekiel, his revelation to Hashem did not come until after 5 years of exile. So a lot of people, they pick up the prophets, they think, wow, this individual had great communication with Hashem. But someone like Ezekiel did not actually receive any communication with Hashem. And he was a Kohen like Yeshayahu and like Yirmiyahu, they were Kohanim. But he still didn't receive any type of communication with Hashem, Nevuah, until 5 years after being in Galut. I mean, think about that. Would one still continue to commit themselves to the Torah in a place of exile? Okay. And after the aftermath of destruction of Yerushalayim and things of that nature, well, Ezekiel stayed committed, and obviously God eventually spoke to him, but it took 5 years afterwards. So everything is contingent upon the individual. In Kabbalistic thought, the person who is the bearer of the Shekhinah is called a Merkava. It's called a chariot. A royal chariot can bear the king only if it is free of any external burdens. So if you fill it with extraneous burdens, then it will have no room for the king. A royal chariot with no room for the king is not a chariot. It's a wagon. It's just something that you schlep things from point A to point B. Avraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov are God's chariot on earth because it was through them that his Shekhinah descended into this realm. And because they negated themselves, a concept that's called Bitul Hayesh, they nullified their egos as individuals, they were able to totally absorb godliness and become the bearers of God's presence. So in Kabbalistic thought, each righteous figure corresponds to an emanation of Hashem. This is important. Once again, Avraham represents Chesed, Yitzhak is Gevurah, and we know Yaakov is Tiferet, the harmonious balance between the two. And what I want to point out while I'm on the topic here about Gevurah, I want to mention something because a lot of people don't really understand what that means. A lot of people understand Gevurah sometimes translated as severity, or it's also called Midat Hadin. It's the attribute of judgment. And a lot of people think it has a negative connotation, but that's not absolutely true. Gevurah, while it's translated as judgment, it actually implies uncompromising moral strength, leading to total subjugation of one's Yetzer Hara. Over in the Mishnah, Chazal asks a question about who was a person who possessed Gevurah, who was a Gibor. And they said, it's the individual who learns to conquer their Yetzer Hara. We read in Pirkei Avot 4:1, Ben Zoma Omer, Ben Zoma asks the question, Ezehu Gibor? Who's a Gibor? Who possesses Gevurah? Hakovesh et Yitzro. It's one who subdues his Yitzro, his Yetzer, his inclination. As Shnei Amar, it says in Proverbs 16:32. He that is slow to anger, tov erech apayim. There's that phrase from the 13 attributes corresponding to Aramaic term arich apin, as I was just talking about. That individual, migibor umoshel berucho milched ir. That individual is able to rule his spirit, is mightier than a person who can conquer a city. So the reason why Gevurah is perceived as a form of judgment is that when a person fails to embody the attribute of Gevurah and overcoming the Yetzer Hara, they are exposed to a greater degree of judgment. And tragically, this is what happened to Esav. Esav was a full embodiment of Gevurah. As I explained in the Klipa of Esav teaching, Yaakov represented one aspect of Tiferet, the internal part. Esav was to represent the external part. Both of them derived from this root. Esav had a greater power and potential than his brother Yaakov. However, he failed. Okay, he failed to overcome. And because of that, he was exposed to a greater degree of judgment, which is why we see written throughout the Tanakh, God mentioning his war with Esav, the kingdom of Edom. So Yaakov, once again, is considered the attribute of Tiferet. And then if we continue on, we know Yosef on the Sfirot, he's considered the attribute of Yesod, which is directly below Tiferet. And Yesod is symbolic of the sanctity of the covenant. And as we'll see later, that the Sfirot also correspond the outline of man. So Yesod corresponds the area of the male member, which is the sign of the covenant. Aharon and Moshe Rabbeinu, they are considered the attribute of Netzach and Hod. While David HaMelech, he is considered the attribute of Malchut, which is kingdom, because by subjugating himself to Hashem, David became worthy of being the king of Israel, if you will. He was the visible representation, the individual representing God, okay? And so this is also why when you get into the different madrigot of the Sanhedrin, who are called by the singular plural title Elohim, you see that there is this different, if you will, I would say dichotomy between the levels of the king and also the Sanhedrin, okay, when it came to representing emanations of Hashem. Now, to be worthy of being a Merkava, being the chariot of the Shekhinah, an emanation of God, each of these Siddiqim were tested in ways related to their specific essence. For instance, Abraham, we know he went through 10 tests, but a lot of people overlook what really made him the embodiment of Chesed, how he was that expression of God. He became the embodiment of Chesed when he prayed to Hashem not to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. How did that allow him to become the embodiment of Chesed? Well, Sodom and Gomorrah.
I was picking out some stuff from the dispensary, so I just want to make sure I got that because it's almost New Year's, and so a lot of people are getting it early. So just want to make sure I had it pre-ordered. So we'll continue in a moment.
So the net of Indra, you familiar with that?
Yeah.
We were talking about the Sephiroth, the sapphires, the way each jewel in the net of Indra reflected each other.
Interesting. Yeah, I never really thought of it that way, but you're right.
Again, also related to the flower of life and all of that too. Right.
Yeah, the heart chakra, the Star of David.
What?
Solomon. The heart chakra is the same as the Star of David.
It's also interesting because when associated with that in Kabbalah and the Sefirot is the 6 Sephirah, 6, similar with the 6-pointed, but then it's also connected to 8 because it connects to 8 different Sefirot.
Yeah, interesting. And as I've mentioned before, I found correspondence between the 7 chakra system and the Tree of Life in Kabbalah, where you look at the 3 right hand, left hand ones, and you basically look at that as variations, and they correspond to one of the single chakras in the chakra system tag.
Cool. Yeah. Here, so just let me take it down. Now that I'm I got everything. I was like freaking out and worried that I wasn't going to be able to get what. I mean, like they have some really good varieties, so it's like I don't know. I'm just enjoying little things. I mean, I love variety, regardless of what. Well, I mean, there's a type of variety that probably I wouldn't like, but I can't think of what that would be right now.
It was the antithesis of Chesed.
Antithesis.
They were selfish. They were
sorry. That's just so funny.
Like a connotation.
How did that?
What? Huh?
He had said connotation earlier instead of connotation.
Oh.
Allow him to become the embodiment of Chesed. Well, Sodom and Gomorrah was the antithesis of Chesed. They were selfish. They were very stingy. Okay, a lot of people think.
Interesting. Yeah, he was not saying anything. That it's not that they were screwing each other.
That they were a wicked city that was steeped in, let's say, homosexuality. They may have been involved in that type of lifestyle, just like many nations are today. But that's not the reason why God destroyed them. Rather, as you read in the book of Ezekiel, and the way Chazal bring it down, is that these people were very wealthy, but they were very selfish. They didn't believe in giving anything out, food and shelter to those who were less fortunate, because they believe if you were born under a certain mazal.
Wait, so they were American politicians? I feel like I'm missing something in translation.
I was going to say pretty much it's, it's they just have to, it's not that they were homosexuals, it's that they were evil homosexuals.
Well, but see, that's the thing. Homosexuality isn't even a part of it in Judaism. Like, that's not even a part of the story. So it's like, I mean, they might. It's kind of like, in the same way it's like, oh well, they're, just because it's kind of like the old adage, or well, rather, like you say, just because there's Jews involved in a conspiracy doesn't mean it's a Jewish conspiracy.
Exactly. And my rule is once you get a large enough number of people in the city, I guarantee you some of them are going to be homosexual.
Yeah. And actually going back to that, there's a really interesting theory that I've heard. It's I think it was put for, I don't actually know who first came up with the theory, but I think it's based on evolutionary biology, but basically that and again, I don't know if this is like based on any hard science or if this is just like, some social scientist who, I mean, I admit, like, I like social sciences much. I connect to it more than hard sciences, but still, like, I don't know if it was just someone who was postulating about something that could have to do with evolution, or if it was actually based on like some mechanism they found. Like, for instance, I know that there's been speculation that the reason elderly people wake up earlier is as like a type of early sentry, because it used to be that you would have to have someone watching the camp all night. And but one of the theories is that as to homosexuality, it might have actually developed. And again, it's kind of like one of those things where, I mean, I guess it in some way, like, it could be viewed as heteronormative, but in at least for human beings, reproduction is heteronormative. But in terms of like homosexuality, it might have actually arisen not only in humans but in other species, basically as a means to have someone who is socially and in terms of resources connected to offspring that weren't in competition with like basically like the gay uncle as a guardian. So it's like, because they don't have their own kids, the kids of their family are like their kids, and so because of that they protect them, and they don't like basically you have more resource allocation into the propagation of less. And so on one hand it might end up with not the species or the people don't spread as fast, but on the offhand, you actually have a more stable system where there isn't this constant infighting.
No, definitely. Oh, go ahead, Zero.
Or population control, so you don't outstrip the resources.
Yeah, that too. In
And
other words, Mother Nature loves the gays.
Well, and this explains the you keep the elderly around, and basically it's like child care and the help around the camp.
Not to mention the wisdom, the invaluable knowledge that they have that just cannot be acquired anywhere else besides experience.
Definitely.
And it takes a village as of Kwanzaa. Yeah.
And oh wait, what was that? They're saying it's like how because like I feel like something that especially just with the way that society has become, was it let's see,
Are you thinking Ubuntu?
no, it okay, no, it what is it, there's it's like it takes a village, but if the village doesn't, then I can't find the actual source for this, but like the thing that I remembered was like vaguely the quote is, "A child that is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth." It's like I don't know. I feel like there's something about this idea of community that's really been lost within our society. And on some level, people are like, oh, well, you know, there's less of a community because of how separate people feel from each other. But I really think how separate people feel from each other is actually a result of the lack of community, not the other way around.
Well, I would say they're
Well, I
both
think
kind of chicken and egg kind of thing. Go ahead, Zero.
I was just gonna say, I think that's what happened with the Grinch that stole Christmas. He was the green child that was kind of the outcast, so he burned down the village to steal the fire.
But I thought his heart grew 3 sizes that day.
Yeah, he was reconciled with them.
Oh, I thought maybe he just had myocarditis.
Funny.
I think I think today's Kwanzaa principle is cooperative economics.
Oh, cool.
You know, one thing I was going to say about homosexuality is one of the ideas that resonated with me is that it's somewhat proportional to population density. The fewer people you have, like in a farming community, the less homosexuals you're likely to have per populace because of the need to reproduce, to have offspring to replace it. But if in the city, there's less need for that replacement population. So you're going to find more homosexuals in the city. Tag.
Interesting. Anyway, let's see, where are we?
Pheromones and epigenetics.
And you were destined to live impoverished or to be cursed, and it wasn't their responsibility to help you. So they were selfish, the opposite of chesed. Now, when it comes to the Akedat Yitzhak, the binding of Isaac, Yitzhak became the embodiment of Gevurah when he was willing to give up his life for Hashem. Okay, he was willing to lay down at all costs, no debating, no selfishness within him. He was willing to comply with the letter of the law for God. Yaakov, he became the embodiment of Tiferet when he contended with Esau. He had to fight his inner Esau, which also allowed him to fight his uncle Lavan. That's why he went to 20 years in exile in order to overcome and rectify the darkness that was in him. The same impurity that took over Esau could have took over Yaakov. And so Yaakov's trials revolved around the fine line dividing truth from falsehood. Yosef, he became the embodiment of Yesod when he was thrown into the moral depravity of Mitzrayim and he was faced with great temptation. And so for today's teaching, I would want us to focus on the attribute of what Yosef represents, which is Yesod. The Torah tells us that Yosef was blessed with good looks. We read in Bereshit 39:6 back in Parshas Vayishev, it says, Vayihi Yosef Yefei To'ar. Yosef was handsome. He was a Vifei Marei. He was a good-looking guy. He was pleasant to look at, right? He was good. God blessed him with good looks. Now, Chazal taught that as a youth, Yosef was obsessed with his good looks. It's one thing, to acknowledge, hey, I'm a decent-looking mensch here, but he was obsessed with it. And we read in the Midrash, Reshit Rabbah 4:7. It says the verse states over here, Yosef was 17 years old. Why? Okay, so why is he called a Na'ar then, a youth? Well, the Torah describes him as a youth because he would do adolescent things such as preen his eyes or walk with an arrogant walk, and he would also groom his hair. And so Yosef really, social media existed back then.
Interesting. I think this is where some people derive the whole joke that he was gay from, because he was very obsessed with his appearance.
And so walk with an arrogant
Interesting.
walk, and he would
I was
also
going to sit there
groom
and
his
say,
hair.
there's a part of me that is a little surprised that when the brother started it was Joseph, that he didn't just sit there and say, you don't think it's me, Joseph? Don't you remember that dream I had where you all were going to bow down in front of me? It's that time. Bow down in front of them. They'd have definitely remembered that was Joseph at that point. Okay.
Yeah, they'd be like, okay, we're going home.
So to preen his eyes, that means put on mascara?
I think so.
Obsessed with it. And we read in the Midrash, Reshit Rabbah 4:7. It says the verse states over here, Yosef was
probably
17
plucking
years
his
old.
eyebrows too.
Oh wait, so the word is mashmesh. What's mashmesh?
Some kind of mishmash of.
Let's see. I'm looking it up. Mush. Interesting. Mishmish. Wait. Mashmesh. Yeah, it's shemish. Oh wow, it makes perfect sense. So, you know what a mishmish is?
No, only what a mishmash is.
It's an apricot. And I almost let's see, apricot cosmetics. I'm pretty sure that actually let me
Shadow.
Yeah, I don't know. I was at least thinking of persimmons. I'm pretty sure that they've been used, like persimmon oil. Okay, let's see. Apricot uses.
From the seed.
Okay, let's see. Due to their natural amygdalin content, culinary uses for the kernel are limited. Oil made from apricot kernels is safe for human consumption without treatment because amygdalin is not oil soluble. Ground up shells are used in cosmetics as an exfoliant. As an exfoliant, it provides an environmentally friendly alternative to plastic microbeads. Apricot kernels can be made into plant milk. Fascination. I knew there was a connection between, but so, it's interesting. So what color are apricots?
Sort of orangish, pinkish. I was just thinking, see how soft the apricots make Joseph's skins?
But no, so listen to this. Now, so if you look at it as mishmish, okay, nothing. But if you read it as mashmesh, it's mashemesh, from the sun.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I was going to say the shemesh shamash.
This is fascinating.
And so it could have been that he, as a medium, not necessarily for the exfoliant if they put shells in it, but as a medium for the eyeshadow and maybe
Yeah.
the color.
Let's see, what does this say? Mishmish. Let's see. Translate.
Kind of anointing the brow as well.
Let's see, translate.
Wonder if it has the fragrance as well.
Mesh. Mumshamash. And then translate that to English. Of use. Huh? Something's getting lost. Yeah, because preen I thought could also mean groom, but the fact that he was preening his eyes, I don't know.
Why? Okay, so why is he called a na'ar then, a youth? Well, the Torah describes him as a youth because he would do adolescent things such as preen his eyes or walk with an arrogant walk, and he would also groom his hair. And so Joseph really, as social media existed back then, he would have been one of these social media individuals that constantly had the phone out, taking pictures of himself, posing in different directions, and uploading it to all the social media sites today. And so pretty much he was very arrogant. Now, beauty, it's a mixed blessing. Why do I say that? Over in Masechet Tanit, we learn a fascinating.
Sheker hachen v'chevel hayofi. Sheker hachen. Grace is deceptive. V'chevel hayofi, and beauty is like not vain, but it's like it's fleeting. Was it?
Skin deep.
No. It's literally this idea of fleeting, that it's here today, gone tomorrow. That's what hevel. That's what vain. That's what Abel means. So it's this idea of sheker hachen, that grace or that charm is deceptive and beauty is fleeting. And basically it's saying that true beauty comes from, the spirit.
A story about Rabbi Yehoshua ben Hananiah and his encounter that he had with the daughter of the Roman emperor's daughter, excuse me. And in this story,
encounter?
the daughter of the Roman emperor is offended by the unattractive looks of Rabbi Yehoshua, that he's a man that possesses great wisdom. But man, this guy is oogly looking, not ugly, but oogly. Only a mother could love the face of Rabbi Yehoshua ben Hananiah.
That's not very nice.
Only attractive looks of Rabbi Yehoshua, the emperor, is offended by the unattractive looks of Rabbi Yehoshua, that he's a man that possesses great wisdom. But man, this guy is oogly looking, not ugly, but oogly. Only a mother could love the face of Rabbi Yehoshua ben Hananiah. We see here in Tanit 7a. It says, as the Kaiser's daughter said to Rabbi Yehoshua ben Hananiah, she says, whoa, glorious wisdom, which is a reference to the Torah, is in an ugly vessel. He responded to her, does your father put his wine in earthenware vessels, which are old and ugly, right? She said to him, but what else should we put the wine in? He said to her, you who are nobility should put your wine in vessels of gold and silver. And so it says she went and reported this suggestion to her father. He put the wine in vessels of gold and silver, and it became sour. When his servants came and told him that the wine had spoiled, he asked his daughter, who told you to do this? She answered him, Rabbi Yehoshua ben Hananiah. The servants called for Rabbi Yehoshua, and Kaiser asked him, what did you tell my daughter to do this? Or why did you tell my daughter to do this? Rabbi Yehoshua responded. He says, listen, as she spoke to me, I replied to her. In other words, that just as the emperor's daughter found it surprising that wisdom could be contained in an unattractive person, Rabbi Yehoshua ben Hananiah wanted her to learn that just as wine is preserved in ugly earthenware vessels, likewise the Torah is better preserved in similar vessels. And so it goes on to say, afterwards, Kaiser's daughter then asks, but there are beautiful people who are also learned. There are other Talmud Chacham who look handsome. Rabbi Yehoshua answered, well, if these handsome scholars would be detestable in appearance, they would be even more learned.
You know what it's saying? The more time that you're chasing after tail is the less time you're studying.
So the answer is let the tail chase after you?
Basically, and make sure that she's a god, that she's the Isha Ira Adonai ki titalelao. Sorry, it's been a while.
Fascinating. What we learn from this is that the degree of a person's
also for context, like praised is a woman who fears the Lord, or what was it? No, was it? I don't know. Like, I forget exactly what precedes it, but like a woman who fears the Lord, she is to be praised. Oh, that's what it is. There's a woman who fears the Lord, she is to be praised. And again, I don't think you need to view it as like, oh, I'm afraid of God. It's more so just, being conscious more than anything.
Term scholarship, because it sounds too academic. But a person's ability to comprehend and to internalize Torah is not related to his beauty, but to his attitude towards beauty. A beautiful person who has a contemptuous attitude towards beauty will not be swayed by his good looks to become proud and arrogant. And so beauty brings with it great trials and temptations, which can easily drag its bearer down and make him incapable of acquiring the wisdom of Torah. And so the Torah tells us that while Joseph was faced with trials and temptations in Mitzrayim, Hashem was always with him. God was blessing him with great success. We read in Genesis 39:21, Vayi Adonai et Yosef vayit elav chesed vayitein chino. And Hashem was with Joseph, and he imbued him with grace be'nei sar beit hasohar, and the eyes of the prison warden. And this was after the Potiphar's wife attempted to falsely accuse him of taking advantage of her, and he was thrown into the maximum penitentiary in Mitzrayim, in which Hashem gave him great blessing and success. And so what we see here is that Yosef was given special grace and success from Hashem. Why? Well, because he did not fall victim to the moral depravity of Mitzrayim. Now, while Yosef guarded his soul in Mitzrayim, he was not without his struggle to fight off temptation. Okay? The Torah tells us that on the day that Potiphar's wife attempted to have relations with him, it was on a day that nobody happened to be at the property. Very interesting and very strange at the same time. We read here in Breshit, Genesis 39:11. Vayhi kehayom hazeh, vayavo habayta la'asot melacheto. And it was on that day he came to the house to do his work. Ve'ein ish, and there was no person, me'anshe habayit, of the members of the household, sham babayit, there in the house. Now let's think about this. Up to this point, Potiphar's wife has been trying to seduce Yosef, okay? Wearing her most seductive lingerie, her most enticing perfume, wearing her most, sexy makeup, whatever you want to call it. Maybe trying to DM him in his Instagram account. Who knows what they had back then? So why would Yosef put himself in a situation where he would be alone with a married woman, especially a woman who was trying to seduce him? Chazal tell us that the day that Yosef almost fell victim to Potiphar's wife was a pagan holiday. And there's two opinions which we'll get into what type of holiday, but everybody was out and about and they were all indulging in some type of immoral lifestyle. And so on this day, when everyone in the nation went out to celebrate, both Yosef and Potiphar's wife, they chose to have this day to be alone to have an intimate encounter. In other words, Yosef was bound to give in to the sexual temptation. And so as an excuse to go to the property, Yosef was going to go check out Potiphar's accounting books, because after all, he was master of everything in Potiphar's house. To make it seem legitimate why he was there, it was because he was going to actually go do some work. And so we read here, going to the Gemara, Masechet Sotah, we'll read from here in the Midrash, 36b, the Gemara says that this teaches that both Yosef and Potiphar's wife stayed in the house as they intended to perform a matter of sin, an avera. Now, with regard to the phrase, when he went to the house to do his work, Rav and Shmuel engaged in the dispute with regard to its meaning. One says it means that he went into the house to do his work, literally, right? And one says, no. He entered the house in order to fulfill his sexual needs with her, because that's work as well. Okay, it's just a idiomatic expression. Okay, so it goes on to say afterwards. It says, Hayom Yom Hagam Haya. On that day was a festival, and they all went out to the house of idol worship, to Avodah Zarah, and she told them that she was sick and she could not go. And so she said to herself, I have no day in which Yosef will attend to me like this day. Now, if we go to the Midrash kind of picks up off of what the Gemara is saying and explores it a little bit more. We read here in Breshit Rabbi 87a. Rav Yehuda said it was on the day that the Nile overflowed its banks, and everyone went out to see it, but Yosef did not go. And now, if you know anything about the Egyptian system of Avodah Zarah, is attributed that Pharaoh believed that he was like a god who would go, he created the Nile and everything. And this is one of the funny things about Moshe Rabbeinu and Aaron confronting Pharaoh later in the Chumash Shemot, is that they confronted him while he was in the Nile. And so the Midrash mentions that Pharaoh
He would go to the bathroom in the Nile.
He basically presented himself as a god who created the Nile.
And he couldn't.
And so as a god, obviously, you don't have any issues or needs like a human being does. So in the morning, Pharaoh used to go down and he would relieve himself, go to the bathroom in the Nile. So it was at this moment Moshe shows up and says, well, sorry, I hate to bother you while you're on your bathroom break, but so much for a god, right? So it's kind of like a tongue-in-cheek statement there. So nonetheless, the Midrash says, well, they went down because this was a part of their idol worship.
Moses didn't understand.
However, we see the view from Rabbi Nehemiah says, oh, there was a performance.
Oh, he must have had a huge bladder then.
Well, he was a god, and we all know about Yahweh's members. So
No, we're not talking about member. We're talking about. I guess they're connected.
At the local theater, the movie theater, on that day, and everyone went to see the performance. It was still a form of avodah zarah, just some type of theatrical performance of it. But Yosef did not go. And it says,
you need
rather,
the
he
giant
entered the
pipe to
house
drain
to
the
do
giant reservoir.
his work, to calculate the accounts of his master, his cheshbonot shel rabo. So this was a backup plan once again to basically use as an excuse, as it says in Masechet Sotah, to allow himself to get in proximity. And this kind of shows you how the Yetzer Hara works in a person, right? You're fighting this temptation. This beautiful woman is trying to seduce you. You're trying to avoid it, but the inclination is strong. And so, Potiphar's wife was calling to him like the crack was calling the Pookie. For those who've ever seen the movie, okay, you know what I'm talking about. And he can't take it. He's just like, okay.
What's he talking about?
Let me go and do some work, right? Knowing that he puts himself in proximity to her. So
who's Pookie?
I do not have a clue.
Given all his Instagram references, it's probably something pretty.
I'll tell us that
pretty what?
Cheesy pop.
To refrain from sinning.
Wait, do you mean cheesy, like as in cheesy, or what?
Yeah, just the kind of vapid stuff.
Yeah.
Joseph saw an image of his father Yaakov, and it woke him up, disturbed him. And immediately he fled outside, as the Torah described, right, when she grabbed his garment. And when he fled outside, he went to an area and dug his hands into the ground. And that by digging his hands in the ground, he emitted sperm from his fingernails. We read here, continuing in Masechet Sotah 36b, and it says immediately.
I missed that in the
rabbis,
Bible.
In Hebrew, there's no vulgar language. Can be vulgar connotations with Hebrew words, but there's no curse words like we have in English. So that's why even in modern Hebrew, there's a lot of borrowed language when a person wants to use derogatory language. Not saying that you should, but to describe Yosef's sexual arousal per se, the rabbis applied a verse from Genesis 49:24 that says, "Miyad vateshev be'etan kashto," excuse me, and immediately his bow returned firm. In other words, it's describing Yosef, okay, when he had an erection, okay? So excuse me for those who may be offended by it, but that's what the rabbis are showing us here. The guy was sexually active, okay? And so Rav Yochanan says in the name of Rabbi Meir, this means that his bow, his male member, returned to its strength. He overcame his desire, right? He snapped out of it. And the verse then continues afterwards in Genesis 49:24, in which says, and the arms of his hands were made supple. But that means, the sages say, is that he dug his hands into the ground and his semen was emitted between his fingernails. Now you'll see I've highlighted here in yellow. It says, Vaya fozu zeroe yadav. What does that mean? We're going to get back in a minute, because if we go to the Midrash I just quoted, it also piggybacks off of the Gemara and it alludes to the same thing. Rabbi Yitzchak said, his seed scatter and exit from between his fingernails, as it says in Genesis 49:24. Vayafozu zeroe yadav. But it's translated in many English texts, and his arms were gilded. Okay? Now I left the asterisk there. Let me explain how the rabbis understood that as him spilling or
I'm filling in
seed
gaps
from his
in my
fingernails.
Bible education.
They didn't teach us this in elementary school.
What did they say? Is the arms how it was translated? Arms what?
Zeroe.
We're gilded.
No, that's Yifazu because Paz is gold, but Zeroe is like limb, and then Zeroe Yadav, the limbs of his hands. So literally his fingers.
Yeah, no, did not. I was never explained any of this before.
So in total, he had 11 penises.
Oh, well, that's all. I've got 10 that I can show on camera.
Is it any wonder Potiphar's wife wanted him to stay over and, spread the Pharaoh's, the ledgers a little bit?
Let's be real. You know what she was after? She wanted a kid that could tell the future. She thought maybe, yeah.
And it looked better than Potiphar.
Hey, you don't know.
It's pretty Sumerian. It's pretty Sumerian and stuff. If he's putting his semen into the ground, I can see some plants springing up. What are the 10 plants that came out of Joseph's fingernails? Excited by the goddess Nit, whatever of Egypt.
Well, don't forget that one of the creation stories in Egypt has Ta basically masturbating the world into creation. Tag.
Yeah, he's still impregnating Mother Earth there. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, here, let's continue. I'm going to take another demo and we'll continue.
Seems to be crazy. Like, what the heck are the rabbis smoking on? I want some. All right, no, I'm just joking.
I have some.
What's going on over here? Let me explain, because we're dealing with Hebrew.
And I'm getting
the verse here in Genesis 49:24 can actually be read, and the seed was dispersed.
I'm not sure the old rabbis could put in an internet order, though.
The word that you see over here.
Oh, dude, imagine. No, they were probably growing their own, and they're probably chanting magical spells over those plants.
Although the best stuff came from the Scythians.
Which is where, honestly, imagine if the reason that so many Jews settled in Eastern Europe, like, because I think they found stuff going back all the way to, like, just around Roman times, but there's evidence of Jewish habitation in, like, the Ukraine region, like in the what is it, the Volga River Valley, going back to, I think, around just a little bit under 2,000 years ago.
I was going to say, now you're starting to move into Khazar sort of territory.
Moving into states where it's legal.
Well, no, but the thing is, they were there before the Khazars.
Well, I know, that's sort of what I'm saying. It butts into the whole Khazar concept and subject.
Was it? Sorry, yeah.
No, I was just saying it could have been, that they were the Jewish element that then got, incorporated in Khazar society and ended up as part of the ruling class or something,
Another thing to look at maybe is how there's speculation that Samarkand was maybe originally established by Sumerians, or Samaritans rather, and that it might be like one of the, like, quote unquote lost tribes, even though it's not as simple as say it's a lost tribe, but rather a lost part of the lost tribe.
Part of the lost tribe tradition is the way I would probably phrase it.
I mean, like, part of the remnant that that was exiled, rather. Like they're a remnant of the exilees.
No, I get you. We're on the same page.
Mm-hmm.
So there seemingly was a prohibition at some point where it had been used in the temple incense, and then it was no more.
What, cannabis?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it has to do with the Yahwistic reforms primarily.
I was kind of thinking it was the falling out between the Persians and the Scythians, where Cyrus decided he had to invade and then lost his head over it. Literally, tag.
I don't know what's worse, losing your head or losing your weed.
Losing your head, you can always get more weed.
obviously. But on the other hand, if you lose your head, you're not aware of weed or the lack thereof. I'm joking. I'm playing on some, what is it, John the Baptist motifs. All right.
Vayofosu, okay, is actually read as Vayafosu. So that means, and they were dispersed. Obviously, you see there's a change. Vayafozu, that has a zayin there at the end. And then it's being read by the rabbis as Vayafosu. It's a sadi. Now, if you know Hebrew, you'll know that certain letters are able to be interchangeable. And the letters zayin and sadi are interchangeable at certain times. Why? Because they're pronounced with the teeth. The aleph bet, the Hebrew alphabet, it actually emanates from 5 parts of the mouth. So to pronounce certain words, some words are pronounced from the palate, some are from the tongue, some are from the teeth, some are from the throat. They're called gutturals, which some are more pronounced than others. You have silents that are also from the throat, like the aleph and the ayin. So if actually you listen to somebody very Israeli or Iraqi, or even from any parts of Yemen, things of that nature, they pronounce the ayin accurately, okay, like how it is in Arabic. But American Jews that speak Hebrew, they won't always do it just because of the accent. That's it. So these are interchangeable. Now, when we take a look at the word zero-a in Genesis 49:24, that's seen as a form as zera. And zera means seed, or it can mean sperm. Now, I know what you're thinking. Okay, great explanation, phenomenal exegesis. But how in the world could sperm drip from the fingernails of Yosef? Come on.
Oh, I might have
Are
been
you
wrong.
serious now?
Of boy.
What did the rabbis mean by that?
Not
Well,
boy.
get ready to put your seatbelts on, kids. We're going to go into something deep here. Contrary to the biological understanding of the male body, man's sperm is more than a physical substance that is generated in the lower part of the body.
It's generated in the mind.
At its root, sperm is a spiritual energy that originates from the seat of the soul in the brain. When the sperm begins to descend, it's still in its original spiritual state, or the energy that creates it. However, once it reaches the lower extremities of the body, it then becomes a physical substance. Now, this is very important to understand. And we'll go into a little anatomy here because it's not so far-fetched on some type of mystical jargon that's not relatable to the anatomical makeup of the male body. On either side of the thalamus in the head, there's a gland that is called the pineal. Now, the pineal is cone-shaped and secretes a yellowish golden type fluid. Now, the pituitary body that's opposite of it is ellipsoid in its shape, and it contains a whitish secretion like a milky substance. That's usually the substance that is mostly noted with sperm. Now, the fluids that are found in both of these bodies come from the same source that is called the claustrum. And you see it exactly here on this image. Now, what is claustrum? Claustrum actually literally means a barrier. It separates. The fluid which flows down from the claustrum, it separates, part going into the pineal gland and part into the pituitary. And these function as some type of special laboratories actually in your head, at least in the male head. And therefore differentiate the fluid from the claustrum, and it takes on the colors of either the yellowish pineal or the whitish of the pituitary. And so the yellowish fluid of the pineal has electrical properties, while the whitish fluid of the pituitary has magnetic properties. Now, if this fluid reaches the lower part of the body, it produces what we know as sperm.
Oh, never mind. I thought it was going to.
This is important because the electric and magnetic properties contained in the sperm are essential for procreation. Obviously, you also got to get the woman when she's ovulating and she drops her seed, which is the egg. And together, the zygote and everything that combines it, the wonders of life. Now, what happens if a man does not release seed? If a man does not emit seed, meaning he releases sperm for procreation, or chasas chalila, wastes his seed on other pleasures per se, then that fluid changes its chemistry once it's mixed. And once this chemistry takes place, the fluid becomes less dense. And then it travels back up the spinal column via the cerebrospinal fluid, very similar like the way mercury is in a thermometer. And what happens is it travels up until it rests in the area that we call the solar plexus. Now think about that term, solar plexus.
I'll register my official
The solar
discomfort with them
plexus
using the
is a
term
collection of two bundles of
electromagnetism.
nerves. In the medical field, they call it the ganglion. And therefore, they are intertwined and they pass each other as a central location in the abdomen. Once in the solar plexus,
Muted.
Yeah, so what are your thoughts on what he's saying? It just sounds like a lot of woo to me, honestly.
There's actually relation stuff in Taoism about how your essence is recycled if you don't emit it, and it's part of the elixir of immortality, and the cock rings to hold it back.
And this is tying into what you've heard, being talked about with the Christing and that sort of concept. It's the idea of the semen retention going up there. Where I'm throwing the flag on him is he's basically reducing it to electromagnetism rather than seeing spiritual energy as something different than those, but at a higher level.
I mean, it might not be like seeing as separate, but that it's just like on different levels. Like you have the physical level and then you have the spiritual level.
Yeah, that it becomes electromagnetism.
Yeah, he's basically reducing it to, because I think the better way to do it is think of it as an extra dimensional substance that's within the cerebral spinal fluid. Not that it's the electromagnetism of the cerebral spinal fluid. Again, this is where my math and physics comes into play, where what he's saying, I agree with his concepts, but he's using words that don't correspond well to my understanding.
He's
That's
using
all.
words that don't even correspond to the words. He said ganglion for ganglion. He said secretes for secretes. And then he said cerebral spinal fluid for cerebrospinal.
I mean, to be fair, just because he doesn't know how to pronounce it doesn't mean he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
That's the last thing I'm going to throw a flag on somebody for.
Yeah, for all you know, he could be from a commonwealth.
No, what I'm saying is I recognize the territory he's talking about, and I agree with him in principle. It's his terminology is kind of fast and loose, and like you said, a little too woo-woo. It's not as precise as I like with my math and physics.
But yeah, go ahead.
Also, I don't think the rabbis would approve of his take.
Well, he's getting it from them, isn't he? About the sperm to the...
I don't know. I don't know where he's citing this from.
The fluid.
No, but I think I could probably hook him up with a philologist that could give him some recipes to turn that into, sort of a communion.
Oh, I feel like the context you're talking about is maybe a bit more like come in union.
Ba-dum-bum.
Charges itself for 2.5 days. Why 2.5 days? What does that mean? The 2.5 days are related to the phases of the moon when it passes through the constellations, specifically the sun sign. And the sun sign is the constellation you were born under. Gemini, Virgo, Aries, etc.
Aries.
And so during this time, the fluid in the solar plexus, assuming a person is living godly, they're living righteous, and they're living a healthy life, taking care of their body, their mind, etc., is being charged by the electromagnetic energy of the sun and moon. This is why it's called solar plexus. Okay? solar plexus. It's the energy that is contained within. This is also why people have experiences with, they call it the third eye from the pineal. All this is related.
I had an experience that kind of felt like that. It's like, it's also kind of like, you're breathing out and it's going back in.
To the energy.
Well, no, the solar plexus is your center of will. That's where you exert your will from. But, it's just his derivation of the word with solar plexus I found funny.
Well, from what I understand, there's a lot of people who exert their will with other parts of their bodies.
Well, they're lowering their will from their solar plexus, exactly.
Oh, I was also just thinking of, what is more of the exertion of will than this? The act of pointing.
Well, and then the concept of the heart chakra as actual shining point and central.
Also, it's almost like it's the solution to as above, so below.
Well, it's the primary chakra. It's the first one and the ones that governs them all.
Wait, really?
Yeah, it's the middle one of the, three on either side.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fascinating.
I think didn't I forward you my my chakra work, Ariel?
Maybe it's honestly I have such a bad memory.
I'll do it again.
The green one of the Roy G. Biv.
What? Roy G. Biv? What?
Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Roy G. Biv.
Roy G. Biv sounds like some politician from Arkansas.
Or a member of Belle Biv DeVoe.
Of what?
One of the old R&B groups, Belle Biv DeVoe.
Oh.
And so, friends, the drops of sperm that emitted from the fingernails of Yosef were uprooted from the pure seed that originated in his brain and rested in his solar plexus. And so the sperm that emitted from his fingernails was definitely not physical sperm. The rabbis were not that out there, okay? This is the secret behind Chazal's interpretation of Genesis 49:24,
I'm sorry, how is this
where
not
they
out
read
there?
the verse, and as his hands dripped seed. That's why we could read it differently.
What was that?
He was citing the verse, Genesis 49 something.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I know that part's scripture, or that part's tradition. I know it now, but now I'm talking about what he's talking about with the solar plexus.
Yeah, but what is it? What does that Genesis 49 say about his fingernails?
No, this is just the interpretation of that his seed became supple.
Now, while Yosef may not have been physically intimate with Potiphar's wife, Bul Hashem, okay, and which would have caused him to spill physical seed, the Zohar teaches that the souls derived from Yosef's spiritual seed that came from his fingers were none other than the Asera Harugei Malchut, the 10 righteous martyrs who were killed by the Roman Empire 2,000 years ago. And Masechet Brachot, where Moshe Rabbeinu is shown Rabbi Akiva and the yeshiva of Rabbi Akiva, and how well learned Rabbi Akiva is in the Torah of Moshe. Moshe is shown how Rabbi Akiva is gruesomely killed by the Romans, and Moshe is very, very disturbed. And he asks Hashem, how can you allow such a thing to happen? Hashem responds to Moshe and says, shh, sheket, keep silent. This decree is what has risen, it is what is arisen out of my thoughts. We read here in Masechet Melachot 29b, Moshe said, before God, Rabbono Shel Olam, Master of the Universe, you have shown me Rabbi Akiva's Torah, now show me his schar, his reward. God said to him, return to where you were. Moshe went back and he saw that they were weighing Rabbi Akiva's flesh in a butcher market, a makulin as it's known as. Rabbi Akiva was tortured to death by the Romans. In fact, he was crucified and his skin was filleted with what was called a cat of nine tails. And he died actually quoting the Shema Ve'ahavta. And so Moshe said before him, Master of the Universe, this is the Torah and this is its reward. tortured to death by the Romans. In fact, he was crucified and his skin was filleted with what was called a cat o' nine tails. And he died actually quoting the Shema Ve'ahavta. And so Moshe said before him, Master of the Universe, this is the Torah and this is its reward? And God said to him, be silent. And now in English, we translate this, attention arose before me. But
What is it about,
literally,
Jews getting
actually in the
justified
Hebrew,
for being contrary to the Romans?
this,
Sorry, what was that?
I said, what is it about, Jews being crucified for being contrary to the Romans? It seems like a hobby they had back then.
I don't know, but if you win the contest, you get made into a god.
Well, so they are talking about immaculate conception of 10 martyrs from his fingers.
No, they're talking about this. They're like that it's the souls that came out of that.
Yeah, well, that's an immaculate conception if he's the seedster.
I don't know. I mean, because it's not physical.
Immaculate being, not carnal begettings, or
No, but what I'm trying to say is it's the souls of them. It's not It's not like any type of seed.
Well, it could be like with Zoroaster, where the seed is sitting there waiting in the water for the right woman to bathe in it.
Interesting.
arose from my thoughts. The wording of Hashem's answer to Moshe's question is related to the 10 martyrs and the spiritual sperm of Yosef that originated from his brain. What we learn from this is that the mind of Yosef corresponded to the mind of Hashem. Yosef brought those souls into existence. Now, Kabbalistically, the death of the Asara Harogei Malchut were considered an atonement for Yosef's pagam of emitting that spiritual seed. And this Kabbalistic interpretation is based actually on the developed rabbinical concept of the death of the 10 martyrs, whose death atoned for sins were related to Yosef's 10 brothers who betrayed him. So their deaths ultimately served for the pagam of Yosef's brothers. But it's a developed idea.
We got that crucified
after
Jew
the Roman
atoning
Empire
for
started to
sin.
outlaw Judaism, and they
Where have I
wanted the
heard
Jews
this
to
before?
venerate the chair of Rome, okay, the Roman Empire, the Roman emperor who perceived himself as half God, half man. You know, God manifested in the flesh, which is where Christianity gets their theology from. Now, when Yosef revealed himself to his brothers, the Torah mentions that he asked if his father was still alive, as I mentioned at the beginning of this teaching. Strange request. You would think, obviously, the father is alive. But there's more beneath the surface. We read here in Genesis 45:3. Vayomer Yosef el achav ani Yosef ha'ol avi chai. I am Joseph. Is my father still alive? Yosef's question about Yaakov was related to the spiritual connection between him and his father. As part of the 7 tzaddikim that make up the Arik Hapin, Yaakov and Yosef represent the sanctity of Torah. The Torah describes Yaakov as a Ishtam, as an innocent man who dwelled in the tents of Torah, while Yosef was a pillar of Yesod, which is the sanctity of Brit HaKodesh, of the Holy Covenant. Genesis 25:27, Parshat Toledot, V'Yaakov Ishtam, Yoshev Ohalim. Now, it doesn't say Ohel in the plural, it says Ohalim, in tents. Tents of Torah. What we learn about this connection of Yaakov and Yosef, is that success in the Torah is dependent on the sanctity of Brit HaKodesh, of the Holy Covenant, of moral purity. And the second blessing of Bircha Hamazon, the blessing that we say, grace after meals, we thank Hashem for his covenant that is sealed in our flesh, in our male member. We read here, Nodeh lecha Adonai Eloheinu. We thank you, Hashem, our God, for your parceling out as a heritage to our fathers, a land that is desirable, good, and spacious, for your bringing us out, Hashem, our God, from Eretz Mitzrayim, the land of Egypt, and redeeming us from the house of Avadim, of bondage, of servitude. Va'abalitecha shechatamta biv sarenu. For your covenant you have sealed in our flesh. The primary traits of Yaakov and Yosef were inseparably connected as well as interdependent. When Yosef revealed himself and asked if his father was still alive, ha'od avichai, he wanted to know that while he was gone all those years, was Yaakov's attribute of Tiferet still alive? Was it spiritually still there? The Midrash teaches that when Yosef told his brothers to draw near to him, that he showed them the mark of his circumcision. Genesis, excuse me, 93.
Show them.
10. Gishuna
How's that going to
Vayigash,
differentiate him from
draw
any
near,
other
they drew
Egyptian
near.
priest?
Maybe they just thought he was coming on to them.
Hamila.
Well, were
And
they
he showed
bowing
his
down
brothers
before him at the time?
Ugh, I don't know.
his circumcision. Very strange way to reconcile with your brothers after 13 years. Like, hey guys, please come close. Now, obviously, the Midrash's statement of Yosef showing his brother's circumcision contains a deeper meaning. All right, it was not anything like what it appears upon the Peshat. Yosef was revealing to his brothers that he represented the sanctity of the Torah. Now, obviously, the Midrash's statement of Yosef showing a way to reconcile with your brothers after 13 years. Like, Gishuna elai, Vayigashu, draw near, they drew near. And he showed his brothers his circumcision. Very strange way to reconcile with your brothers after 13 years.
I have a surprise
hey guys,
for you.
Please come close. Now, obviously, the Midrash's statement of Yosef showing his brother's circumcision contains a deeper meaning. All right, it was not anything like what it appears upon the Peshat. Yosef was revealing to his brothers that he represented the sanctity of the Torah, and despite the moral corruption in Mitzrayim, he had remained unblemished. And so, as the pillar of Yesod, Yosef represented the sanctity of the Holy Covenant, which was bound to Yaakov, who was the pillar of Torah. And so, by exposing Yosef to the immorality of Mitzrayim, the brothers had actually endangered the Torah of their father. Now, on an allegorical level, Yosef's encounter with his brothers, revealing to them the sign of the Brit HaKodesh, really represents the sanctity of the soul and the desires of the body. When a person allows himself to be exposed to the desires of the body, which is Mitzrayim, which is Mitzar, restriction, they risk the purity of their soul, of limiting their spiritual potential. This is why when we study these parshiot, we have to look at these allegorical meanings. Now, in the previous teaching on the Torah portion, I explained that when the Torah mentioned Yosef recognizing his brothers, but they did not recognize him, it was due to a lack of spiritual sekel or comprehension. Genesis 42:8. Yosef recognized his brothers, but they did not recognize him. Now, according to the Midrash on this verse, the reason why Yosef's brothers, they did not recognize him is because, he had a zakan, he had a beard. He's mature now. It's 13 years later. Bereshit Rabbah 91:7. And therefore the rabbi said, because they did not leave him bearing the mark of a beard. All right, when they sold him, he didn't have a beard. Now, while growing a beard can change the appearance of a person, okay, how they look and things of that nature, once again, the Midrash contains a deeper lesson here. What is that lesson? According to Kabbalah, a man's beard is related to the sanctity of Brit HaKodesh, of the Holy Covenant. In other words, when a person is sanctified in moral purity, there's a correspondence with the beard. In fact, in halakha, in Jewish law, a man who is incapable of fathering children is also incapable of growing a beard. This type of individual in Jewish law is called a saris. Okay? A saris is a male who does not develop secondary sexual characteristics at puberty, or he can have those characteristics move, meaning he becomes like a eunuch. Now, another topic for another day too is about different genders in Jewish law. I know we live in a woke generation today. People say I'm awake genders, but there's actually different genders. Androgynous figures, a woman like Sarah Imenu, who's called an alunit or saris. These are not classified as basically zachar unekeva, as male or female. Okay, they're a separate category that Jewish law applies to differently. Okay, which is very interesting to get into as well. So this describes a saris. And so a person, there's a genetic pagam there in which they can't produce a child. There's a lack to grow a beard. Okay, but what does that mean on a deeper level? Well, from a Kabbalistic perspective, the physical defect of a saris is indicative of a spiritual defect. It's very similar to the Metzorah who has sara'at. That physical manifestation on their skin is from a spiritual pagam. Now, in relation to the sfirot, as I explained earlier, the sfirot represent the anthropomorphic configuration of man. That's why it's in the shape of a man. The human body has the shape it does because it reflects the structure of the soul, which in turn reflect the configuration of the sfirot. All right. Now, in this arrangement, what we see here was called keter, and I don't have the actual sphere on there on the top. Da'ad is used interchangeably with it, and that's another topic. Why? I'm not going to talk about that right now. But keter is usually identified with the skull. And the skull in the Zohar is called Golgotha. All right? Whereas Chachma and Bina, they're identified with the right and left hemisphere, which, if you want to get on the biological levels I just explained, with the secretion of seed, they correspond to the pineal and the pituitary. All right, and Golgotha representing the thalamus. Now, in his Kabbalistic commentary on Parashat Toledot, the Arizal, Rabbi Yitzhak Lori, he spoke of the partsuf of the Arich Apin, which literally means extended countenance, okay, which once again corresponds to the 7 Tzaddikim. And once again, Arich Apin in Aramaic corresponds to the Hebrew term Erech Apayim, which means slow to anger, which refers to one of the Yugimel Midot, the 13 attributes of Hashem from Parsha Kitas Exodus 34:6-7. The Arizal taught that the 13 attributes of Chesed, that they are visualized as 13 hairs of the beard of Arich Apin. That image I showed you guys earlier that had a face, that had a beard on it, that's what these 13 hairs correspond, that they are descending to Chachma. And so each of these hairs, the Arizal explained, is a channel, a rectification in Aramaic that's known as Tekuni Dikna. Now, the chief disciple of the Arizal, Rabbi Chaim Vatel, in his Sha'ar Ruach HaKodesh, he wrote about the mystical kavanot or intentions of entering to Chodesh Elul, teaching the Tikunei Dikna, or 13 rectifications of the beard, is open during Chodesh Elul. Very interesting piece, and I did not get to add the Hebrew to it, but the translation is here. It says, during the month of Elul, the 13 sources of the 13 rectifications of the beard, which in Aramaic, he used the term Tikunei Dikna, of Atika, are opened, and they are revealed and shine below in the what's called the makif of the brains, or what's called moachin. Moach is singular, okay, in Hebrew. The partsusim, the partsufim is the different unions of the sfirot, like the lower 7 is like a partsuf, the upper 3 is a partsuf, the Abba, Ima, left and right, and I left there, they correspond, the pineal and pituitary, Chachma, Bina, etc. This is why we have clarified in the beginning of the Idra Zuta, which is dealing with the Zohar, it's a section there for Parsha Ha'azinu, that from outside the brains of Ama, Ima, Chachma, Bina, okay, pituitary, pineal, their lights break forth and shine in the secret of the surrounding light, or what he calls there as the Or Makif. It is there that these 13 rectifications of the supernal beard of Atika become revealed. Now, when a lot of people read these things, they don't really understand what's being said over here. It's a lot of mystical language, but I could tell you the Ari, his chief disciple, Rabbi Vatel, they were ahead of their time, way ahead of their time, because they understand the inner dynamics of what's happening in man. In the human body, Keter, with its 2 partsufim, okay, which is Atik Yomim and Arich Apin, correspond to the skull. That's called Golgotha. The what's called lack of term intellectual faculties, which I hate to use because it sounds academic and doesn't really mean that. the partsuf of Chokhmah and Bina corresponding to Abba and Ima, okay, Chokhmah, Bina, they correspond to the right and left hemisphere of the brain. So that would be the pineal and the pituitary corresponding Golgotha or the thalamus. What's called the makif, which literally means surrounding of the two brains, a hemisphere, is what's called the dura that develops him. And the dura is actually a medical term that is used when dealing with the study of the brain or the skull. So the flow of the divine life force, based upon what we just read, extends from Arik Hapin to Chokhmah and subsequently to Bina, which receives from Chokhmah, giving, receiving, male, female, yada, yada, yada. And so through the channels of hair of Arik Hapin's beard. Now, according to the Arizal, the 13 parts of the beard of Arik Hapin is connected to the facial hair, all right? Which is why very pious Jews don't shave their beards at all, or they'll grow their peyotes actually further out. And I get this all the time. People ask, you don't have peyotes on. Learn your Torah, friend. Okay, Chaver, learn your Torah. These are your peyotes right here. As long as the side of the hair is not marred with a razor, that's your peyote, okay? Yeah, some grow them a little longer. Some keep it shorter. I have thinned out through the years on the top up here, obviously having kids. I used to have a nice, lovely set of long hair like Fabio, but you know, I used to keep it in braids back in the day. But right here, so the more pious the Chidor mitzvah, as it's known, is to grow it all the way out, just like a person grows their beard all the way out. Nothing wrong with keeping a short beard, whether somebody is symbolic of it. Just understand what you're doing and know why you're doing it, okay? So, but this is the reason why people won't shave their beards or shave their sides of their hair to let it grow out. Now, the only problem with the Arizal's explanation is that a man's beard does not grow from his skull, right? It doesn't grow from here. It's like, what does that mean, right? It's the hair is here. It's not growing from here. Yeah, you have sideburns that grow down, but
This is
it doesn't grow. You have your jawbone, it's connected up
Yeah,
to
I
your
don't
skull.
necessarily see it applies
Now,
to
until
Joseph,
recently,
the cultural
the
concept he
skull
wouldn't have had
was
a beard.
viewed
It is fascinating.
basically as nothing more than a passive shell protecting the brain from the outside. This is the way the medical community looked at it. The brain itself, enveloped in a membrane that's called the dura, is actually floating in the cerebral spinal fluid. Remember, that's the same fluid in which the fluid of the pineal and pituitary through the colostrum descends down. And if it does not emit for procreation purposes, it descends up into the solar plexus. And therefore, it's floating in the cerebral spinal fluid, filling the space between the door and the skull with no direct connection to the skull. And there is an image that is zoomed in, showing you the actual levels. Why I mention this, because in 2018, Nature Neuroscience, they released a study teaching how direct vascular channels connect skull bone marrow and the brain surface, enabling myeloid cell migration. And based on this study, the skull is connected with the brain via direct microscopic vascular channels, just as Kabbalah teaches. Fascinating. That's why I said the Arlinim are ahead of their time. Because while most people study and they think they're talking some mystical mumbo jumbo, the cosmos out there, they're actually talking about inside of man, which is why I've explained in my teachings on the Mishkan that all those items at Kelim are a microcosm of man, and man is a microcosm of what's out there in the
As
universe.
above, so below, as
According
within,
to
so
Nature
without.
Neuroscience, confocal microscopy, excuse the tongue twist, of the skull or the dura interface reveal myeloid cell migration through microscopic vascular channels crossing the inner skull cortex. These observations point to a direct local interaction between the brain. What does that mean for you guys sitting at home like, It means this. If you take a look at this image, which they shared in that article, you'll see different areas that talk about the bone, the dura, the brain, and you'll see these channels. And what this is pointing out here is that we see that basically vascular channels are being there, that the skull is not just a plate that protects your brain. So this scientific discovery teaches the skull is no longer viewed as a passive shell, right? the skull, as most flat and long bones, contains bone marrow. And so during inflammation, which activates the innate immune system response, bone marrow in the skull produces more, the term is eluding me here, leukocytes. What is that? Like sites? Probably someone in the medical field is probably yelling at the monitor right now. Get it right, you idiot.
Leukocytes.
It's L-E-U, I think Leukocytes. I think that's how it's spelled. Leukocytes. Excuse me if I'm butchering it. I'm trying to remember offhand. Now, the other innate immune system cells that are transported via the microscopic vascular channels to the brain are used to heal the inflammation. Why is that important? Because any diligent student within the Kabbalah would take note that the hair in Arik Apin's beard is a symbolic representation for channels through which the attributes of divine mercy, mazel, flow down to accomplish the tikkun or rectification, thus called tikkune tikkana. And so here what we see with the brain is that the leukocytes, created by the innate immune system in the skull's bone marrow, flowing down through the microvascular channels to the brain to heal, repair, and rectify the damage, let's say, caused by, God forbid, a stroke or inflammation, do exactly the same thing that we find in the writings of the Ari and Rabbi Chaim Vital, etc. Now, this is powerful because in the quote that I just mentioned from Rabbi Chaim Vital, he mentioned that the 13 rectifications of the beard are open. These channels, the beard is just a colloquial term, are open. These 13 channels are open when? During Chodesh Elul. Think about that. What is Chodesh Elul? It's Chodesh Teshuvah. On the 1st of Elul, we begin our, if you follow the Nusach Sephardi, you start focusing on basically prayers of Teshuvah a little earlier, okay? And therefore, Slichot begins at that time, where in the Ashkenaz, you do it a Shabbat before Rosh Hashanah. And so, Chodesh Elul is Chodesh Teshuvah. Ani ledodi v'dodi li, and to my beloved is my beloved to me. The king is in the field, and all these other beautiful spiritual poetic expressions used to return to God. When a person enters Chodesh,
think about that. Ani ledodi v'dodi li. I am for my beloved, and my beloved is for me. Just kind of this mirror, but then think about it. Ihya asher ihya. I am as I am, or I will be as I will be. Or I will become as I will become. Like, it feels like this idea of, like, I think I just got it. It's not that we are God, because, it's just this idea that we're all sparks of God, but, like, that spark, but it's almost like we're made aware of the macrocosm above us, but also of the microcosm below us. And so we end up finding ourselves in the middle, hence the whole idea of what you were talking about before with the solar plexus, or the idea of, where else was I going with that? Like this idea of embodiment, like you have physicality, you have like spirit or like consciousness, or not consciousness, but you have like basically matter and spirit, and in the middle you have consciousness.
Yeah, there are a few more levels, but that's the general idea.
Yeah.
And interestingly, the heart is the main connection to the source of everything. The will, the solar plexus, is like an appendage that you use to manipulate the reality around you in various ways. Tag.
So fascinating. Yeah, I mean, so, yeah, I mean, just for context, like, I don't know, like, I don't know why I feel like, because honestly, I don't know, I've just kind of gone through a lot lately, so I've been kind of more closed down, but I recently started ketamine therapy. It's like, I guess it's the first time I'm saying it publicly, but at least on my channel, but that it's really helped me a lot. And I don't know. I was going through a rough time because of everything going on in the world, but then also just that kind of exacerbated some of the stuff I was already dealing with. But yeah, I mean, I'm doing a lot better now. But just I don't know, the way that I'm looking at it, I'm starting to be able to see things in a way. It's like in a different. It's like the same things. I feel like I'm able to actually like interact more with them, like within my own mind, as opposed to just it being some concept where it's like, oh, this group here believed it, or just kind of like looking at it, but just looking at it now. I feel like I look at it and I feel it.
More of a gnosis rocking sort of way.
A what?
Gnosis or grokking kind of way to use
Grok?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a
you
term
know,
came up with by Harlan Ellison.
Ah,
yeah, Eckankar, Hawaiian shamanism, rocking.
well, I'm lost, honestly.
Grokking is kind of getting it, being one with it.
I don't know why, but grok just sounds like the noise that this alien species in some relatively low budget but extremely well produced sci-fi movie, and it's like it has short stubby legs and maybe looks like a mix between three different animals, and it just goes
I can see that. I was thinking it as being the name for the animal, but it being the noise it makes is about the same thing.
no, that's also its name. It's named after the sound it makes.
That works. That
Onomatopoetic.
sounds like a Star Trek episode. Sorry, Zero. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, onomatopoetic.
I see what you do there.
Iluwit.
Actually, here, let's continue because I am honestly starting to get a bit loopy because I didn't sleep yet, as y'all can tell. But honestly, like it's probably good because I need to reset my schedule. I only woke up at like like two. Oh, but then also I got home pretty late because I spent
So you're doing the ketamine in the nasal?
no. It's an infusion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, also, I mean, like, it's not like I have a huge channel or anything, but I might as well just, in case anyone in the I mean, I doubt that, of such a small channel, like how many people actually live in the valley, but, one second. Where is it? Here. So yeah, I mean, if you happen to be in the valley or, you happen to come to Arizona, I mean, it's definitely something to look into if you're, if you're struggling. I mean, I don't know, it's interesting because, like, I mean, I'm pretty open about the fact that I've done a lot of different psychedelics, but ultimately, I think that this has been the most, I don't even know how to explain it, like the most engaging. Wait, sorry, oh, wow. Oh, all right. Sorry, I'm like exhausted. Or not, honestly, I'm not exhausted. I'm more so just like, I don't know. Also, another thing, since I've been doing this, I've also been actually feeling the cannabis a lot more. And like, whereas normally it's just kind of like, I just enjoy the feeling like here, whereas like I actually kind of feel it here now. Okay, what was I looking for? Let's see. They have, I think yeah, there's like a, wait, where was it? Pretty sure there's okay, yeah, here it is. So so this is the one in Scottsdale, but so it's really okay. Honest, I'm going to wait. Are y'all able to see this?
Yeah.
Okay, so
like a 3D. Yeah.
yeah. Oh shoot, where it? so they have these like acoustic cushions, and oh wow. So yeah, for I think my next infusion, I'm going to be on like, well, given it's not this location, but like I'll be on like on one of these beds, whereas like before it was, oof. Oh, honestly, oh wow. I feel like I'm there for a second. Okay, but where was it? So yeah, I honestly and I mean another thing that's nice about this is, you know, I mean it's been working for me, but if it doesn't work for whatever reason, you can just stop, and they only charge you for what you've done, as opposed to like, because you know you prepay, but and I mean it's not cheap, but honestly, like I mean I feel like it's helping, and that alone, I mean at the end of the day, isn't it fucked up that we like that our society tells us to value money more than like health or well-being?
Well, the two are kind of interrelated. You need the money in order to ensure you get to have continued wealth.
True, but like I don't know, maybe it's my own personal neurosis, but I just feel like um I don't know, it just feels like society, like it's almost like a lot of people are like, you know, I'll get the money so that I can be healthier, so I can take care of myself, but it's almost like, but what's the point if you're never happy until you like, and if you tell yourself you'll be happy, or you know that you'll feel good once you get like a lot of like, or like, okay, I'm lost, sorry, I'm like it's kind of annoying that, oh okay, I can just do it like this. Is there a way that I can, I wish there was a way that I could more easily do this without, okay, here, so this kind of tripped me out, not gonna lie. So, and I mean I respect it, I mean I just, the thing that makes me uncomfortable isn't it itself, it's actually just my own like uncomfortable was this like what's the word, you know, discomfort with the idea of death. And it's honestly only been lately, it's not something I've always struggled with, so it's really just been, I think, everything going on lately. But so basically he ended up buying this set, I think it was like designed by Alex and Allison Gray, I forget exactly the story behind it, but basically he felt really attached to this, and so he ended up buying it at an auction, kind of like on a whim, and or not a whim, but like he felt it, and so he's going to be buried in this. And just hearing that, honestly, it's like, I mean, yeah, it's an important thing about death, but at the same time, it's kind of like, I mean, it's not like it wasn't something I wasn't right thinking about, but just, I don't know, kind of interesting. But yeah, it's definitely done more than shit like more than a decade of SSRIs has done. And I mean, honestly, I really think like at the end of the day, if SSRIs is what someone needs, then like definitely do that. But it's just, it kind of bugs me that it's like just what people do as standard. And like, I mean, I was only 9 when I got started on SSRIs, and I mean, luckily it helped, but at the same time, you know, how, I don't know, so I don't know. But
Sounds like you're trying to say it stabilized the problem, but it didn't actually make it significantly better
yeah,
and prevented you from trying something else that might.
yeah, basically. Also, this is another cool thing I really like, especially just with the whole like notion of the, oh, also think about it, like the what was it, the guy that we're listening to before, uh was it that, you know, the YouTube video, how talking about the yellow and the white and the connection to the was it the pituitary gland and the
Neil.
yeah, and how like but then that kind of, it reminded me of how Dr. Latham, he's the doctor who's like, this whole place was his like dream, basically, or not dream, but like his vision. I mean, vision and dream. It's kind of interesting. A vision, something that like you, I mean, in a sense, they're the same thing, but a dream seen as something that's like not as real, whereas a vision is like something that you're actually going to have as a goal, even though they're really the same thing if you think about it. But basically, so he was talking about how like he chose this like tree of life type imagery because like how it represents like the dendritic spine, or not, was it dendritic, was it like brain dendrites? Sorry, I'm like exhausted. And again, not actually, see, that's my struggle. I could go to bed at normal times if I actually got like tired, but I don't know. Ever since COVID, I kind of just feel wired all the time until I get to the point where I actually feel like I need to crash, which it's not a good thing, but it's also one of those things where hopefully if I just get back into a normal schedule, it won't even matter. All right. So that's enough about this. It's definitely think it's helped me a lot, but I didn't want to say anything until I knew, because at the end of the day, worst case just doesn't really do much, but best case, it actually really helped. And again, it's one of those things where like I'm super uncomfortable like promote, like I mean, I'm not like promoting it. I feel uncomfortable really talking about anything and like giving anyone ideas if it's not something they'd already thought about, especially. But like I really feel like it's helped me, and it's also like I mean, you mentioned the what that. It's just it was from the other time with the Barcelona video, but what is it I was saying that shoot, what was I saying? Yeah, let me drink some more. Oh, what was I saying? Oh yeah, that I feel super uncomfortable in general, just like talking about anything that could be seen as like, promoting or like advocating for something if it's not like already super mainstreamed. And I mean, the thing is, maybe that's also why I felt kind of uncomfortable talking about it at first, just because honestly, like relatively new, like just because ketamine was never something that interested me from like a recreational standpoint. And I mean, it really isn't something that still to this day, like I think that has a lot of potential in a medical context, but just with the like potential for addiction if it's not controlled. I mean, that's something where like with cannabis there's really no risks outside of like how it affects someone's like lifestyle. But in terms of something like ketamine, that can actually present real risks if people don't have a handle on that. And it's also like one of those things where it's like, if there's even a chance you could not have a handle on it, why? Like it's one of those things where just, I mean, again, completely different, but kind of going back to the opioid crisis, like opioids are extremely safe in certain contexts, but the moment that there's no supervision, there's no accountability, then people can get addicted really quickly. And I mean, from what I understand, ketamine isn't like that, but still, it's like, why even risk it? I mean, whereas I feel like there's other substances where it's like a lot, like just a lot more generally benign, but you have certain substances where, in certain dosages, they can really hurt you.
Well, to be fair, with the opioid crisis, you did have kickbacks from the pharmaceutical companies to prescribe more for the doctors.
True. Whereas there's actually the opposite incentive for ketamine. They're trying to keep all their pharmaceutical sales for because it's also that's the thing that just really boggles my mind, that ketamine is approved for major depressive disorder, but only in a nasal spray form, because that's the only type that they can actually make money off of.
No comment on profit and medicine together.
You can thank the Sacklers. I mean, to be fair, if it wasn't him, it would have been someone else, but like, it doesn't make them any better. Well, also like anyway, so I actually watched 2 series on that recently. But okay, sorry, I'm like super distractible, especially when it starts to get in the late hours, even though it's actually getting towards noon my time. So I'm going to stay up today, and then I'm going to go to sleep at a normal time, and then I will wake up at a normal time, and then I will be on a good schedule as school is about to start. All right, so where were we? We're talking about the descendants of, let's see, Shilam, yeah. All right, wait, these were, 66. All right, wait, did we? Yeah. Wait, Lebed Yaakov. All right. ובני יוסף אשר יולד לו במצרים נפש שניים כל הנפש לבית יעקב הבא מצרימה 70. Wait, how's it? That doesn't make, wait, so 2 plus 2, and there's 66. Okay, that makes sense. So the sons of Joseph were born to him in Egypt. Two lives. I think that's the best translation. Two bodies. Let's see. I mean, there's soul, but like it's nefesh. It's 2 living beings, maybe. 2 beings. 2 people. Yeah, 2 people. Wait, no, and 2. It's not good. Nefesh. Creature.
2 hemispheres.
No, not this. Living being, desire, emotion. Nafash, like nafash. It means soul, living being, life, self, person. Maybe. Honestly, just it's like soul doesn't explain it because soul is like this is the idea of the consciousness, like 2 individuals, maybe. No. Breathe, nefesh. There's got to be another connotation nefesh that I'm forgetting, or that isn't showing up
what's
here.
the full phrase?
It's just like referring to it as people, but honestly, maybe just living beings. Yeah.
Schools of
No. Living beings. So Shnaim kol hanefesh. And the sons of Joseph that were born to him in Egypt, 2 living beings, were and all the house of Jacob that came to Egypt was 70.
So are they not named?
This is kind of wait. It almost seems like it's saying that. I wonder if they're trying to say that Osnat was one of them that came, and so it's counting her and Joseph, right, who had arrived in Egypt, were 70. This number includes Joseph, his 2 sons, and Yocheved, Moses' mother. The Torah does not worry about minor inaccuracies as it concerns itself with the overwhelming majority. There are many examples of, okay, but let's see. Ones who had arrived in Joseph. So if that includes Joseph, yeah, okay, I think I'm right. So if you want to know the precise number of, okay, assuming Joseph's wife was Dinah's offspring, this is how it was composed. If you wish, so let's see.
So it was 66 earlier.
Yeah, so 66.
Joseph wife and 2 sons is 4 more.
No, but so that's the thing. How it is, because his children were born in Egypt, so it can't be his children. So if they have So it says 70 that came. So the 2 that didn't come would have to be Ephraim and Manasseh, but at the same time you also have 𐤅𐤉𤒄𐤅. So 𐤅𤒄𤅉, this is so freaking confusing.
So is it coming to the particular lands that they're being granted, not necessarily coming to Egypt?
All the souls of the house of there were 70. In Exodus it says 70 is a round number. Okay, come on, that's not very good. This is too confusing, and I am not able to think fully right now. I think I might just move on from this and try to come back to it later. Graham, can you guys try to remind me about this?
Yeah, it definitely seems to be, though, the euhemerization of, like you said, El with the 70 gods.
Yeah, well, the number of individuals coming from Israel or whatever. Yeah, I'll remind you.
All right, so let's see, where are we? Shivim. All right, so Kol HaNefesh Lebeit Yaakov Haba Mitzrayim Shivim. So all the souls, or all the living beings that came with Jacob to Egypt were 70. ואת יהודה שלח לפניו את יוסף להורות לפניו גושנה ויבוא ארצה גושן. And Judah sent sent ahead of him to Joseph to see like ahead of him, or to let him to make him aware, lahora, to teach him, yara hora mara yara yoret, to point the way to Goshen. And he came to the land of Goshen. Vayomer Yosef mechabav merkavto vayal lekrat Yisrael aviav gashna vayarelav ויפעל על צווארה ויבך על צווארה ועוד. And yes, sir. And Joseph harnessed his merkavto, his chariot, and he got up, and he went up to greet Israel, his father, Geshna, Goshen, Geshna, in Goshen maybe, and he saw him. And he fell upon his back, he fell down upon the back of his neck, and he wept upon the back of his neck for longer. ויאמר ישראל אל יוסף עמותה הפעם אחרי ראותי את פניך כי יודך חי. And he said, and Israel said to Joseph, Amuta hapa'am, I can die now, not literally now, but I can die the moment the moment after I have seen, or like I could now die. I can now die, like almost like I can die happy, or I can die content. That I have seen your face when I see your face, because because you are still living.
Now, did Joseph, whip it out for Jacob so he could verify for himself that he was his son?
You know, it's interesting.
I mean, Jacob should recognize his handiwork. So,
I was gonna say you could tell between an Egyptian cut and a moil.
well, in his personal handiwork, he probably did it himself.
Yeah, maybe he even left a what's the word? Autograph, or not autograph? Signature. Right. ויאמר יוסף אל אחיו ואל בית אביו אלה אגידה לפרעה ואמרה אליו אחי ובית אבי אשר מארץ Canaan באו אלי. And Joseph said to his brothers and to the house of his father, I will go up and I will tell to Pharaoh, and I will recount to Pharaoh, and I will tell him of you. I will tell him that you are my brothers, and the house of my father that is in the land of Canaan has come to him. והאנשים רועי צאן כי אנשי מקנה היו צוות צאנם ובקרם וכל אשר להם הביאו. And the people, the men are, or the people are shepherds of flock, that because the men of the herds, or the men of the livestock have been, and the flock and the tzonam and their flocks and cattles and all that is theirs have come as well. והיה כי יקרא לכם פרעה ואמר מה מעשיכם. And because and when that you are called to you, or when you are called, when Pharaoh calls to you and says, what is your job, or ma'asechem, what is your work? ואמרתם אנשי מקנה היו עבדיך מנורנו ועד עתה גם אנחנו גם אבותינו בעבור תשבו בארץ גושן כי תועבת מצרים כל רואה את ציון. And the men said, and you shall say, the men are you shall say that they're these are men, these are like what's the word, men, like livestock rearing men, or these men are like farmers, I guess you could say, or these men are livestock breeders, and they have been working min urenu. They've been working from their youth or their youths, and until now. Also, our fathers, on account of dwelling in the land of Goshen, because toavat means because it is a sin for the Egyptians to tend past to like shepherd pastor, or not pastor, to pastor flocks. Interesting.
I guess the Egyptians told them to get the flock out of here.
No. They're doing it because the Egyptians don't. So basically, the Egyptians are like, yeah, you can do this thing that we don't like. It's kind of like, oh, we don't like sweeping the trash. So, if you really like doing it, you can do it for yourselves. But like, I don't.
Just remember that we're letting you sweep the trash, and we're doing you a favor.
Yeah, and if you collect too much trash and make too much money off of it, we're going to start taking away your money, and then we'll enslave you. But you're welcome here, right? We want you. We want you, Canaanites. But the moment that you start to be a problem, we're going to say, get the hell out, get the flock out, like you said.
Well, if they're turning trash into money, why wouldn't you want to enslave the golden goose?
Don't quack the hand that feeds you.
That almost works.
All right. Let's see. Where are we at? Yeah, I need to take a quick break just to give my voice a break. Let's see. Here, let's get back to this.
Shell, thus a klipa. So they feared losing their material possessions. It wasn't alone to get locked up. But hey, what do we have when we get out of jail? Nothing. Now, when we go back to Parsha Vayigash, the Torah tells us that when Abraham arose early in the morning to perform.
What?
He's talking about Abraham's morning wood.
Superpower. So stop straining.
And him having a record.
This reality that your soul came down into. You're in a restricted shell, thus a klipa. So they feared losing their material possessions. It wasn't alone to get locked up. But hey, what do we have when we get out of jail? Nothing. Now, when we go back to Parsha Vayigash, the Torah tells us that when Abraham arose early in the morning to perform the 𐤅𐤂𐤔, it tells us that he placed all the materials for the 𐤅𤂂𤔔 on the back of his chamor, his donkey. We read in Genesis 22, verse 3. Vayigash Avraham baboker vayachavosh et chamoro. And Avraham arose early in the morning, and he saddled his donkey. Vayichach et shenei nerav, and he took his two young men, which is a reference to Eliezer, his servant, and also Ishmael, which is his son via Hagar.
So Abraham arose in the morning and mounted his ass. Got it.
So what? Ishmael is still in the mix.
So we were just going back, or I don't know what he was doing with that. Sorry, I want to get a bit more done because we're almost done. I just kind of want to be able to relax a bit more. So, Vayavo Yosef vayaged leParo vayomer aviach ve'achai ve'tzoanam ובחרם וכל אשר להם באו מארץ כנען והינם ארץ גושן ומקצה חייו. לקח 5 אנשים ויציגם לפני פרעה, ויאמר פרעה אל אחיו, מה מעשיכם? ויאמרו אל פרעה, רועה צאן, עבדיך גם אנחנו, גם אבותינו. ויאמרו אל פרעה, בארץ בנו, כי אין מרד לצאן, אשר לעבדך, כי כבד הרב בארץ כנען, ועתה ישבו נא עבדיך בארץ גושן. ויאמר פרעה אל יוסף לאמור, אביך ואחיך באו אליך. And Joseph came and he told to Pharaoh, and he said, my father and my brothers and their flocks and their cattle and all that is theirs have come to from the land of Canaan, and they're here in the land of Goshen. And from a few of the brothers he took 500 men, ויצגם לפני פרעה, and Yitzhak. And he presented them before Pharaoh, and he said to Pharaoh, and Pharaoh said to his brothers, what is your work? What is your occupation? And they said to Pharaoh, we are we're pastors of flocks, and your servant is also us. And we are also your servants, and also our father. Kind of echoing how they were talking before. And they said to Pharaoh to live. And Pharaoh said, and Pharaoh said to them to live. And they said to Pharaoh, Be'eretz Banu, the land that we have come to this land to live in it, because there is nothing. There's nothing to pasture our sheep flocks on. For your servants, would be greatly honored. Because your servant would be heavily ravenous in the land of Canaan, and now I dwell, if it please your servant, in the land of Goshen. And Pharaoh said to Joseph, saying, your father and your brothers go to you. It's like he's giving them permission. Eretz Mitzrayim lefanecha, hi b'metav haaretz, hoshev et avicha, את אחיך ישבו בארץ גושן, ואם ידעת ויש בם אנשי חיל, ושמת שערי מקנה על אשר לי. ויבא יוסף את יעקב לאביו, ויעמידהו לפני פרעה, ויברך יעקב את פרעה. ויאמר פרעה אל יעקב, כמה ימי שני חייך? ויאמר יעקב אל פרעה, ימי שניהם מגורי 30 שנה, מעט ורועים היו ימי שני חיי, ולא השיגו ואת ימי שני חיי אבותי בימי מגוריהם. ויברך יעקב את פרעה, ויצא מלפני פרעה. And the land of Egypt is before you. She is b'mitav in she is in your grasp, maybe. The best of the land to dwell in, that your father for your father and your brothers will dwell there in the land of Goshen. And if I know, and if you know of any in the any people, like any soldiers, any military people, put their names there. I think that's what it's saying. And yeah, put them there. Sure. Princes are captains or rulers. Miknei al Asherli, taking everything for themselves, or taking livestock for themselves. Vayavo Yosef et Yaakov, and Joseph came to Yaakov his father, and he vayamedehu, and he stood before him, and he presented him. He presented him to him. He presented him to Pharaoh, and he blessed Jacob blessed Pharaoh. Wait, is it Vayigash? Interesting how here it says Varech when it could be to bless, but it just says greeted. I don't know why. I wonder if they say that just greeted so that they don't have to interpret it that she blessed someone who was unholy or something.
Just freed?
What?
What's the word there that's used instead?
I don't know.
Basically, that's total. He's blessing the Pharaoh.
Yaakov blessed Pharaoh. This is, Oh shoot, where did it go?
What would that blessing mean?
Like he wished him well, I guess. That's what some. Oh, he greeted him, bestowed a blessing, as is customary when one is introduced to a king. His customer is highlight. So basically, they're saying that he, after,
Live long and prosper.
yeah,
So the
um,
500 men mentioned earlier, was that I'm thinking that there's an entourage besides the 70 that are mentioned. Their servants and everything.
yeah, but I don't know. I don't know as much about them.
But I wondered if those 500 were from
Oh,
Yaakov,
what? If they're from what?
whether they were from Yaakov's side or whether they're 500 of Pharaoh's men.
Shoot, I'm not sure. I'll be right back.
And then the mention of the military with their name seems to line up with the scenario of Canaanite mercenaries used by the Egyptians.
I was thinking not necessarily mercenaries, since the Canaanites moved there. They're more like levies. Since you're living our land, you have to supply so many people for the army.
Yeah, but basically contractors.
Well, I was just going to say it's technically a little different. Mercenaries are more like what Carthage did, where you just pay them in cash. This is like their service. The service their community has for the country. They have to supply permanent soldiers.
Yeah, so like feudal soldiers called up. In either case, they're called up at the will of the Pharaoh. So when Pharaoh gets in war with somebody, they gotta be there. That's one scenario I've heard about, that the writing system, the Hebrew alphabet, Canaanite, Proto-Canaanite, could have come out of Canaanite soldiers as a way for the Egyptians and the Canaanites to communicate. A shorthand.
Sorry, just one moment.
So, but it seems that there's a contract of conscription, sounded like, in there.
All right. Let's see. Where are we at? And mhm.
Didn't it talk about writing down the names of the military men?
Well, let's see. Um, um, and Pharaoh said to Jacob, "How many years are the years of your life? Or how many days are the years of your life?" Let's see. Under. see. Um. Okay, what? Interesting. Pharaoh was utterly amazed at Yaakov's age, as the Egyptians did not know of any ingredients, and people of Yaakov's age simply did not exist in Egypt. Unlikely.
Wishful thinking.
Let's see. And Jacob said to Pharaoh, um, and Jacob said to Pharaoh, the days of my years that I dwelt, or that I lived, 130 years, a little bit, and Reim Hayu Yemei Shnei Chaye, a bit or a few, have been bad. They have been bad. The days of my year, or my life, of my years, of my life, and they did not. They did not overtake the days of the years of my life, of my father, of my fathers in their um in their time or in their days, Megureham, Magur, during their sojourns or dwellings. Vayivarech Yaakov et Pharaoh, and Jacob blessed Pharaoh, and he went out from the face, or like from in front of Pharaoh. So that's interesting. So we have 17 more. So I'll break that down into.
So has Pharaoh accepted him as kind of a shaman?
Sorry, what? One more time?
In a way, Pharaoh accepting him as a kind of a shaman, like a blessing from.
I mean, I think that's a potential interpretation. I think that's at least what some of the rabbinic commentators were getting at.
Some of it is a foreign ruler where they bless each other upon meeting. You know, may my God bless you and may your God bless me, sort of thing.
Yeah. Like, there is a great fraternity between our two kingdoms and our two great gods. Something like that?
Yeah, like how in the Amarna letters, all the rulers are always referring to each other as brother.
Exactly.
But didn't talk about Pharaoh blessing him.
Ooh, good point.
It seems the conversion of the Pharaoh on some level.
To Atanism. Let's see where it go.
And also Itova et Yitzhak, and as well he took Yitzhak, Beno his son. Vayivaka atse olah, and also he split the wood, which is going to be used for the olah, the elevation offering. Vayacham vayilech, they stood up and they went et hamakom asher amar lo ha'elokim, that the place in which God had spoke to him. So what we see here is that once Abraham arrived at Har HaMoriah, the Temple Mount, we see something very interesting, that he turns to Ishmael and Eliezer and he tells them to stay there with the donkey. Genesis 22, 4-5. Vayom hashlishi vayisa Avraham et einav. And on the third day, Abraham raised his eyes, and vayar et hamakom, he perceived the place merachok, from afar, talking about the Temple Mount. Vayom Avraham el ne'erav, and he said to his young men, Shivu lachem po'im hachamor. You need to stay here by yourselves with the donkey. Va'ani v'hana'ar, well, me and the youth, meaning Yitzhak, Isaac, ne'elcha agko. We will go ahead, and then we will v'nishtachave, we shall bend, we shall worship, v'nashuva lachem, and then we shall return to you. So according to the Midrash on this passage, which I don't have included in the screen, which I actually think I do, I'll get to in a minute. When Abraham arrived at the vicinity of Har HaMoriah that the Torah is describing here, he was able to discern the Har Habayit by a cloud that appeared over it. It's very similar to the cloud that appeared on Har Sinai with Moshe and Bnei Israel. And so when Abraham perceived this cloud, he then turned and asked Yitzhak if he saw what he saw. Yitzhak affirmed that he did. Okay. But when Abraham asked Ishmael and Eliezer if they saw what he saw, they replied in the negative. And they said, no, nothing's out here. Nothing. It's just wilderness. That's all it is. And so due to their inability to perceive the Shekhinah, Abraham advised Ishmael and Eliezer, stay here with the Chamor. Why? Because spiritually, you guys are like a Chamor. You're engrossed in the Chomer. We see here in the Midrash of Tahuma to Vayera 23, Amar lo Yitzhak, he said to Isaac, he says, Roe atama shani roe, do you see what I see? And Amar lo, he said to him, Ani roe har nae, he says, I see a beautiful and praiseworthy mountain with a cloud joined to it. Abraham then said to his young men afterwards, Roin atem kulam, do you see anything? Klum, do you see anything at all? And Amiru lo, they said to him, we don't see nothing. We just see a wilderness over here, Habibi. That's all we see. And so eventually he says, well, guess what? You need to stay here with the Chamor. Stay here with the donkey. Why with the donkey? Since the donkey sees nothing. And you fools, ro'im kemoto, see nothing. You are just like this donkey. Okay? Therefore, remain here with the donkey.
Honestly, maybe it's saying remain with the donkey until you.
Now, that may seem to be derogatory. And
all I know is the book, The Golden Ass, gave me a whole different view of donkeys.
Like, do you think there's something to that? It's like stay with a donkey until you see it, because the donkey is the channel.
Yeah, and I was going to say, isn't the donkey connected to Ashira as well?
Yeah. It's one of her primary symbols.
You know, because now you have it stay here with Ashira while I go to ascend to the heights to deal with Yahweh.
Or Elyon. But yeah, I mean, either or.
Eeyore.
Not either or, not Eeyore.
Eeyore.
Interpretation of it, but it's a midrash. It's an exegesis, right? And so the exegesis, the principle that we're learning here, is that individuals who cannot perceive the loftiness, the refinedness of HaKadosh Baruch Hu working in this world are bound by a lower frequency or operating on a lower frequency of body conscience. And therefore, they're limited. And that means that they are like a chamor. Now, we should all know what a donkey, A donkey basically is not that smart of an animal. It's not to put the donkey down, but it's not that smart of an animal. And spiritually speaking, when a person is compared to a chamor, it means that spiritually they lack sekel. They lack a certain discernment, a spiritual comprehension. Not that they're not intellectual or anything, because once again, they are associated with chomer. That is the problem that we see here. And Yosef's brothers were very similar, okay, because they were limited to the world, okay. Now, in closing here, I want to point something out while on the topic of donkeys. Over in Masechet Sanhedrin, there's a well-known Maimer Chazal in which the sages are discussing the coming of the Mashiach, the person of Mashiach, and many different yeshivot in those days had their own, hashkafa, their own outlook on the topic of Mashiach. And a lot of these ideas became later developed after the Chorban Bayis Sheni, the destruction of the temple. And why that's important to know is that when a lot of people research rabbinical writings, especially when you get to Masechet Sanhedrin and the Talmud, people, they take the liberty to darshan certain things about Mashiach that are not even rabbinically supported. And why do I point that out? Well, because it's my job to do so. For one, for purposes of chinuch and education, is that you'll never find in the words of Chazal a specific a din, per se, a law, in which there's a halakhic codification in Masechet Sanhedrin about Mashiach. You see different rabbinic opinions on the topic of Mashiach, because at that time, Mashiach was being developed. Ideas of Mashiach was being developed. And so these ideas continue to be developed even unto this day, especially when, again, the very mystical, was Mashiach a military, political figure, things of that nature. And so, nonetheless, there was unique spiritual interpretations of what we call Yemot HaMashiach, the Messianic era, and I think they all have their applicability in their own way. And there's a well-known Maimer Chazal in which it talks about whether Israel is zoche, whether they're worthy or not at the time of Mashiach, the nature of Mashiach's revelation to Israel. And so Masechet 98, Masechet Sanhedrin 98a, it mentions over there that if Israel is worthy, then Mashiach will basically arrive in the Ani HaKavod, which is the clouds of heaven, which is a reference to the Shekhinah, not mamash on literal clouds, okay? How Christians believe Yeshua Notzri is going to pop out the sky. That's a figment of someone's imagination. That's not even supported by the New Testament, by the way. And that's another topic that I have for another day. But we see here that Israel's worthy, then it's a time of great revelation of God. But if not, then Mashiach will come riding upon a chamor, upon a donkey. We go here in Masechet Sanhedrin 98a. It says, Zechul that if the people are worthy, okay, Mashiach will come in a manner in which he's upon the clouds of heaven, the Ane Shemaya, and that's the language of the Aramaic, okay? Ane Shemaya, clouds of heaven, Ane HaKavod are interchangeable terms for the presence of God, all right? That means that Israel is they're operating on a dargah, a level of spiritual maturity, okay, in which God's going to usher in a restoration of the kingdom of Israel in a very, I would say, manner that's not going to resort to hardships and difficulties, because the people are on a certain level. However, if they're not worthy, then Mashiach will come riding upon a chamor, upon a donkey. Now, I've met plenty of Messianic rabbis and Christian pastors, when they hear about this passage in the Talmud, they'll go in and pick up a verse from the gospel and say, see, this is what Jesus did, right? Even though that's not accurate whatsoever, okay? You don't apply the rabbinic passage to do that, to say this is it. It has nothing to do with it. No more different than when Barack Obama was a president, he rode a donkey, okay? Obviously representing the Democratic Party, but they're all donkeys in my opinion anyway. So, but here the imagery is not about somebody, a person riding a physical chamor. The sage is describing the state of mind the Jewish people are in.
Fascinating. All right, let's jump back into this. All right. ויושב יוסף את אביו ואת אחיו, ויתן להם אחוזה בארץ מצרים, במיטב הארץ, בארץ רעמסס, כאשר ציווה פרעה. ויכלכל יוסף את אביו ואת אחיו ואת כל בית אביו, לחם לפי חטף ולחם מהן בכל הארץ, כי כבד הרעב מאוד ותלד ארץ מצרים וארץ כנען מפני הרעב. וילקט יוסף את כל הכסף הנמצא בארץ מצרים ובארץ כנען, דבש אשר הם שבורים. ויהווה יוסף את הכסף ואת הפרעה, ויתם הכסף מארץ מצרים ומארץ כנען, ויבואו כל מצרים אל יוסף לאמור, הבה לנו לחם ולמה נעמוד נגדך, כי אפס כסף. כי אפס כסף. Let's see. And Joseph dwelled or settled his father and his brothers and gave them holdings in the land of Egypt, good holdings in the land of Egypt, the land that is in Ramses, as he was commanded by Pharaoh, or as Pharaoh commanded. And Joseph sustained, or Joseph made his father full, or Joseph completed his father, and all that he did with his brother, and all that his father provided food for, for young children. And the bread was not in, and the bread, it was, the bread, what, was there no bread found in all the world that tested positive. Because sometimes and the bread is and there's not bread in all the land because of the heavy famine, the very heavy famine, and till it hurts Mitzrayim and Tila, and the land of Egypt like languished or fainted, and the land of Canaan, Mifnei Hara'av, was also suffering from the famine. Vayilaket Yosef et Kol HaKesef. I'm really starting to fade. I'm just trying to finish this. Vayilaket Yosef. And Joseph Lakat seized or took all the silver that means that he found in the land of Egypt, and in the land of Canaan, Bashver, Asherhem, to like store up that there Shforim, for all the wheat that they had brought Joseph, and the silver Beta Paro was brought into Pharaoh's house. It's interesting because notice how here what is it? It doesn't really distinguish between prisoners. Okay. All right, let's see. Okay. All right, one moment. Sorry. Wait, where are we? And so Joseph seized all the silver that brought into Pharaoh's palace. Okay, we read that. And when the silver had been dispensed, had been done away with completely, or from the land of Egypt and from the land of Canaan, and he brought in all the Egyptians for Joseph, saying, behold, we are guilty. Wait, who said that? Okay, let's see. And when the money had been dispensed in the land of Egypt, we read that. All the Egyptians came to Joseph, saying, "Give us bread, and why and when will we'll die in front of your that Afes Kesef will die before you." cease before. I don't know where it's getting that from. Before you. Anyway. Where are we? FS Kesef, I don't know. Okay. ויאמר יוסף הבו מקניכם ואתנה לכם מקניכם אם אפס כסף ויביאו את מקניהם אל יוסף ויתן להם יוסף לחם בסוסים ובמקנה הצאן ובמקנה הבקר ובחמורים וינחלו בעליכם וכל מקניהם בשנה ההוא. And they brought their livestock to Joseph, and they gave to him, and Joseph gave them bread. Gave bread to them. Interesting, lechem. That's really interesting. Taking a picture of that. Let's see, lechem. Where is it? Lechem. And he gave to them bread on horses or a food in the, I'm guessing, the barn for their horses, and the flock and the cattle and the donkeys, and where are we at? Vayilahem. And they started or led in food and all acquisitions of this year. I don't know, I was saying for the stock of sheep and cow and the asses, thus you provided them with bread that year in exchange for all their livestock. Vatitam Hashana. Vatitam. And the year completed, and when that year had ended, they came to him, Bishana, in the year Hashini, in the second year, and they said to him, Lo yechached, do not conceal from my lord that if you are innocent, the silver and the cattle or the cows to my lord lo nishar, do not engage before before my lord guilty can attack. I don't know. I'm not really sure. Oh. Oh yeah, let's see where we're at. Shoot. See, we cannot hide from my Lord that with all the money that we cannot conceal from our Lord that we have like acquired before my Lord, so that if give it so that our nation, so that our body Givia, so that our body, if we were to be a body and a mind, maybe, and to be a self. No, wait, and I don't know. It says, so that we can save our people in our farmlands. I don't know. Lama, why? Lama nomut beinecha. Why are we, no. Lama namut. Why do we perish in our own in your eyes? Also, we, or this is saying, do not let it. I don't know where it's saying this. Do not. We will not. I'm missing something. Why would we die? Before your eyes. Also, Admatenu. Also, our land or our earth. Kene otanu. Kene with us, and also Admatenu. Balacha. I don't know what he means. Do you guys know?
No.
Sorry, I'm just really tired. Okay, let's finish this up. We're like just a few away. Okay, Balacham. Let's see. Take us in our land in exchange for bread. What? Wait. Kane otanu. Acquire us and our land in bread, and we will be and we will be the Admatenu, and we will be like, and we in our land will be servants for Pharaoh, and we will give seed, and we will live and not die, and the earth will not go to waste. This is so wild. וייקן יוסף את כל אדמת מצרים לפרעה כי מכרו מצרים איש שדהו כי חזק עליהם הרבתי הארץ לפרעה. And Vayikan. And so Joseph acquired all the land that was in Egypt for Pharaoh, because he acquired because he sold the because he sold his field because the famine was too much, and it happened to the land of Pharaoh. Okay, home stretch. ואת העם העביר אותו להרי. Actually, give me a moment. I need to take it out. That'll actually help. I just need to do some sativa. And we have like, oh, here, I'll add you back. Sorry, Zero. Oof.
Yeah, well, yeah, and then it was reading.
What? What was that? Sorry.
the silver, all the silver being gathered up in the land, and seemed like they talked about it being redistributed.
Potentially, it's also interesting because it seems like they cleared out the silver so they could make room for the grain in the storehouses.
Well, I thought they gathered up. It said they took up all the silver in the land.
Oh, they're
Like
cooking.
currency control, like control inflation or something.
Oh, interesting. That's a fascinating layer. I never thought about that. Let's see. Wait, here, view tab.
If Israel's worthy, then it's like the Ani Shemaya, okay? Like the clouds of heaven, the Shekhinah, the divine presence of God. They are operating on a higher frequency. But if they are in the Klipa of Esav, which is the exile of Edom, which is what we're in today, then Mashiach comes upon a Chamor. Mashiach, the revelation, the knowledge, the consciousness of Mashiach will appear in a generation that is steeped in Chomer, in physicality. People are in. If Israel's worthy, then it's like the Ani Shemaya, okay? Like the clouds of heaven, the Shekhinah, the divine presence of God. They are operating on a higher frequency. But if they are in the Klipa of Esav, which is the exile of Edom, which is what we're in today, then Mashiach comes upon a Chamor. Mashiach, the revelation, the knowledge, the consciousness of Mashiach will appear in a generation that is steeped in Chomer, in physicality. Okay, and that's also why Klipa of Esav and the donkey go hand in hand, because they represent materialism. And so this is basically a condition. It's up to Israel. How do they want to appear? Now, in my other teaching that I have on this topic, and B'ezras Hashem, maybe with God's help, I can, if I have time, maybe Motzi Shabbat, I'll see him, don't hold me to it, but Motzi Shabbat, if I have time in my schedule, I may go live with it instead, just because by the time I record and edit this stuff, it takes a little bit of time. Or if I have time, I'll record and edit it as well and release it, Motzi Shabbat. I could discuss the second part of the teaching I have, and this was called divine emanation. And what's important about this topic is that Israel, when they are involved in the klipa of Esav, the generation of a Chamor, this is referring to a condition, a state of mind they're in. There's no savior coming to save the Jewish people. There's no savior coming to save you, okay? And so if Israel wants Geulah, they want redemption, they have to do it themselves. And so the notion of being in the Klipa of Esav has nothing to do about having an overlord or a system that's called a dome. Yes, a dome is a system because it is basically a state of mind that the world is engulfed in. And Israel, okay, for lack of better words, in today's society, live vastly abroad in the Western nation of the United States. Basically, yes, there's anti-Semitism and other things that happen, but mostly are enjoying themselves very prosperously. And so one Jew who may live in Muncie or in Lakewood, okay, New Jersey, or in, let's say, Richmond Hill up in Ontario, or wherever the case may be, or Los Angeles, might think they have a nice job, they're making good income, parnosa, that they go to synagogue, they're not in the klipa. But according to the Torah, they are in the klipa. They are in the klipa of Esav.
Oh, I was just noting that Lakewood was Cleveland,
because
Ohio.
they're not having a maximum impact upon the world. They live in their own little, as they say, shtito, their own little village hub that they're in. They're not having a massive impact upon the world out there. And so because of that, they're trapped, they're limited based upon that klipa they're in, the chamor, the chomer that's in there. Yeah, sure, it's maybe covered up with some sparks of spirituality, but they're not trying to collect the sparks, they're consuming the sparks. They're indulging for their own selfish pleasure. And this is not to pass judgment on any person, but it's to make you think, food for thought. Okay, the soul was sent into this world. Okay, and every day a person enters into Mitzrayim, but are we coming out of Mitzrayim? Are we coming out? And so I've subtitled this teaching, okay, basically of who am I, right? Because the question is, who are you? Who are you really in the essence, in the kishkish of the soul? Who are you? Not the person that was born on a specific date, as parents, but what is the essence of your soul? When Yosef revealed himself, he's revealing the essence of who he was. And so it's the same thing with us. We have to reveal the essence of who we are. And so with that said, Chavarim, that's going to bring me to a close for Parshat Vayigash. As I mentioned, if I have time later on, I have other teachings on this. So if you are participating, subscribe to our organization for the teachings we have, you have access to those teachings as well. B'ezras Hashem, as I said, if I have time, I'll do some of these live as well, time permitting. And if our organization is a blessing to you, you'd like to donate, you can actually support us by clicking the link below the video below, and that will take you right to a donation page. We greatly appreciate your support. We also thank you for your prayers. And if you have any questions regarding any of the material that I teach for the Torah portion here, please feel free to send me an email. I will answer those in the order that they come in. Until next time, Chavarim, may the God of Avraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov bless you and your family. Shalom and Kol Tuv.
Interesting. All right.
The highest art is
Let's see. One moment.
Kavanah, as Rabbi Chaim Vital taught, to draw near to Hashem, they are using the energy of their thoughts. And as I explained before, when the electric and magnetic properties contained in the fluid that produces sperm changes into a less dense fluid and rises up your cerebral spinal to the solar plexus, that fluid charges itself for 2.5 days. The 2.5 days are related to the phases of the moon passing through the constellations of the sun sign. And during this time, the fluid in the solar plexus, assuming a person is living righteous and holy and committed to Hashem and his Torah and are living in health, is being charged by the electromagnetic energy of the sun and moon. Chodesh Elul, Kiddush HaChodesh, the new moon, marks the time we restore ourselves to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The soul is becoming recharged. The thoughts are being recharged. And yes, believe it or not, with the preservation of seed, one can actually reverse aging on themselves. Eyesight, teeth, etc., bone density, etc. And so if one enters the stage of teshuvah properly, they allow themselves to experience the tikkunei dikana flow from within, not from out there, it's from within. The fact that Yosef had a beard and his brothers were not able to recognize him because he had one, it's not because he just physically had one. It's a remez that due to his consecration of remaining pure in the midst of the immorality of Mitzrayim, Yosef's nature was transformed by the purity of his machshavot, his thoughts. His beard was symbolic of the chesed of Hashem flowing in his life. And so when Yaakov finally learned that Yosef was still alive, he rejoiced. And the Torah says that he mentioned before he would die, he would need to see his son. We read here in Genesis 45:28. How great, how abundant my son Joseph is alive. Therefore, I'm going to go travel to him. And he says, I need to see him b'terem amut, before I die. Now, the Midrash comments on this verse teaching that these words refer to Joseph's spiritual power, meaning that while Yosef had undergone many trials and temptations, he maintained a high level of purity and piety. Bereshit Rabbah 94:3. Yaakov was saying here, Rav kocho shel Yosef b'ni, how great is the spiritual strength of my son Yosef. For many troubles beset him over the year, and he still remains steadfast, bitziko, in his righteousness. Now, once Yaakov arrived in Mitzrayim and he saw Yosef, the Torah mentions that Yaakov told his son, after seeing him, he could finally die. But it's a very interesting phrase he uses over here in Genesis 46:30. Vayomer Israel el Yosef, Israel said to Joseph, Amutza hapa'am, now I can die, after having seen your face, because ki odechacha, you are still alive. Now the English says, now I can die. Not really. The phrase amuta hapa'am literally in Hebrew means I will die this one time. Okay, what does that mean? Yaakov originally feared that with the loss of Yosef, he would die 2 deaths. One would be a physical death, and the other would be a spiritual death. And so Yaakov's fear of dying a spiritual death was based on the fear of Yosef failing to maintain a pure and righteous life to Hashem while in the darkness of Mitzrayim.
All right, interesting. We'll continue now. And we have, sweet, oh, thank God, just 6 more. What did I read this right? God, Amat, Mitzrayim, Pharaoh, Ki Machru, Mitzrayim, Ish. ויקן יוסף את כל אדמת מצרים לפרעה, כי מכרו מצרים איש שדהו, כי חזק עליהם לרע, ותהי הארץ לפרעה. Oh wait, no, I already read that. ואת העם העביר אותו לערים מקצה גבול מצרים ועד קצהו. And the nation, and wait, that, and he crossed over Ha'avir, and he passed over the nation or the people, Larim, to the cities. He passed over to the people in the cities, from the ends of the border of Egypt until his end. I don't know. And he removed the population town by town, meaning a few brands from one end of Egypt's border to the other. This definitely sounds like it's referring to the, like, those 18th dynasty, like you're saying, Graham. Like this idea, like you have this new people where they're just kind of doing their own thing and they're ruling other people and ordering them about.
You have Passover there?
Like the word is avir. It means to like pass or cross over. It's not the same word. It's not pasach.
Passing over. Go ahead, Dan.
I was going to say maybe Zero's asking is it's a presaging of the forthcoming Passover.
I mean, what
I guess potentially it's just kind of hard to tell because the Hebrew is so uncertain.
But he's passing over them in what sense?
Like crossing over, like going from one place to another. Rakadamat hakohanim lo kahana ki chok la kohanim mehet paro ve'achlu et chukam asher natan lahem paro. Al ken lo machru et adamatam, and only the earth, only the land of the Cohens, only the Cohens did not get land because of the law of the Cohens, or the allotment of the Cohens from a little bit of Pharaoh, and they ate according to the law according to their tradition, as they gave to them, as Pharaoh gave to them, upon that they cannot sell the land, or therefore they didn't sell land. Vayomer Yosef elam hen ganiti etchem hayom ואת אדמתכם לפרעה לכם זרע וזרעתם את האדמה. And Joseph said to what was this? Joseph said to the people, lest they buy from them, lest I acquire for you today and the land and your land for Pharaoh. Behold, or here for you is seed and your seed and the earth. Whereas I have this day acquired you, and for your land, for Pharaoh, here is seed for you to plow the land. That's very strange. Any thoughts on that? It almost feels like very much in the Sumerian tradition, like you're saying.
How so there?
Sorry, one more time.
How so? What are you saying? But
Like the idea, like, whereas I have acquired you, and for this and your land for Pharaoh, but he says like, here for you is seed and your seed, and you will seed the earth.
mm-hmm. And do we know where Goshen is?
Yeah, it's like right where Avaris is.
Yeah, one of the things that jumped out at me there is they're already singling the Cohens out as not getting land. And how many Cohens were there at this point? 5? It just seems kind of strange you would have inserted that rule to, hold out 5 people with an exemption who's like a small part of it, you see what I'm saying?
Well, it's like
Definitely not.
they got payment, but they didn't get land.
Right, it's the same thing that happened with the settling in, back in Canaan, where because they're the priestly class, they weren't given any land. They were set up on the one side, they were priests instead of kings over the land, sort of concept. That division tag.
So they wouldn't be tainted by the economics of it. But I mean, it's I don't know where you're saying about where Goshen is Elephantine in any relation to that?
Absolutely not. Elephantine's down by the Aswan Dam. It got flooded there. That's why they had to move the Ramesses temple up higher.
Yeah, but
The
this is a narrative which seems to be, type of table turning, whereas the Elephantine is archaeologically attested. Is there any such with Goshen?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So they've got like Hebrew texts and stuff.
It's one of those things where you're getting into territory as to were the Jewish people in Elephantine Canaanites.
Yeah, I mean, really Canaanites.
You can say that they were Jewish because they were writing Hebrew, following at least as much of that as we can follow, but we can't say what their ethnicity was. And that's where it comes into, some of your Ethiopian, Jewish traditions.
Also, I think one of the traditions is that it might have been Ramses, the city of like Pay Ramses. or not the city, but like the land of.
Well, the city of Pyramses was basically the reboot of Avaris, because the river silted over at Avaris, and they had to build a new city.
The new city.
And I believe the texts in Elephantine are older than Torah, right?
Not sure.
They're older than Septuagint.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, let's finish this off. Finish this sucker off. All right. והיה בתהבות. והיה בתבואת ונהתתם חמישית לפרעה וערביו הידות יהיה לכם לזרע השדה ולאכלכם ולאשר בבתיכם ולאוכל לבטחכם ויאמרו החייתנו נמצא חן בעיני אדוני והיינו עבדים לפרעה וישם אותם יוסף לא חוק עד היום הזה על אדמה מצרים לפרוח לחומש רק אדמת הכהנים לבדם לא הייתה לפרעה וישב ישראל בארץ מצרים בארץ גושן ויאחזו בה ויפרו ויראו מאוד. And so when the harvest gives you and so when it is the harvest, you will give a fifth to Pharaoh and 4 hands, and the 4s will be for you, and the seed of the field will be for your nourishment or for your food, and so as and so as to be for your house, for food, and for your children. Wait, is this Ulasher? That form, I'm not familiar with it. Ulasher. Seed for the fields and as food for you and those in your... Oh, here it's 2 different. It's saying that contextually these are 2 different types of food. Like one's food, one's nourishment. All right, it reminds me of hemp seed though, you know. All right, we've got just 3 more, and one of them is really short. Vayomru, and they said, Hecheitanu, you have lived, or you have preserved, and they said you have preserved, you have preserved us, and we have found grace in the eyes of our Lord. and so we will be as slaves for Pharaoh. What? I think they should have really had a different word for slaves and servants. Nothing wrong with serving him. Enslaving yourselves to him is another story. And they placed Vayigash, and they placed him, and Joseph placed it as a law until this day in Egypt today. Until the earth, upon the earth, Egypt for Pharaoh, 𤤅𤤂𤐤𝐷, that a fifth is for the Pharaoh, and only the land of the Cohens, only the land of the priests, is not going to be for Pharaoh. Interesting. So notice this though. The tradition, in the biblical tradition, we taught, or this idea of tithing is a tenth. A tenth is much more permissible than a fifth.
Well, when you come hungry, you're not in a great position to cut deals.
True.
The land of the priests is not.
But I thought the priests weren't getting any land.
Exactly.
No, they got land in Egypt. So that implies that their land was in Egypt.
Weren't supposed to get.
Interesting. Sorry, Zero.
So how is it that they get land but they don't get land? You just get the produce of the land?
I'm not 100% sure. I think Goshen is just supposed to be where they lived. But
Or is there another type of priest?
I honestly don't know. Vayigash Israel, and Israel settled in the land of Egypt. In the land of Goshen in Egypt, or in the land of Egypt, in Goshen, and they seized, this isn't seized, Yachaz, and they took hold of, seized, took possession of, it can be seized, and they seized in it, or acquired in it, Vayifru, and they became fruitful and they multiplied, Vayifru, Vayirvu, Meod, and they became fruitful and they multiplied greatly. And so then we're leaving off with Vayigash, so we'll just finish this one video that we're watching before. We have just a few minutes left, and then we'll finish off. But do y'all have any thoughts before we continue?
I just wonder if there were indigenous other people there in those lands that they're taking.
I mean, realistically, the Levite, well, at least the Cohens were probably Egyptian to begin with. That they were probably the people who were there.
The story is a reversal.
Probably.
That's not exactly a biblical interpretation, but.
When am I known for that?
Oh, I wasn't saying that was a criticism. I was noting it as a point of fact.
So the archaeology in Goshen is of Canaanites, not necessarily anything to do with Jewish religion.
See, that's the thing. Like Jewish.
Elephantine.
But what I'm saying is, what do you think Jewish religion is?
Well, in Elephantine, they've talked about a Passover festival, but they don't have any reference to Moses, and they wrote back to, I guess it was Jerusalem, about building another temple, so it's before the being only one temple.
Right. Elephantine was a good 800 years after these events, if not more, if not a good 1,000. And,
Well, when these
archaeologically,
events
what
are
we,
attributed,
what's that?
when these events are attributed to have been.
Well, yeah, I was going to say the other one is, again, with Jonathan Adler, a lot of what his work has shown is that what we think of as Second Temple Judaism didn't really exist before the Maccabees era. Well after Elephantine, well after the Septuagint.
So it's almost like looking for a needle that doesn't exist in it, or a needle, or wait, you're looking in a haystack for a needle that doesn't yet exist.
Exactly.
No, saying that there was a culture that existed before it was reformed and codified as Old Testament, as books of Moses, or
No, like what I'm proposing. I mean, what a lot of people have suggested is the fact that really before the Hasmoneans and like yeah, you have Passover traditions, but the thing is, there's nothing inherently like just this idea of like Passover and like atonement, or like was it that like someone gets, or that a goat gets not sacrificed in place of people getting punished, like that's not an exclusively Jewish idea. So what I'm trying to say is that before you have this idea of something that's established as Judaism, you probably have this idea around, the Israelite tribes in Judah. But I don't think that it's necessary to say that, like, I mean, you could call them Jewish or proto-Jewish, but at the end of the day, like, I don't know.
Yeah, how Adler defines like Second Temple Judaism is basically Torah observation and following, the rituals. And you just don't find that in the archaeological record in any sort of large degree prior to the Hasmoneans. So, which is consistent with what you're saying, Ariel, which is there would be a Canaanite tradition, but it wouldn't be recognizable as Second Temple Judaism. Tag.
Yeah.
but yeah, whether there was a divergence from Canaanite tradition that was proto-Jewish, and then later, like they do the story of the Pharaoh and rewrite what Passover, why Passover.
Yeah, that would definitely be something interesting to look into. I mean, we could talk about that closer to Passover, but here, let's just finish this up because I am like really fading.
It's one thing for Joseph to be physically alive, but it's another thing if he was spiritually dead. Since Joseph lived a consecrated life to Hashem in Mitzrayim, Yaakov was at peace that he would only experience a physical death. Just this one time I'm going to die. I'll just be nifter from this physical realm. But the soul continues on. And over in Parshat Vayechi, before physically passing from this world, Yaakov told Yosef he did not think he would actually see his face, but Hashem not only allowed him to see Yosef's face, but also his grandchildren, Ephraim and Manasseh. Genesis 48:11. Vayomer Israel Yosef rufanecha. Listen, I dare not accept the thought that I would see your face, and yet here, God has shown me even at Zar'acha, your seed, your offspring. According to Kabbalah, there's a direct connection between man's face and his level of purity in relation to Kiddushat HaBrit. Kiddushat HaBrit, sanctification, the covenant, is offspring, children. Shlomo HaMelech, he taught that a man's wisdom illuminates his face. Kohelet Ecclesiastes 8:1. Chachmat Adam ta'ir panav. A man's wisdom illuminates his face. We know Moshe Rabbeinu coming down from Har Sinai with the second set of Luchot, he shared with a Karen Or, right? Because he was so consecrated. So Yaakov was like, man, it's one thing to see my son alive, but he's also spiritually alive. that his offspring, right, his offspring are from pure seed. And as I explained before, the source of man's seed is in the brain. If a man is pure, his face will shine and radiate like a Sadiq. However, if a man is not pure, then guess what? Evil will appear in his face. We even read this concept in the Gemara, Megillah 28a. Rava said the prohibition against gazing at the likeness of a wicked person is derived from Proverbs 18:5, where it says, Se'et pnei rasha lo tov. It's not good to gaze at the face of a wicked person. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist if you want to go do an experiment and look at the face of individuals involved in certain lifestyles that result in wasting seed to see how they look. They look older than they actually are. Person says, hey, I'm 41. Why do you look like you're 60, my guy? Something's wrong there, okay? On top of maybe drug use, drinking, smoking, not getting enough sleep, that also weighs on a person.
Getting
Why?
no sleep. I'm
Because they're
sorry.
wasting
It's
the substance, the energy that comes from. Why
I
do you
feel
look like you're
attacked.
60, my guy? Something's wrong there, okay? On top of maybe drug, they
My
look
guy.
older than they actually are. Person says, they look older than they actually are. Person says, hey, I'm 41. Why do you look like you're 60, my guy? Something's wrong there, okay? On top of maybe drug use, drinking, smoking, not getting enough sleep, that also weighs on a person. Why? Because they're wasting the substance, the energy that comes from that precious fluid contained in them. Because Yosef emerged victorious by overcoming his Yetzer Hara, he became identified as the attribute, the midah of Yesod. And the Torah tells us that Yosef was responsible for providing for all the people in the land when it came time for the famine. Genesis 42:6. Yosef hu hashalit haaretz. Joseph was the viceroy over the land. He was the provider to all the people of the land. Now, according to Kabbalah, the attribute of Yesod is the conduit through which the divine Shifa, the influx, the flow, the bounty from HaKadosh Baruch Hu reaches into this world. So by withstanding all of his trials and guarding the sanctity of Brit HaChodesh, Yosef became the Sadiq who was the foundation of the world. And what does Shlomo say about the foundation, the righteous? In Proverbs 10:25, Sadiq Yesod Olam. The righteous is the foundation of the world. Yosef ruled and controlled his trait of Yesod, protecting it from the temptations of evil. This capacity to rule over personal lust and desire enabled him to become Moshe b'chol Eretz Mitzrayim, to rule over all of Mitzrayim. He was a Moshel, like the Moshelim that it says in Rabbi Pinke's teaching brought down by Ramchal Mesilat Yesharim. Bo'u cheshbon cheshbono she'olam. Come, the Moshelim, the conquerors of the Yetzer Hara, they come into a cheshbon. That's Yosef. The Torah tells us that Mitzrayim was also called the Arvat Haaretz, literally a naked land, which was a euphemism that was known for its immorality and impurity. Like Yosef and the other Tzaddikim, Hashem has given us a special
Sounds like
purpose
a real
in this
Sin
world.
City.
To fulfill our purpose, we have been granted our own talents, our own capabilities and circumstances. And so the trials and tests that we undergo are an important part of our personal package for spiritual growth and development. They're designed to help us to grow in areas specifically related to our life's mission. That's why in the previous teachings, when I talked about the unforeseen circumstances that befell Yosef, the dreams he had, he didn't know he had to go through 13 years of all this mission, guys, to get to there. And in that
Craziness.
13-year span, he would be faced with great trials and tribulations. But as he prevailed, he became successful. And so with the help of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, we can prevail despite the hardships. Rather than breaking us, they will make us stronger or bring us closer to Hashem. And so in the end, like the 7 Tzaddikim, you and my life can also be an emanation of Hashem. That doesn't mean that we are completely divine beings as the creator himself and as if in essence. No, it means that we are a fractal spark of the revelation of God in this world. Hashem reveals his Shekhinah to us like the Avot, like the Merkava, in order to bless and reach others, to draw him close, Vayigash, to draw close to him. And this is why we see here that the righteous are an emanation of God himself, which is why I call this teaching divine emanation. And so with that said, Chavarim, that's going to bring us to a close for my teaching on Parashat Vayigash. I hope that this teaching has been somewhat provoking, thought-provoking, inspiring, motivating, disturbing maybe to some people as well. Make you rethink certain things that you understand with the Torah. And may Hashem use this to help you develop and grow in your relationship with him and your purpose in this world. And once again, if our organization, our teachings are a blessing to you and you would like to donate, you can find the links directly below the video. And we greatly appreciate your financial donations and support. Thank you very much. If you have any questions pertaining to content from this week's Torah portion, feel free to send me an email. I will answer those in the order that they come in. Until next time, Chavarim, may the God of Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov bless you and your family. Shalom and kol
Yeah,
tov.
having the 12 sons, you know. All right, y'all have any thoughts before we end off?
Just,
No, just it's been fun as always. Go ahead, Zero. Sorry.
just about the what the actual timeline may be as opposed to the proposed or attested timeline.
I think it's important to keep in mind that there's also probably a cultural memory. I mean, it might, like, you know, there probably is some date you could find, but at the end of the day, it's all speculation. Like, it's not like this. I mean, I guess you could say that, okay, well, you just trace it back to the time that they say. But again, that's like oral tradition, or, you know, not only oral tradition, but like if you're relying on that, it's going to get really tricky. So, I mean, what do you think, Grim? How are you able to, like, you know, look at stuff, you know, with the potential void of information?
Well, what you need to do is sit there and look at what information you have and see where that stacks up. It's like if they wrote in a particular script, see when that script was being used. And that can give you, you know, sort of, you know, almost like sediments in a, you know, in an archaeological dig, you know, changes in language and changes in script is something you can use to date source the things. And you know you can stack it with events where you know this event had to take place before this event had to happen. Like everything we're talking about right now had to have happened before, say, Cleopatra and the Roman Empire. How
Yeah.
much before you can debate, but you know, once you start setting up those parameters, you can start coming up with some sort of, you know, timeline and then start nailing it down at least a little bit closer and try to figure out just where everything fits together that way.
Yeah, but
Like,
I'm talking in the sense that where you're dating the actual writings. Like, I don't know where quite on the timeline it falls, like Elephantine versus Septuagint Torah as far as earliest examples, Dead Sea
well,
Scrolls.
Elephantine that they got carbon 14 dating on.
Hmm.
And what I remember is it being in like you know, around like 500 BC.
Say again, because you warbled out.
Oh, about 500 BC. That's roughly the date, give or take. You know, say 50 years, say 450 to 550, and that's before the Septuagint, which was, you know, right around 280 BC or 287 BC, somewhere in that range.
Hmm.
Yeah, but it's going to get interesting because this coming week we have Vayichi, and he lived, and it's about the prophecies of the descendants of Jacob. But yeah, on that note, I think we should probably finish up because I am exhausted. All right, actually, let me see if I can. What was it? I just want to see if I can find something real quick. Let's see. Yeah, I just want to end it off. I'm just like going to Vayichi. At least just a very basic. Let's see, what can I find? Um, Trying to find something very short.
It's like the other thing about him talking about Joseph having the beard when it doesn't, nothing, it just says they didn't recognize him. Didn't say they didn't recognize him because he had a beard.
I mean, it said he had a beard, but
It did.
yeah.
No, where did it say that in the scripture?
He had his Zaken his beard.
Okay, maybe he had the fake beard that those Egyptians wear.
Potentially.
But likely he'd be wearing a wig. They wore wigs.
Yeah, because you don't want to get those pesky desert lass.
So in
It's
dragon.
like sand, it gets everywhere, but sand lice, that's even worse.
Are they worse than bed bugs?
I don't know.
Neither do I. I've had neither. So
Yeah, I'm not fixing to find out.
exactly.
Anyway, let's see. Where is it? Anyway, on that note, we will end off here, so that we'll end off at 747, but then 749 because 7 times 7 is 49. Anyway, I like numbers. They're fun that they are. And on that note, I will see you guys all next time on this channel, which is on YouTube and others. Take care.
Want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read them. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay? We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. Oh yeah, Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be this year. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year.